of farming to the next generation of farmers.
कौन है वहाँ पे? हाँ
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Can divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. There is the God of every life. Blessings will be raining on us.
For decades, maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं, लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम करने जाते थे।
Primitive and unplanned farming practices gradually led to huge challenges, immensely affecting productivity and in turn their livelihood.
सारा खींचना, मक्का का बीज एक एक झुक झुक के लगाना, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है।
Teaming up with Pradhan professionals and with enriching support from Koteva, these women farmers of Betul transform their lives by transforming their farming methodology.
हम एक सेल्फ रिलायंट प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग 3 मुख्य चीज़ों पर ध्यान देते हैं, जिसमें एक है आपका प्रैक्टिस, दूसरा सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मार्केटिंग।
Effective training and guidance for adopting best farming practices and farm mechanization resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में सीजन से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही है, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ नीमिया किसानों के साथ में मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी के मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
कितना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं मतलब कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ, और भी बाइयां इसी प्रकार से मतलब अपनी कोशिश जारी रखी।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज़ को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Koteva Agri-Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
Who was the first farmer? Who planted a seed and grew our world? It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has. With smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields, farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva Agri-Science, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती नहीं थी, निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Can divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Nourish the growth of every life.
For decades, maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं, लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम करने जाते थे।
Primitive and unplanned farming practices gradually led to huge challenges, immensely affecting productivity and in turn their livelihood.
सारा खींचना, मक्का का बीज एक एक झुक के लगाना, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है।
Teaming up with Pradhan professionals and with enriching support from Koteva, these women farmers of Betul transform their lives by transforming their farming methodology.
हम एक सेल्फ रिलायंट प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग 3 मुख्य चीज़ों पर ध्यान देते हैं, जिसमें एक है आपका प्रैक्टिस, दूसरा सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मार्केटिंग।
Effective training and guidance for adopting best farming practices and farm mechanization resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में सीड्रिल से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही है, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ नीमिया किसानों के साथ में मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी की मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
इतना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं मतलब कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ और भी भाइयाँ इसी प्रकार से मतलब अपनी कोशिश जारी रखी।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज़ को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Koteva Agri-Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
Who was the first farmer? Who planted a seed and grew our world? It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has. With smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields, farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva Agri-Science, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings seeds. No lion can divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Nourish the growth of every life. Blessings will be raining on us.
For decades, maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं, लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम
Rahul Savani. Yeah, great meeting all of you here.
How are you
So
doing?
I think I'm good. I'm really
That's
good.
excellent to hear.
We need to catch up. I think we're only catching up only on the VC, so we'll start catching
We
up.
always seem to meet on these places. So but I know you were saying that to Sanjay also, and I think it's the same with me. And all three of us probably get together in these places.
Will do, sir. So shall we officially start? I think it's the time. So Sarita, I hope all of you can come on the video so that we'll start. Everybody very hesitant to come on video. I don't know why. So okay. So here we go. So good morning to everybody who has joined here. In fact, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries who's going to be here with us today. Shri Amrendra Pratap Singh, Honorable Minister, Agriculture Department, Government of Bihar. Mr. Ronald Verdong, Minister Counselor for Agriculture Affairs, US Embassy in India. Mr. Sanjay, Head of Food and Agribusiness and Strategic Advisory and Research in Yes Bank, and somebody who has been always with us, working with us closely. And let me also welcome in advance all the speakers in the various plenary sessions which is going to happen immediately after this inauguration. See, whenever we talk about maize, I am normally amazed because we get a lot of encouragement by all your gracious presence, and we are always indeed grateful that we are able to do the maize summit again and again and again. And on behalf of FICCI, let me extend once again a warm welcome to all of you for the successful initiative in the maize sector. You know, after so many editions, we are now on the 8th edition of India Maize Summit 2022. That is why I said it's just not maize. I get always amazed by the kind of response we get in this kind of a session. Friends, all of you know that agriculture has always been a key focus area for India and for FICCI. And during the last few years, we have seen consistently trying and striving to propose key reform measures to the government for making the Indian agriculture globally competitive. Now, it also gives me immense pleasure to share that we are successfully able to convince government to take some of the FICCI's recommendations in earnest, and they have been acting on it. So I think that's a great achievement of the entire FICCI team and all of people who have been working closely with FICCI in the agricultural area. Coming to maize, maize, as all of us know, it is after paddy and wheat, maize is the third most grown cereal crop in India, and is also known as the queen of cereals. And the advantage is maize is also major feed industry for cattle and for cereals and other crops globally. We always notice that for India, this crop holds immense potential for food and nutritional security. It is a provider, actually, if you look at it, for right avenue for crop diversification and also enabling to increase the farmer's income, especially when you are looking at small and marginal farmers in the rain-fed areas. Actually, on a critical note, when I start looking at it, the domestic demand of maize is growing at much faster rate than production. Now, that is something of a concern for all of us because India does not want to be import dependent, and it has been coming again and then clear from the message of the Honorable PM as well as the Agricultural Ministry saying that we like to be self-sufficient and we like to be an exporter rather than an importer. So it's also important that we need to start working on maize to ensure that we are little above the local consumption, the indigenous consumption, so that we are be able to grow at a much higher rate, and then we can also start exporting maize in a bigger way. Because whenever we talk about export, also, unless there is a steadiness in export, it is very difficult to hold on to customers. So just for your information, the consumption, I understand, is growing at almost 4.5%, whereas the domestic production is less than 3%. So I think that's a problem. So that need to be addressed both on productivity, mechanization, and a host of other areas, how to change the way we cultivate maize. So the key barriers of all this need to be looked at, and what is hindering the growth as we looked at. So it also warrant a collaborative public-private action, and I'm sure that all those maize conferences we did has contributed into this area. Little by little, I think we are able to come up with solutions, and considering the vastness and the variety and the way we cultivate in India, nothing is done at a stroke. It has to be done step by step because for us, change is important, but more important is sustenance of the change forever. We also understand the government is acquainted with the needs of maize sector, and they definitely appreciate, and we have to appreciate the steady work done by the government in order to ensure that the maize becomes a major sustenance crop and also an exportable crop in the future. FICCI, through the India, the Maize Summit series, we have strived a lot to create a common platform that can be utilized for diverse actions, diverse stakeholders. Because maize, we have the stakeholders change from end to end. There is a farmer is a stakeholder. Then you have users who's a stakeholder. Then you have individuals and companies and also value-added people. So it's the maize value chain. If you really ask me, it's a little more complex, even a simple rice or a wheat value chain, because a lot of value additions taking place, a lot of conversions taking place. It gets converted into, as you rightly heard of me telling, we conversion taking that cattle feed and maintenance, and some of the large international companies who are working here is also dependent on steady availability of maize in order to ensure that there is a consistency with respect to maize. Now, I don't want to continue and prolong on this because we have eminent people, both from the government and the private, waiting in the inaugural session as well as in the plenary sessions after this. So let me hand this back to Sarita, and Sarita, kindly decide on what is the next action agenda and where do we come in. Thank you, Sarita. Yes, Sarita. You're on mute, Sarita. I think the next agenda is what? On the inaugural points and requesting people to talk. Am I right?
So, may I now welcome Mr. Rahul, President South Asia Corteva Agri Sciences, for his address, please.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarita. And thank you, Mr. Keswan. Firstly,
Rahul, so you are on mute. Yeah.
are you
No, you're
hear
not
me?
on mute, Rahul. You're fine.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Technology, right? We've all gotten used to it. Firstly, it's my pleasure to be here today. And I want to be able to firstly thank Vicky for arranging this conference again on Maize at a time when it's probably one of the most important topics for us to discuss and the role it plays, both for industry as well as food security. Mr. Keswa, thank you again for the background you gave and especially your leadership of the National Agriculture Committee at FICCI. And I think maize being on the agenda is absolutely tremendous to see. And I want to acknowledge our honorable partners from the government sector that are joining us today. The government has been a strong supporter over the years and needs to continue to be a key partner for us in that public-private partnership. And to all the attendees, it's going to take a community to make the impact maize has the potential to deliver a success. And I know the next few days, all the participants and speakers are going to talk through many topics of making maize's impact sustainable and growing. A few thoughts that I would like to share firstly. So number one, I think we are living in unprecedented times with all the shocks that we've seen in the macro environment outside, whether it's shocks related to conflicts, whether it's shocks related to a pandemic. One thing that we've seen is there has been a setback. There's been a setback to food security. If you look at the food security index that came out in the last couple of years, there's clearly a decline. That's a decline in food security across multiple parts of the world. This is driven by the impacts of the pandemic, systemic inequality, and many other macro factors. The world's demand for adequate food, as well as better and improving nutrition, is challenged. It's challenged by climate change. It requires sustainable technology to help solve these issues for us. I think Mr. Keswan spoke about the role of maize along with rice and wheat and how fundamental it is to our world food security. Maize is versatile. It's versatile. It provides an equilibrium to India's socio-economic equilibrium. Maize has a massive role to play in India's economy and for 15 million Indian farmers today, approximately, who are engaged in maize cultivation. It provides today 9% of the food supply and over 100 billion rupees to India's GDP. In addition, over 100 million jobs out there in the fields depend on it, and it generates these jobs. It also supports, apart from the agriculture sector, downstream industrial sectors across poultry, which accounts for 47% of maize consumption, but many others, whether it's fodder and growing industrial segments themselves. If you look at the demand estimates today for maize, they're outpacing the supply. Maize will need to grow at about a 15% growth rate over the next 5 years to be able to just keep up with demand. I'm not even accounting for the catch up that needs to be done on the demand right now that's not being able to be met. The maize crop can be leveraged for many challenges that we face today in Indian agriculture. Farmer income, tremendous impact that can be made on it. Managing surplus food grains, here's a diversification with maize that's available. A crop diversification that stops or addresses the deterioration of soil that we've seen, conserves water resources, ensures energy savings. All of this, there is a massive role that maize can play. The downstream industries can also create a vibrant rural economy with investments going in over there. The question for us is, how do we look at maximizing the potential of maize and what it can deliver towards doubling farmers' income? I think technology has an absolutely leading role to play in expanding the impact of maize and its production. Whether it's about optimum plant population, deploying various production technologies from land preparation to harvesting all the way, many of these have been interventions that have worked in the past. Today, with digitization, we have newer technologies to add to these even further that can address the soil issues we see, climate, irrigation issues that farmers face, and the supply chain gaps downstream that they need support on. Seed treatment is another excellent example of where we can look at both in fungicides and insecticides, where we can look at a pivotal role in preventions of diseases and availability of nutrients for a growing maize crop. At Corteva, we are driven very much by innovation. It helps us deliver lasting solutions to farmers, and it helps us deliver not just on today's problems, but also anticipating the challenges of the future. We believe with innovation, we can deliver not just on vibrant farmers and farming income, but also a vibrant food system, and a food system that still sustains land and its health in the land and environment and its health in the long term. We have been working on empowering smallholder farmers by enabling them in various ways over the years. A key part of this has been mechanization on maize crop production and providing training to our farmers who we engage with across the country on new agriculture methods that increase plant population, provide crop productivity and profitability for farmers. Recently, we have been the last couple of years and scaling this up recently even on mechanized pneumatic planter sowing initiative in Uttar Pradesh. We received an overwhelming response from farmers and over close to 13,000 acres of land that was planted with these planters. Another great example is in a market very close to my heart, in Bihar, Rabi corn. We operate with multiple hybrids under our market-leading Pioneer brand over there. It has a market-leading position there. Approximately 6.5 lakh hectares over there. In Bihar, many corn-growing districts of Kosi River Belt vouch for amongst the highest corn productivity. Many of them match some of the top intensive corn-growing areas even of the US. The hybrids that we provide over there are about sustaining and accommodating high plant populations with the same piece of land so that farmers can get higher yields and incomes per acre. We have supplemented this with knowledge of mechanization as well as of agronomy advisory and made it readily available to them. I want to just talk a little bit about the role that policy plays apart from innovation in really being able to scale the impact of innovation. Firstly, the government has been, as I said, a key partner with all of us. I want to thank the government for another major step which will have an impact both in the short, medium, and long term. The position that the government of India has taken on gene editing technology, I think brings a crucial tool for the future of maize and many other crops into the country. Being able to have gene-edited plants falling under the categories of STN1 and 2, which are free of exogenous introduced DNA, being able to have a provision to bring those in, I think is the right risk-appropriate approach that the government has taken and follows the best practices globally. This decision is going to have a massive impact for Indian farmers in the future. We are committed very much, even through our leading position and IP in CRISPR-Cas9, to collaborate and innovate with this platform. And we welcome people to join us through our open innovation platform. Finally, I would say enabling policy environment with moves such as this is absolutely crucial. A few areas where we would love to have support and partner with the government on. Number one, being able to take a concerted effort towards building resiliency in agriculture. That means strengthening that value chain itself, even on the downstream investments. That's absolutely crucial, and we are very willing to partner as an industry with the government as they take this on. Being able to also innovate means an environment where innovations can be sustained and effective R&D can be deployed. We need a protective environment to incentivize R&D. The existing PVP laws give protection, but it's not enough. We need protection for new technology and innovative products and an enforcement of those. And then finally, an ability to be able to bring in new age molecules, data protection, a stable and predictable policy environment. And I'm sure many of these factors will be discussed in the sessions ahead as part of this summit. Finally, there is a role that Maize has to play, a very effective role that it plays globally today in ethanol, in being a source for ethanol. In India right now, sugarcane has played that role. Maize can be a great diversification also to be able to look at downstream investments for ethanol. This is a great opportunity which also conserves resources such as water, which are absolutely crucial in the operating environment that we are in. Finally, there is an immediate need to make cultivation more resilient, smart, and sustainable. I am looking forward to make that maize farmer successful with all of us across industry, public institution, with the right policy environment and regulatory regime to make those farmers successful for generations to come. Thank you very much, and I'll hand it back to you, Sarita.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Rahul. I think it is a passionate speech as far as the maize is concerned and the involvement of Corteva. I think very nice to hear. I think I also realized that I need to tell people what you are a little more. So let me start with that. Mr. Rahul Savani is the president of South Asia Corteva Agri Sciences, and he is responsible for the strategic planning and operational excellence and financial results for both seeds and the CP business platform across South Asia. I mean, his career spans over 20 years in leadership roles, and interestingly, in product development, business strategy, and sustainability, which I think came across very strongly when he made this presentation and the pitch. He joined the agriculture industry in Corteva, I think, after the merging of DuPont, and most recently the marketing and strategy advisor director, and Asia Pacific when he led it and grew the marketing capability and developed strategic plans. He is an MBA from the North Carolina Chapel Hill at Chapel Hill in corporate finance and sustainable enterprises, and he lives in Singapore and happily married with a wife and two daughters, and enjoys reading on subjects across economics and science. And I just took a few very important pointers from what he talked about. I think importance of maize in the crop diversification, soil conservation, and water saving when 15 million farmers are involved, and which feeds 47% into the poultry. So that's extremely important for India. Then he has actually talked about the enabling the policy involvement of strengthening the value chain, importance of incentivizing the R&D, and then we also touched upon the change in the approach of GOI on the gene-related varieties. And I think it's going to be very interesting to watch the development and productivity because of that. And last but not the least, I think ethanol. I think one thing I always liked about this ethanol is I know that it has put in a lot of money into the sugar industry, which have been struggling in the last many years. And I'm sure that ethanol can also improve the industry with respect to, let us say, the maize. And I hope that will happen soon. And thanks a lot once again, Mr. Rahul, for your initiatives, and looking forward working very closely with you.
Thank you,
Thanks a
Mr.
lot.
Keswal. Pleasure being here.
Thank you. And I think now I need to go to the next speaker, the Council for Agricultural Affairs, U.S. Embassy in India, Mr. Ronald Verdonk. So interestingly, I used to work quite closely with his predecessors, but I think this COVID has really kept the distance from all these people. Mr. Verdonk began his career and assignment at the U.S. Embassy in New Delhi in January 21. And he was the Minister Council of Agriculture Affairs at the U.S. Embassy in Seoul from 17 to 20. And he was, in addition to his affairs, Washington assignments, he is also represented affairs in Baghdad, Dubai, and Sao Paulo. Interestingly, when I look at Sao Paulo, etc., very, very important to what we are talking today. He also worked for Cocoa Marketing Cooperative and Peace Crops Volunteer in the southern Cameroon. Mr. Verdonk, Minister at Council of Agriculture, is actually flying at this current moment, so he had to send a video message. And he said he is going to work with us on the maize, and he said they will be a part of whatever we are trying to do, and he's wished all the success. So can I request the FICCI team to kindly play the message of Mr. Ronald Verdonk, Minister Council for Agricultural Affairs, U.S. Embassy. Back to you, Sarita and team.
Good morning. I want to thank the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry and the chairman of the National Agricultural Committee, Mr. Kesavan, for the opportunity to help get this year's summit underway. I always appreciate the chance to interact with stakeholders like yourselves. Without question, from my office here at the U.S. Embassy, the Office of Agricultural Affairs, we pay close attention to what is happening with regard to the production, consumption, and trade of maize from India. While I know the primary focus of the event today and tomorrow is on the Indian corn subsector, I would like to share a bit about the situation with regard to corn back in the United States. As many of you may be aware, nearly 50% of U.S. corn is utilized in food and beverage production, in addition to use as animal feed. That is to say, as corn itself, the grain, and distilled dry grain. Nearly 20% of U.S. export of U.S. corn is exported in a typical year, primarily again for animal feed, and less than 30% is used in fuel. That is a distinct difference between the U.S. and India. We make all our ethanol from corn, while sugarcane is the primary input for ethanol production here in India. Overall, when considering domestic and export demand for U.S. corn combined, approximately 70% of what U.S. farmers produce is destined for animal feed, food, and beverages, whether in the U.S. market or, again, internationally. Today's technology has allowed farmers to increase production on each acre of land, and corn productivity is projected to continue to rise. Increased productivity or increased yields have enabled growers to outpace demand with a higher supply, meeting the requirements for food, feed, fuel, and exports. Domestic corn production in the U.S. has grown steadily at a 25-year average annual rate of 2%. And in 2020, the average yield per acre in the U.S. was about 4.5 tons. Going back to the office I lead here at the embassy, in addition to reporting on developments in Indian agriculture, we are really focused on identifying additional opportunities for trade between the U.S. and India. Agricultural and food product trade between our two countries expanded in 2021 and was valued at about $8.3 billion US dollars. The value of overall trade between our two countries last year established a new record surpassing 113 billion US dollars. Now, surprisingly, both for Indian exports to the US market and US exports to the Indian market, new records or new levels were established, with Indian overall exports of about 73 billion US and US exports to India of just over 40 billion US. On the broader trade front, no doubt with the Russian war on Ukraine, there is added focus on what different grain producers can do to make up for the disruption in supply from the Black Sea. As everyone here is surely aware, Indian wheat is helping to cover some of the needs of import-dependent countries like Egypt, and exports to countries nearby have also increased. I understand that Indian corn exports for the current marketing year may be marginally lower than in the past marketing year, given expanding domestic demand for corn. Looking forward, we forecast that as poultry production expands, there is a question in the next 2 to 3 years whether Indian corn production can keep up with demand. It is true that a review of Indian corn production demonstrates a slow but steady expansion in output. But given the growing expectation that poultry demand will pick up from what is still a very low level of per capita consumption of chicken, when we compare it to India internationally, we expect sizable growth in chicken consumption in this country. And either this will come about
Agriculture
more
Minister,
poultry output
Yeah.
taking place here in India,
जुड़ रहे हैं।
or imports of frozen chicken will
बिहार
rise
एग्रीकल्चर
substantially.
मिनिस्टर बिहार अमरेंद्र
If I
प्रताप
know
सिंह
the
जुड़
Indian
गए हैं।
government, and in my 15 months or so here on the ground, I've come to have a decent understanding of how the Indian government works. I believe decision makers would prefer that more poultry production takes place domestically. In consequence, our take is that India will likely need to import maize in the not too distant future to meet what we anticipate is a measurably expanded demand coming from the poultry sector. Anyway, I know that this conference will provide a lot of useful information and, of course, the opportunity for stakeholders from across the grain production, processing, and marketing spectrum to interact. I wish one and all of you a productive India Maize Summit. And once again, I want to thank the organizers of FICCI for the opportunity to help get this summit underway today. Thanks so much, and I hope to meet many of you soon.
Thanks a lot, Ronald, for your address today. And I think you have covered pretty important points, not only about the necessity of the maize trade, but also how the India can play in a very important role during this current war situation for the food security of the needed countries. I think that is something I know the government of India is also keen to perform, and that also really means that we need to increase at all areas. We need to increase our productivity at all counts. I think it is going to be extremely important. And thanks a lot for your message, what you have sent, and we look forward to working with you very closely in time to come. Before I move on to Mr. Sanjay, I understand that we already have the Honorable Minister Shri Amarendra Pratap Singh of the Minister of Agriculture Department, Government of Bihar. So let me take the pleasure of welcoming him into our midst. And sir, welcome you. And I hope you can put on your video. I think all of us can see you also. Sarita, while you check the availability of Agriculture Minister onto the video, I think we will continue and he will come back once he is present. So I'm going to now request one of my very, very old friends, Mr. Sanjay, who has been part and parcel of Fiki, and that's what I will tell him with respect to the agriculture is concerned. So I think, and he has been as the head of Food and Agri-Business Strategy and Advisory and Research in Yes Bank. He has closely worked with us in many, many of the reports. And it's a team of technical experts within Yes Bank focusing on providing knowledge and knowledge banking services and a unique value. So that is so before this, I really one more thing I like to talk to you is that after your presentation, I think we also have to release the virtual release of that book. What of the on the maize, what you have presented. I think I'm just waiting for the minister also to be on the TV. So just coming back to Sanjay again, Sanjay holds a master's degree in agriculture, in majors in genetic and plant breeding, and a postgraduate diploma in agribusiness management. Whenever I read this, I think he is the most eminent agricultural person among all of us because of his sheer degrees in agriculture. He has more than 22 years of working experience handling various roles covering strategic advisory, agri-commodity procurement, logistic management, rural extension, agri-inputs, and that is just to name a few. And he was with PwC before he came into Yes Bank. He also had a stint in Reliance Retail, Coromandel Fertilizers, etc. Now, let me request Mr. Sanjay to make his speech, his presentation, and thereafter we will request the minister to release the booklet. Over to you, Mr. Sanjay.
Thank you, Mr. Keswan, for your very kind words and a very good morning and warm greetings to our chief guest and guest of honor, Shri Amrendra Pratap Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Bihar. Thank you as well to Mr. Ronald Verdonk, Minister Council for Agricultural Affairs, U.S. Embassy in India, and all distinguished government and industry leaders present on this EDAS, as well as all participants who have logged in today. On behalf of Yes Bank, I thank FICCI for continuing to knowledge partner with Yes Bank for this 8th edition of the India Maize Summit 2022. The knowledge report that has been prepared by FICCI and Yes Bank and that is being released today is titled The Indian Maize Sector Securing Supply Sustainably. And it captures supply and demand dynamics of the maize sector, provides an overview of the quality and quantity requirements of maize by various subsectors such as poultry, starch, food processing, and bioethanol, and identifies critical challenges being faced by various stakeholders and suggests key interventions that, if rolled out, could enable sustainable supply of maize. As we heard from the previous speakers, maize's contribution to India's socio-economic equilibrium is significant. At the farm level, maize is grown in about 9.6 million hectares in our country and is a source of income to about 15 million farmers across the country. As was mentioned previously, maize is the fastest growing cereal crop in the country in terms of area, production, as well as productivity. On the demand side, while maize is a key source of food security, especially in traditional growing areas such as Rajasthan, only about 15 to 20% of domestic production is used for food. More than 70 to 80% is utilized for industrial purposes, including about 50% for animal feed, about 20% for starch, and a small portion for bioethanol. Over the last decade, demand for maize has grown at a CAGR of about 4.5%, while production has grown only at about 2.8%. Clearly, growth in demand is outpacing the supply. Changing patterns of food consumption, especially related to increased intake of animal proteins, is resulting in increased demand of maize. And India's maize consumption is projected to touch about 34 million metric tons by 2030, and this is higher than the production expected from the country. Changing global dynamics due to the ongoing conflict in the Black Sea region and low production in key producing nations due to unfavorable weather conditions has impacted global maize supply, leading to high price and issues in availability. To meet the ever-increasing demand of maize, while addressing the environmental concerns and export market demand, interventions need to be taken at various levels of the value chain. The central and state governments have taken a number of proactive initiatives to safeguard the interest of maize farmers as well as improve the maize supply. This report that we are releasing today identifies key government initiatives that could have strong bearing on the maize ecosystem going forward. These initiatives include the minimum support price for maize, focus on maize for crop diversification, implementation of e-NAM and e-Kisan Mandi that brings in transparency in price discovery and better market access to farmers, and promotion of FPOs. While there is significant potential to boost development of the maize ecosystem, there are specific challenges that have been discussed previously that hinder growth of the sector. At the farm level, the challenges include low farm price realization in spite of MSP due to poor quality management. Another key challenge is the low farm productivity. High cost of production as compared to the other coarse grain cereals, as well as compared to other nations, and fragmented and low scale of supply, resulting in poor aggregation and inefficient farmer access to markets are other challenges faced at the farm level. At the post-harvest level, lack of sufficient bulk storage and bulk transport infrastructure, unavailability of right quantity and quality of produce at the right time for the industry, and import restrictions hinder industry efforts to secure their raw material supply. To address these challenges, the report elucidates a set of actionables, both at pre-harvest level as well as post-harvest level, that could significantly boost sustainable supply of maize. 5 of these that need urgent attention is first, enhancing productivity. There is a need for productivity improvement coupled with strong knowledge transfer on good agricultural practices for securing maize sustainably. This calls for multiple interventions, including wide-scale adoption of high-yielding varieties, use of modern genetic tools to improve varietal characters, identification and development of climate-resilient varieties, use of advanced plant growth and plant production techniques, and moving towards mechanization. The second, there is a need for making post-harvest management more robust such that quality degradation is minimized. Third is empowering farmers with strengthened price discovery and price risk mitigation mechanisms, such as large-scale rollout of e-Kisan Mandi initiatives and popularization of farmer price hedging options. Fourth is the need for transformation of storage and logistics, for which private investment in scientific storage infrastructure, especially at the farm level, can be promoted through various government schemes, such as the Atmanirbhar Bharat Agri Infrastructure Development Fund, ODOP program, and Ministry of Food Processing Industries formation of micro enterprise scheme. Fifth is providing maize supply security to the industry by focusing on developing industry-specific varieties, involving private sector while developing food safety standards, and facilitating better cross-border trade and easing import restrictions, especially during shortage. To conclude, I thank FICCI for giving Yes Bank the opportunity to knowledge partner for this very important India Maize Summit. We sincerely believe that the knowledge report developed by FICCI and Yes Bank and released today will serve as a reference point for developing an actionable roadmap to ensure sustainable supply of maize. Thank you once again. I pass on the platform to Mr. Keswan again. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sanjay. I see the Honorable Agriculture Minister of Bihar is already there. So before I hand it over and welcome him, I just wanted to touch upon what you talked about. And I think it is extremely important. I think you talked about 5 areas: low productivity, which can be tackled by the agricultural practices, the high yield varieties, whether it is genetic or even otherwise, and mechanization, very, very important. I know the mechanization in maize is really, really low as far as India is concerned. Then obviously inconsistent quality can only be tackled by the post-harvest management, which you very clearly specified. The high cost to the farmer is something we have to tackle by ensuring that the input cost in every segment of the farmer is tackled, and I think one area we can do well is the precision agriculture, precision implements in agriculture, which Cortiva actually touched upon a little bit. If you notice about its pneumatic planters, etc., I think that is where you really ensure that all, as the PM talked about, you have to ensure that every seed grows, and for every drop of water, that seed need to grow better. So I think that's where it comes to, and obviously storage and supply security in industry is going to be key, not only for this, and also for every other agricultural produce in the country. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sanjay. And before we get into the release of your booklet, let me just talk about Bihar and the minister, and because I will request him to finally do the honors. So Bihar, maize is the third most important food grain crop, and Bihar is the seventh largest producer of maize with a production of 2 million metric tons, and they're having around 7% share. And there's one interesting thing is maize is grown in all the three seasons, but as far as Bihar, the major maize areas is Rabi, followed by Kharif and spring. And so interesting to really see that the maize plays a predominant role as far as Bihar is concerned. The 80% of maize production, what happens in the Rabi season, is actually contributes significantly, around 70% to the India's Rabi maize production. And India, very interesting is Bihar's maize productivity is higher than the national average. So I always ask a question, if Bihar can do it, why can't others learn? And what is the technique to ensure that we bring up the productivity to the Bihar level first? So I'm sure that when the Honorable Minister talks about it, we'll be able to. Then, of course, Bihar is the only Indian state. Now, I go back to Mr. Minister because I know he is in a little bit hurry to probably leave. So, Mr. Ramendra Prasad ji is the Indian politician and a member of Bihar Legislative Assembly between 2000 and 2015. He actually comes from Ara constituency. I still remember my travel into Ara area. So what I'm going to now do is, considering he is little busy, I'm going to request the Honorable Minister, Agricultural Department, Government of Bihar, Sri Amarendra Pratap Singh, for releasing the booklet and also thereafter give his keynote address. Sir, over to you. Look forward for releasing the booklet and also your words of wisdom on the maize on Bihar. Thank you, sir.
वेलकम, सबको प्रणाम। फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री द्वारा आयोजित अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मेज समिट के अवसर पर उपस्थित फिक्की के चेयरमैन एवं टैफे ग्रुप के प्रेसिडेंट श्री टी.आर. केसवन जी, यूनाइटेड स्टेट एम्बेसी के मिनिस्टर काउंसलर ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर रोनाल्ड वर्डॉग जी, कॉर्टेवा एग्री साइंस के प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर राहुल सवानी जी, यस बैंक के फूड एंड एग्री बिजनेस के हेड श्री संजय मुपुलरी जी एवं बिहार के अन्य उद्योग जगत से जुड़े प्रतिनिधिगण एवं पदाधिकारीगण तथा प्रेस एवं मीडिया के बंधुओं, इस अवसर पर विशेष रूप से जुड़े भारत सरकार के माननीय मंत्री श्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी, माननीय कृषि मंत्री श्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी और सभी गणमान्य जुड़े हुए सभी अन्य सदस्यगण, आज फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स इंडस्ट्री फिक्की द्वारा इंडिया मेज समिट का जो 8वां संस्करण के अवसर पर संबोधित करते हुए मुझे बहुत हर्ष की अनुभूति हो रही है कि मक्का दुनिया के सबसे महत्वपूर्ण खाद्यान्न फसलों में से एक है और यह अधिकांश विकासशील देशों में खाद्य सुरक्षा में योगदान करता है। चावल और गेहूं के बाद भारत में मक्का तीसरी सबसे महत्वपूर्ण फसल के रूप में उभर रहा है। बिहार में वर्ष 2020-2021 में राज्य में मक्का का कुल उत्पादन 35.21 लाख मैट्रिक टन तथा उत्पादकता 52.29 क्विंटल प्रति हेक्टेयर था। वर्ष 2015-16 तथा 2016-17 में मोटे अनाज मक्का के सर्वश्रेष्ठ उत्पादन एवं उत्पादकता के लिए भारत सरकार द्वारा कृषि कर्मण पुरस्कार से राज्य को भी सम्मानित किया गया है। मक्का उत्पादन में बिहार एक महत्वपूर्ण स्थान रखता है। देश के कुल मक्का उत्पादन में बिहार का योगदान लगभग 9% है। आंध्र प्रदेश, कर्नाटक, राजस्थान, महाराष्ट्र के बाद बिहार देश का 5वां सबसे बड़ा मक्का उत्पादक राज्य है। राज्य में मक्का का बीज प्रतिस्थापन का दर 95% है। रबी मक्का में लगभग 100% जो है वह विस्थापन दर है इसके बीज का। ये हम लोग करते हैं, यानी संकर मक्का की शादी की सभी बीजों की बुआई होती है। गंगा के उत्तर और कोसी के दोनों तरफ पड़ने वाले जिले तथा पूर्णिया, कटिहार, भागलपुर, मधेपुरा, सहरसा, खगड़िया और समस्तीपुर, अररिया मक्का बेल्ट के रूप में उभरा है। इन जिलों में बड़े और छोटे किसानों द्वारा 50 क्विंटल प्रति एकड़ के दर से मक्का की उत्पादकता को प्राप्त किया गया है। जो विश्व के सर्वश्रेष्ठ मक्का उत्पादन अमेरिका के क्षेत्रों में मिडवेस्ट, हार्टलैंड, इलिनोइस, आयोवा और इंडियाना की तुलना में कहीं अधिक है। बिहार की सरकार राज्य में मक्का के उत्पादन में उत्पादकता को बढ़ाने के साथ साथ किसानों को उनके फसलों के अधिक से अधिक मूल्य दिलाने के लिए कृत संकल्पित होकर कार्य कर रही है। सरकार का प्रयास है कि बिहार को मक्का निर्यातक राज्य के रूप में विकसित किया जाए। राज्य में कुल उत्पादित मक्का का मात्र 8% ही राज्य के अंदर उपयोग हो पाता है और अधिकांश उत्पादित मक्का राज्य के बाहर अन्य राज्यों में कच्चा माल के रूप में चला जाता है। सरकार राज्य के अंदर मक्का आधारित उद्योगों की स्थापना के साथ साथ आय बढ़ाने के लिए अन्य उपायों का भी कार्य कर रही है। सरकार ने राज्य में कृषि के क्षेत्र में निवेश को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए अलग से बिहार कृषि निवेश प्रोत्साहन नीति भी लाई है। इसमें पहली बार कैपिटल सब्सिडी का प्रावधान किया गया है। राज्य सरकार की इथेनॉल प्रोत्साहन नीति से मक्का उत्पादक किसानों को फायदा हो रहा है। हाल ही में मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने उनके द्वारा पूर्णिया जिले में भारत के पहले इथेनॉल संयंत्र की स्थापना किया गया है। इसके साथ साथ संयंत्र की स्थापना ईस्टर्न इंडिया बायोफ्यूल्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड द्वारा 105 करोड़ की लागत से बनाया गया है। बिहार में 17 इथेनॉल संयंत्र स्थापित करने की कार्रवाई की जा रही है, जिनमें गन्ना के अवशेष, मक्का और टूटे चावल का उपयोग करके हर साल 35 करोड़ लीटर ईंधन उत्पादन करने की संभावना है। इथेनॉल की आपूर्ति तथा तेल मार्केटिंग कंपनियों को पेट्रोल और डीजल में मिलाने के लिए की जाएगी। पूर्णिया के अलावा भोजपुर, बक्सर, गोपालगंज, मुजफ्फरपुर, नालंदा, मधुबनी, बेगूसराय, पूर्वी चंपारण तथा भागलपुर में इथेनॉल प्लांट लगाने की कार्रवाई की जा रही। राज्य सरकार के प्रयासों के द्वितीय कृषि रोड मैप में के क्रियान्वयन के फलस्वरूप बिहार के कुक्कुट उद्योग में भी 15 से 20% वार्षिक वृद्धि हो रहा है। डेयरी उत्पादन सालाना 15 से 16% के बीच बढ़ा है। मछली बाजार में बिहार तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। इसलिए मक्का का बीज उद्योग, इथेनॉल, मक्का तेल, स्टार्च उद्योग, जैव ईंधन, खाद्य आधारित उद्योग और रेडी टू यूज भोज्य पदार्थ यानी आटा, दलिया, सत्तू, टॉफी, स्नैक्स आदि आधारित उद्योगों में निजी क्षेत्र के निवेश के लिए विशाल क्षमता में मौजूद है। इसके अलावा राज्य में स्वीट कॉर्न और बेबी कॉर्न के निर्यात की भी काफी संभावनाएं हैं। मैं फिक्की के समिट में उपस्थित सभी उद्योगपतियों और संस्थानों से बिहार में मक्का आधारित उद्योग लगाने की अपील करता हूं। राज्य की सरकार बिहार में निवेश करने हेतु इच्छुक सभी उद्यमियों का स्वागत करेगी और उन्हें उद्योगों की स्थापना हेतु हर संभव मदद करेगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सर, थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर योर आपका भाषण के लिए। अब हम लोग को भी मालूम है बिहार में तो बहुत कुछ डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है। वो मेज़ के बारे में, एग्रीकल्चर के बारे में, आपको एथनॉल के बारे में भी बताया। एंड वी रेस्पेक्ट दैट द काइंड ऑफ कितना काम उधर हो रहा है। सो हमारा एक ही इच्छा है, आप इधर जाने के पहले, मुझे मालूम है आपको थोड़ा जल्दी है, आप जाने के पहले वो फिक्की का रिपोर्ट आपके हाथ से दे देंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा। सो उसके लिए मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँ सरिता जी के लिए और रिपोर्ट का आई रिक्वेस्ट सरिता जी टू डू दैट रिपोर्ट ऑल्सो Am I audible? Hello?
हाँ हाँ ठीक है, हम ठीक है, ऑडिबल।
ठीक है सर, okay. So kindly do this, sir. So knowing the Mr. Mantriji is in a hurry, and I like to thank him. आप इतना तकलीफ लेके ये प्रोग्राम में आप ज्वाइन किया, और हम लोग के सौभाग्य समझता हूँ। मेरा हिंदी तो इतना अच्छा नहीं है, मैं तो टूटा फूटा हिंदी बोल रहा हूँ, मगर भी से सोचा था आपसे हिंदी से ही संबोधन करें, एंड आई होप दैट you understand my Hindi better than any other Hindi. Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining with
बहुत
us.
बहुत धन्यवाद, आपकी हिंदी बहुत ठीक है। बहुत लोगों से बहुत अच्छी है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हाँ, हम लोग सब प्रकार से, आप फिक्की के लोग आगे बढ़िए, आइए और ये इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए आगे बढ़िए, आपका हम स्वागत करेंगे।
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
जी।
Sarita, I think it's sort of we are coming to the end of the program, and before I think we close this program, let us also give the vote of thanks to all the people who have been here, who have been with us, because then we will be moving into the next programs. So I think first of all, I have to thank Amrinder Prasad Singh ji, the Honorable Minister, Agriculture Department, Government of Bihar. मालूम है उसका तकलीफ है, टाइम नहीं है, मगर भी वो इधर प्रतिष्ठित हुआ, एंड आई थिंक ही टॉक्ड, एंड हम लोग भी मालूम पड़ा बिहार में कितना काम हो रहा है। एक्चुअली दैट इज समथिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एग्रीकल्चर में वो लोग बहुत परिश्रम कर रहा है, मुझे भी मालूम है बहुत काम उधर हुआ किया था, हम लोग भी साथ में किया था बिहार एरिया में, झारखंड एरिया में इन द पास्ट, सो आई रिमेंबर दिस वेरी वेल। And our thanks is obviously due to Mr. Ronald Verdonk, who, and I think we will definitely be looking forward to getting more help from him. And the other thing, whenever I talk to people, and I always talk about it, is that US-India cooperation can be very interesting in areas where we need technology, especially to take this technology forward. And that is one area I think I'll probably go back to and thank Mr. Raul for being with us here today, and addressing us. And I'll probably look forward to his help, that with Cortiva's help, we can do much more wonders as far as the FICCI, Maize joint work is concerned. So I'll thank him a lot for joining us. I cannot but forget to say thank you to Mr. Sanjay, who has been, I don't know where he works. Does he works in S Bank or he works in FICCI? I always get a doubt once in a while, because he has been so much with us in all our agriculture related activities. Sanjay, once again, thanks a lot. Let me thank Yes Bank for their role, and also providing us Sanjay to take this forward, and all the sponsors for supporting this initiative. And this is done at very opportune time, because the 2 years, 2.5 years during COVID, where everything came to a halt, I think FICCI still did all those agricultural conferences, agricultural think tanks, agricultural innovative program, agricultural startups on a virtual mode, and I think we had great success. Now the opportunity is going to be to do this in the physical presence, which will be tomorrow. So we look forward to that. And every one of the FICCI members who have been part and parcel of this initiative, Sarita, and the entire team of, I think we need to really thank them. And all the participants today who are joined with us today, kindly stay back for the plenary sessions, because that is going to be the most important part, where the technology, the cutting edge interventions, etc., will be discussed. So look forward to, everybody looks forward to looking at how FICCI can work together along with all of you to ensure that we can say that India is becoming one of the largest producer of maize and we are running ahead of the needs, the consumption needs, and we tomorrow will become also a surplus for exports, and also for, very rightly said by the minister, the ethanol production. Ethanol production, every liter of ethanol we produce, we need to accept that we are also cutting down the import of equivalent amount of petroleum products. So I think it is going to be very interesting, and a great crop. It has got multi-use activities, and look forward to seeing all of you in the plenary session and also in the evening session, where the agricultural minister, Honorable Mr. Tomar, has promised to join. Yeah, I know he has just landed from Israel, so it's going to be. Yeah, I think we need to really thank him for this kind of gesture, what he has given us, and we look forward to welcoming him in the evening. Thank you. Thanks a lot, everybody. See you,
Thank
sir.
you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Ma. I think it is good that Bihar minister came, and he also,
Yeah.
one good thing, he spoke what is necessary. I'm really
Yes.
happy. And now I got marks for my Hindi also.
Oh.
See, the problem for all of us is, we don't speak in Hindi, na. That's a problem हम लोग का. ज़्यादा नहीं
True,
बात
sir.
करते हैं.
True, true.
वो ऐसा
No, but
casually
you were fabulous in Hindi.
casually बात करते हैं, but seriously हम लोग किसी जिंदगी में नहीं कर रहे. Okay, continue with your plenary sessions, and
Sure.
I'll join you in the evening now. Okay,
Sure,
all the
sir.
best.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Bye bye.
नमस्कार मोर ना नाजिया हियाल ग्राम जबागुड़ा पात्री पंचायत पापड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक नवरंगपुर जिला मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपनी रे नाजिया हियाल तो ग्राम जबागुड़ा मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः पापड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक नवरंगपुर जिला धान मक्का पनीपरिया चाष स्वयं सहायक दल चाष रे आमे अधिकांश लाभ सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपनी काहेकि मक्का अर्थ लाभ हुए तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाया आमे बेयर कंपनी रो 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करू।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था तो कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची, जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे, जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
नमस्कार, मोर ना नाजिया हियाल, ग्राम जबागुड़ा, पात्री पंचायत, पापड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक, नवरंगपुर जिला। मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी आ सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपानी रे डीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु आ मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू। और चाष कहले आमे धान, मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्रायोरिटी दो मका को, कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए। तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबापी आम बेयर कंपानी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करूँ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था तो कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची, जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे, जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
नमस्कार, मोर ना नाजिया हियाल, ग्राम जबागुड़ा, पात्री पंचायत, पापड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक, नवरंगपुर जिला। मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी आ सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपानी रे डीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु आ मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू। और चाष कहले आमे धान, मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्रायोरिटी दो मका को, कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए। तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबापी आम बेयर कंपानी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करूँ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था तो कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची, जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे, जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
नमस्कार, मोर ना नाजिया हियाल, ग्राम जबागुड़ा पात्री पंचायत पापड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक नवरंगपुर जिला मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपानी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू और चाष कहले आम धान मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्रायोरिटी दो मका को कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए। तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबापी आम बेयर कंपानी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करूँ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था तो कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
नमस्कार, मोर ना नाजिया हियाल, ग्राम जबागुड़ा पात्री पंचायत पापड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक नवरंगपुर जिला मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपानी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू और चाष कहले आम धान मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्रायोरिटी दो मका को कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए। तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबापी आम बेयर कंपानी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करूँ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था तो कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
नमस्कार, मोर ना नाजिया हियाल, ग्राम जबागुड़ा पात्री पंचायत पापड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक नवरंगपुर जिला मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपानी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू और चाष कहले आम धान मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्रायोरिटी दो मका को कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए। तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबापी आम बेयर कंपानी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करूँ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के
Maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं, लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम करने जाते थे।
Primitive and unplanned farming practices gradually led to huge challenges, immensely affecting productivity and in turn their livelihood.
सारा खींचना, मक्का का बीज एक एक झुक झुक के लगाना, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है।
Teaming up with Pradhan professionals and with enriching support from Koteva, these women farmers of Betul transform their lives by transforming their farming methodology.
हम एक सेल्फ रिलायंट प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग 3 मुख्य चीज़ों पर ध्यान देते हैं, जिसमें एक है आपका प्रैक्टिस, दूसरा सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मार्केटिंग।
Effective training and guidance for adopting best farming practices and farm mechanization resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में सीजन से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही हैं, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ नीमिया किसानों के साथ में मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी के मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
इतना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं मतलब कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ और भी बाइयां इसी प्रकार से मतलब अपनी कोशिश जारी रखी।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज़ को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Koteva Agri-Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
Who was the first farmer who planted a seed and grew our world? It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has. With smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields, farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva Agri-Science, And we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती नहीं थी, निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds.
resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में स्प्रिट से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही है, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ निमिया किसानों के साथ में मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी के मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
इतना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं मतलब कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ और भी बाइयां इसी प्रकार से मतलब अपनी कोशिश जारी रखी।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज़ को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Koteva Agri-Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
Who was the first farmer? Who planted a seed and grew our world? It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has, with smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields. Farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva Agriscience, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती नहीं थी, निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Knowledge the growth of every life.
नमस्कार, मोर ना नाजिया हियाल, ग्राम जबागुड़ा, पात्री पंचायत, पापड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक, नवरंगपुर जिला। मु शांति जाति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी। सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपानी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहूँ। चाष कहले आम धान, मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्राय दो मका को, कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए। तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबापी आम बेयर कंपानी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करो।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था तो कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची, जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे, जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
For decades, maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं, लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम करने जाते थे।
Primitive and unplanned farming practices gradually led to huge challenges, immensely affecting productivity and in turn their livelihood.
सारा खींचना, मक्का का बीज एक एक झुक के लगाना, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है।
Teaming up with Pradhan professionals and with enriching support from Koteva, these women farmers of Betul transform their lives by transforming their farming methodology.
हम एक सेल्फ रिलायंट प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग 3 मुख्य चीज़ों पर ध्यान देते हैं, जिसमें एक है आपका प्रैक्टिस, दूसरा सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मार्केटिंग।
Effective training and guidance for adopting best farming practices and farm mechanization resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में स्प्रिंग से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही है, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ नीमिया किसानों के साथ मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी के मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
इतना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ और भी बाइयां इसी प्रकार से अपनी कोशिश जारी रखी।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज़ को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Koteva Agri-Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
was the first farmer who planted a seed and grew our world. It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has, with smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields. Farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva Agriscience, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती नहीं थी, निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds.
I think we are missing one speaker, but hopefully he'll join as we come in. And thank you all for coming in. We'll start off in about a minute. Sarita, would you introduce and?
Sarita, we are live.
Yeah, we are checking with Mr. Krishna. He is about to join, I believe.
Sure. So do let us know when we are live so that we can start off.
We are live, sir. We can start. Meanwhile, we are just checking with Mr. Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarita. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of FICCI and Yes Bank, I welcome you all to the first session of FICCI's 8th India Maize Summit 2022. And in this session, we'll be focusing on the quality and quantity concerns with regard to availability of maize. So as we had listened during the inaugural session, maize serves as a key raw material across various sectors, including animal feed, starch, food processing, and bioethanol. And it is amongst the world's most widely procured and consumed cereal crop. In 2020, about 1.2 billion metric tons of maize was produced globally, covering an area of about 193 million hectares. So global production of maize has increased at a decadal CAGR of about 3%. And the changing global dynamics, especially due to the ongoing conflict in the Black Sea region and low productivity of key producers due to unfavorable weather conditions, has impacted the global maize trade, leading to high prices and issues in availability. So in this session, we will hear from our distinguished speakers on quality and quantity concerns that the world in general and India in specific is facing, and try to get an understanding of some of the key questions that are emerging and that continue to challenge the maize sector. Question one: what are the demand trends of maize across various subsectors such as starch, animal feed, and food processing? What is driving demand? What is the impact of Russia-Ukraine conflict on maize supply? And how do we meet this growing demand of maize? So before we hear on this topic, we will have our keynote speaker for this session, Shri Harinder Singh Ji, Joint Director Cash Crops, Government of Punjab, deliver a special address on the experience of Punjab in the state's effort in conserving natural resources through crop diversification and a crop diversification strategy where maize is playing a very important role. The other distinguished speakers that we have today who have gathered here to address us include Mr. Prashant Shukla, who is the head of supply chain, Rocket India. Mr. Prashant will be speaking on the impact of Russia-Ukraine conflict on maize supply and will throw light on the opportunities and challenges faced by the Indian starch sector for accessing the right quantity and quality of maize for starch production. Our second speaker is Mr. Sailesh Krishna. He is to join us, probably he'll be joining us shortly. Mr. Sailesh heads grain sourcing and international trade for ITC. He will speak on international demand and supply of maize and the opportunities and challenges faced by India with specific reference to international trade of maize. Our third speaker, we will have the pleasure of listening to Mr. Suresh Raidu, who is the Managing Director of Srinivasa Farms Private Limited, one of the largest integrated poultry players in India. Mr. Suresh Raidu is also the Vice Chairman of All India Poultry Breeders Association, and he will speak on the trends in demand for maize from a poultry sector perspective. This will be followed by a presentation by Ms. Archana Gautam on the quality specifications of maize. Ms. Archana is a qualified food analyst under FSSAI Section 42, and she has worked in the area of testing and quality checks of food and agricultural products. And we'll conclude the session with a presentation from Dr. Sujay Rakshit. Dr. Sujay is the Director of Indian Institute of Maize Research, and he will give us an overview of the growing need for quality maize protein and the various initiatives that are being taken up by public sector research institutes such as the Indian Institute of Maize Research to address this growing demand and the need to improve our supply. So with this brief introduction, it gives me immense pleasure to invite Shri Harinder Singh Ji, Joint Director, Cash Crops, Government of Punjab, for a special address on crop diversification. Mr. Harinder Singh has completed his BSc Agriculture with honors from Punjab University, Ludhiana, and joined the Department of Agriculture in 1988. He is currently posted at the Directorate of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, SAS Nagar, Mohali. To you, sir, Harinder Singh Ji.
Thank you, Sanjay Ji.
Thank you, sir.
Good
Thank you
morning.
for coming in. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Sir, in Punjab, we are trying to diversify our agriculture from paddy to maize. Many effort has been being done by us. There are some issues we are discussing with all the stakeholders. One of the maize is a very important crop in diversification. डिमांड ही इसकी इतनी ज़्यादा है, हमें हमारी जो टोटल जो हमारे पंजाब की कंजम्पशन है वो 12.5 लाख मिलियन टन की जो मेज हमें चाहिए सभी पोल्ट्री के लिए, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए, ग्लूकोज, कॉर्नफ्लेक, साइलेज एंड एक्सेट्रा के लिए। इसके लिए हमें जो बड़ा एरिया चाहिए वो अबाउट 3.5 लाख हेक्टेयर हमें इसकी ज़रूरत है, लेकिन हमारा पंजाब में ऑलमोस्ट 1 लाख हेक्टेयर पिछले सालों से कंटिन्यू इतना ही रह रहा है। 1 लाख से ऊपर 10-15 लाख हेक्टेयर हो जाते हैं। तो हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं इसको बढ़ाने की। तो हमारा जो पैडी है, हम पैडी, हमारा 31 लाख हेक्टेयर पैडी एरिया है जो हम पैडी के नीचे लाते हैं, जिसके हमारा जो वाटर टेबल नीचे जा रहा है। तो जो हमारी पंजाब एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी है, उन्होंने जो हमारे जो सेफ जो एरिया बताया है कि 16 लाख हेक्टेयर हम पैडी सेफली ग्रो कर सकते हैं अगर हमने वाटर सोर्सेज को बचाना है। इसके हिसाब से हम जो 31 लाख हेक्टेयर बीजते हैं, 15 लाख हेक्टेयर को हमने रिप्लेस करना पड़ेगा, और इसको रिप्लेस करने के लिए सबसे बेटर क्रॉप ये हमारी मेज क्रॉप ही है। तो पिछले ट्रेडिशनल एरिया जो हम पहले बीते थे 1970 में, हम 5.8 लाख हेक्टेयर हम पहले कल्टीवेशन करते थे, लेकिन अभी वो कम कम होती होती 1 लाख के ऊपर थोड़ी बहुत ही रह गई है अभी। तो इसको बढ़ाने के लिए हम जो कर रहे हैं, हमने अब इस साल जो टारगेट रखा है, हमने 1,65,000 हेक्टेयर का रखा हुआ है, और इसके लिए जो हमने 33,000 क्वांटल जो सीड की जो रिक्वायरमेंट थी वो हमने पूरी कर रखी हुई है। और उसके लिए हमने 150 रुपीज 150 सब्सिडी पर केजी के लिए भी हमने वो उसका कैलकुलेशन कर रखा है, क्योंकि पंजाब सरकार नई अभी वो पॉलिसी फ्रेम करने में बिजी है, और इसके लिए कोई ना कोई हम अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट लेकर आ रहे हैं। तो हम जो हमारा जो इसको बढ़ाने के लिए मेन जो इशू हमारे आ रहे हैं, एक तो मॉइस्चर इसका ज़्यादा होता है, और मॉइस्चर ज़्यादा होने के कारण जो हमारी ये क्रॉप है मेज की, वो उतने रेट में नहीं बिक पाती जितना हमारे फार्मर को लाभ हो। तो जो हमारा जो पैडी का जो रिटर्न आता है, मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा, वो 1 एकड़ से हमारा 35,312 रुपीज़ का रिटर्न 1 एकड़ से आता है, और मेज का जो रिटर्न आता है 20,900। तो इसका डिफरेंस 1 एकड़ में 14,412 रुपीज़ हम एकड़ के हिसाब से करें तो एवरेज जो 35,000 का गैप रहता है इनकम में, जो पैडी ग्रो करते हैं और जो मेज ग्रो करते हैं। इसी कारण जो पिछले सालों से हमारा जो एरिया बढ़ नहीं रहा, तो प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी एक मेन कारण है हमारा, यानी। और ये प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी कैसे भी हो, चाहे गवर्नमेंट की एजेंसी से अश्योर्ड इसकी प्राइस के प्रोक्योरमेंट हो, जहाँ कोई ऐसे कोई कंपनसेशन फंड या प्राइस डेफिशिएंसी फंड कोई भी क्रिएट हो जाए किसी भी स्टेक होल्डर से, या पंजाब गवर्नमेंट से, या सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से, तो इसकी यदि प्रोडक्शन काफ़ी इंक्रीज की जा सकती है। और दूसरा जो हमारा जो हमने इसको बढ़ाने के लिए 3.25 हेक्टेयर तो इसको हम कर सकते हैं, लेकिन वो क्यों नहीं हो रहा? क्योंकि जो बाहर की % नीचे आता है, और जो पंजाब की मक्की है उसमें मॉइस्चर कंटेंट ज़्यादा होने के कारण उसका रेट नहीं मिल रहा। और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने भी एक पॉलिसी निकाली है कि जो डिस्टिलरीज को उन्होंने एथेनॉल बनाने के लिए जो उन्होंने कहा है कि जो डिस्टिलरी है उनके 50 और 10-15 किलोमीटर के एरिया में बड़े बड़े क्लस्टर, स्पेशल क्लस्टर बनाए जाएं, और वहाँ के लोगों का MSP पे एग्रीमेंट करवाएं डिस्टिलरी के साथ। जो हमने उनके साथ बात की है, तो वो अनऑफिशियल ऑन दी रिकॉर्ड नहीं है। वो कहते हैं कि हम एमएसपी पर नहीं खरीद कर सकते, हम मार्केट रेट पे ही लेंगे। यानी इसीलिए जो क्लस्टर की जो पॉलिसी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की है, उसके लिए हमने ये इंश्योर नहीं कर डिस्टिली करती कि हम जो एमएसपी पे ही खरीद करेंगे। यानी ये बड़ी बॉटल नेक हमारी प्रोडक्शन में आ रही है, तो इसको एक सॉल्व करना पड़ेगा। यानी तो दूसरा जो उन्होंने कहा कि जो क्लस्टर है वो 100 हेक्टेयर का है। 100 हेक्टेयर का हमारे ये नहीं हो सकता पंजाब में, क्योंकि ये अश्योर्ड क्रॉप अश्योर्ड की इसकी प्रोक्योरमेंट नहीं है। इसलिए जो अगर ऐसे आगे के बढ़ता है काम, तो हम इसके क्लस्टर साइज बड़े कर सकते हैं। तो हमारा यही एक तो है कि इसका जो डेफिशिएंसी प्राइस पे और क्लस्टर छोटे होने चाहिए, तो इसकी इसकी प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा सकते हैं। और दूसरा एवेन्यू जो हमारा जो पंजाब में हम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं वो है साइलेज का। साइलेज का जो हमारे बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है, तो कोई समर में भी और जो अपना मेन खरीफ सीजन में जो साइलेज बनाएंगे, उसका बहुत ही बड़ा स्कोप हमारे, हम फॉडर बैंक बनाकर थ्रू आउट इंडिया हम साइलेज को सप्लाई कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि उसमें हमारा बहुत ज़्यादा जो जो खर्चा है इसमें बहुत कम होता है। ये 5 रुपए में हम एक जो फीड है वो एनिमल को मिल जाती है एक किलो की। और जो तूड़ी जो फीड है दूसरी, वो 27 रुपये किलो पड़ती है। और जो बीट भूसा की भी फीड है वो भी 11 रुपये किलो से कम नहीं पड़ती है। नहीं, इसमें हम ज़्यादा जो मेन जो पैडी ग्रोइंग एरिया है उसमें इसको रिप्लेस कर सकते हैं साइलेज के लिए। और दूसरा जो हमारा जो पहले मेंटेन हो रहा है, वो तो हम जैसे कॉटन बीज रहे हैं, कॉटन भी वहाँ बीजते हैं जहाँ के हमारा पैडी के लिए कोई फैसिलिटी नहीं। इसीलिए ऐसे ही हमारा जो कॉटन मेज का एरिया वो भी वही है जहाँ हमारे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है पैडी को बीजने के लिए। तो वो 1 लाख हेक्टेयर प्लस 10-15 हज़ार हेक्टेयर वो ऊपर ऐसे नीचे स्विंग करता रहता है। जैसे कोई सब्सिडी वगैरह ज़्यादा आ जाती है तो इसका एरिया बढ़ जाता है, अगर नहीं आती तो फिर कम हो जाता है। या कोई अश्योर्ड प्राइस ना होने के कारण हम इसको उतना नहीं आगे बना रहे। और मुझे लगता है कि जैसे ही कोई एथेनॉल की जो आई है, ऐसे कोई हमारे पास कुछ ऐसी कोई फैसिलिटी आए, तो हम इसका एरिया बहुत बढ़ा सकते हैं। क्योंकि हमारा जो हम फार्मर की तरफ से बात करते हैं, तो फार्मर इसकी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी जरूर चाहता है। यानी वो पैडी के बराबर आ जाए या इसके नियर भी आ जाए, तो हम इसको आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। यही हमारी बाकी दूसरी तो जो इसके जो बॉटल नेक है वाटर की है अपने, वो जो जैसे हम कहते हैं कि स्टे एनिमल की है, मॉइस्चर की है, वो फैसिलिटियां हम हमारे पास अवेलेबल भी है और उसको हम बढ़ा भी सकते हैं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। लेकिन सबसे जो बॉटल नेक राइस से कन्वर्ट करने की है, पैडी से हम मेज को कन्वर्ट करना है, तो उसको प्राइस स्टेबलाइजेशन हमें देना पड़ेगा। तो यही हमारा पंजाब का इशू है, इसको हम आगे ठीक और भी सभी स्टेक होल्डर को रिक्वेस्ट है, इसके लिए कोई ऐसा प्रोग्राम ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट बने तो वो इसको हम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। क्योंकि इसके मेज की इतनी ज़्यादा डिमांड है और लोग भी इसको बीजना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि हमारा ट्रेडिशनल फूड क्रॉप मेज ही थी। तो पहले भी एक इससे सोशल मीडिया में भी जो हेल्थ एक्टिविस्ट हैं डॉक्टर खादर वली जी साउथ के, वो भी इसको रिकमेंड करते हैं डिजीज को कंट्रोल करने के लिए। उसके लिए भी हमारे बहुत ज़्यादा पंजाब में अवेयरनेस है। तो जो मिलेट्स जो है, जो ये खास करके मक्की और ज्वार है, ये फूड जो न्यूट्रल फूड है, इससे वो डिजीज पैदा नहीं होती है। और दूसरे जो मेन मिलेट्स है उससे तो डिजीज रिवर्स भी कर सकते हैं। और राइस और वीट के तो उन्होंने बड़े नेगेटिव जो हेल्थ पे इशू पड़ते हैं, जो ग्लूटेन को जो काफ़ी लोगों को एलर्जी भी है, तो हम मेज़ को हम बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं। लेकिन बस यही एक इशू है जो खास करके प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी का, उसको हम सॉल्व कर लें। तो मैं कहता हूँ कि आपके माध्यम से जो भी स्टेक होल्डर जहाँ सुन रहे हैं, इससे हम पंजाब को फायदा होगा। धन्यवाद सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच हरिंदर सिंह जी। इनफैक्ट आपने जो पॉइंट आउट किए हैं, एक एक is profitability from a maize farm for the farmer. अगर 20,000 vis-a-vis
आवाज
30 या 35 सुनाई दे रहा है?
सर आवाज नहीं आ रही सर ये सर
Am I audible? Is this better?
Yes, yes.
You are audible to all of us.
Yeah. तो अगर profitability 35,000 पे पहुंचाना है तो the best way probably to do it is to increase productivity. The opportunity is to try and double productivity, and that lies with the seed companies, hybrid companies, to try and improve productivity. That is one part. The दूसरी ये है कि आप बोल रहे थे कि moisture content का काफी challenge है, and because of which price realization is low, and a lot of effort can be put in, especially by companies who are into procurement, output procurement, companies like Dehat, or companies who are into poultry companies to promote proper quality. So thank you very much for your opening remarks and for giving us an overview of the field condition in Punjab. And we really hope that more can be done in that state. So after this special session, special address that we have heard from Shri Harinder Singh Ji, I now invite Mr. Prashant Shukla, Head Supply Chain, Rocket India, to deliver his address on the impact of Russia-Ukraine conflict on maize supply. Mr. Prashant Shukla is the Head of Supply Chain and Customer Care at Rocket India. In his current role, he is responsible for overseeing and managing the company's overall supply chain and logistics strategy. Mr. Prashant comes with 25 years of experience in managing end-to-end supply chain operations across companies such as Coca-Cola India, Ashok Leyland, and several other packaging majors in the world. To you, Mr. Prashant, in addition to the impact of Russia-Ukraine war on maize supply-demand dynamics, if it's also possible, please share your views on the opportunities and challenges faced by the Indian starch sector for accessing the right quantity and quality of maize for starch production. To you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay, and thank you, Divya.
Yes, sir. Continue. Harinder Singh Ji, if you can put your speaker on mute, it will be very helpful. Prashant Ji, to you.
Okay. Divya, is it possible for you to share the slide which Jayashree would have shared with you? Just so that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Perfect. I think you can go on a slide mode. It will be better visible. And Divya, Sanjay Ji, is this okay if I talk in English or?
Any language, English is good.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, thank you to give us this opportunity. And on behalf of Rocket, I'm really thankful for this platform and the efforts done by FICCI and Yes Bank to address this several issues which are there. I'm sorry, my health is a little bit down. I'm actually in France right now and have severe cold. So I'll try and manage it with that. So excuse me for that. And maybe if there is any, though I have a good internet connection, but if there is any issue, I will rejoin back. So just as a disclaimer, I will start. Very, very interesting topic. Actually, the most interesting topic of this whole session you have given to me. Because in last 7 summits which we have done, there was only one thing which was not there, and which is this war situation. And this is so exciting. It's actually a problem for the world, which is inhuman. There are issues with respect to that, but for a supply chain person, it's an added challenge, and it is extremely important that we are able to understand the impact of it, because only when we understand the impact of it, we will be able to do something about it. And this is something beyond our control. So important for us to understand this. Now, my team has done some slide just to help you understand that Ukraine Ukraine produces close to 40 million metric ton of corn, and they are basically an exporting country. And I'm sure all of you are aware of all of this and much more, but I will try and get into more supply related issues, just other than just sharing the information. But Ukraine generally exports around 30 million metric ton. And it's a large quantity when you see the supply demand situation. Uh, Out of this 30 million metric ton, for last 60 days, the war is continuing, and a lot of these ports have been controlled now by Russian agencies. Uh, there has been a lot of destruction. The infrastructure is completely destroyed. What has also happened is that the entire field of maize and corn has become a battlefield. So not only corn, but all other agriculture commodities have taken a beating. So we really don't know how's the status of warehouses, the corn which is lying there. As per rough estimate, around 12 million metric ton of corn is still to be exported from there, from the current crop itself. And beyond that, this situation has taken so long before it improves. So it has extended beyond anybody's imagination, and it has a far-reaching impact on the world as we go along. In our estimate, globally, because we are dependent on maize globally, we buy huge quantities across the globe from all the continents and all the origins, whichever part of the world produces corn, we are buying from there. So we keep tracking these difficulties and supply demand situation internationally. So what we feel that it is some time, and I won't hazard a guess, but just a general estimate that it might take maybe 1 year or 18 months before we see improvement. Now, if that is the only parameter which needed to be factored in, it was still okay. We could have judged it little bit better, but the problem is even multifold. And problem of multifold, and why I say so is because there is also a parallel crisis going on energy, and parallel crisis going on freight and logistics. Now, all the best traders of the world or trading houses of the world always used to factor in these aspects, but they only used to factor in 10-15% to arrive at a landed parity from a costing point of view. They never had an issue because there have been origin and destinations which were fixed completely. The routes were fixed, the ships, the backend infrastructure for shipping and transporting was very fixed, the lanes were fixed, the freight was fixed. So people knew there was a predictability in the system. So people were doing trade with a free mind, that okay, if I sell, my material will reach to the place at the same rate which I have envisaged or I have sold. So my profitability or my margin will be fixed. Now you don't know. First of all, you don't know whether the material will reach safely. Second, when you plan to sell or plan to buy, after that, if there is a gap of 1 month, whether my freight rates will remain the same. So whether the planning which I am doing will happen that way, plus how long or how short I keep my coverage. So if I have to buy corn for next 3 months, when do I buy? And if I buy, will I get it in 3 months or it will take 5 months or 6 months? Because there is no clarity whether material will reach you on time. So there are all three aspects. One, the safety of material. The second, you also have a problem of whether at the same cost it will come to you or not. Third, whether material will reach in time or not. So all these three uncertainties are keeping the market very, very volatile. And when the market is volatile, you all know that the pricing becomes a very important factor. So people become in a panic approach, and panic approach will boost up the prices of CBOT, and that all of that we are seeing that world across the corn prices have gone up. And I have heard previous session, and it was fantastic to know that there are progressive farmers who really want to get into more and more corn, and they are seeing this as an alternate option against the paddy. So which is a very good news going forward. And as Sunjay, you have been saying that this has been growing at 3 to 4% CAGR. This is actually a very good thing, unless the only problem is that how do we fix more certainties within the international origin and destination. So I think this is very, very important. Now, if you see the first, Divya, I have 10 minutes, right? So that I will pace my discussion accordingly.
Yes, sir. Yes, you have 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So if I'm getting a little bit taking more time, please give me an indication.
Sure, sir. Sure.
So as far as output is concerned, you see that from the first chart that Ukraine produced close to forecasted to produce close to 40 million metric ton. The output is now decreasing, so that deficit will anyway be there. And post that, there will always be an issue of supplies from there. Now, which are all markets which are there, is something needs to also be seen. So if you see China, Netherlands, Egypt, Spain, Turkey, these are the markets which have been dependent upon Ukraine and this crop to be there. Now, all of that countries who will have this deficit will look for surplus markets. And is India a surplus market? I would say no. But what would happen is there will always be a pressure for people to export, to the countries where we can still be, with the borders which are neighboring borders and things like that. There will be an option to export, and that in a way will keep the prices high, or at least it will not allow it to go down, is what is going to happen. Now, India, to my understanding, the kind of consumption which we see as increase either in starch or in poultry, or even on now ethanol, which is the new outlet, potential outlet for corn to go. India will turn into a potential deficit country from a network point of view, unless and until we have a very stable policy on imports and we have a import friendly policies. Farmer organizations can say that it's not a good strategy, but I would say that in order for farmers only will grow when the consumption of corn grows. Now, who will increase the consumption is the companies like us, or food companies which uses corn as their one of the raw material. Now, if that happens, and if they don't get if they don't get corn, enough corn available for them, they will go to alternate recipes. Sorry. So they will go to alternate recipes, and when they go to alternate recipes, the consumption will go down, and it's not a good situation to have. So I would say that a very stable supply chain is very important for farmers to get benefited from some crop. It can be tactical to say that prices can go up for a year and you can take advantage of it, but in the long run, all these things don't work. Long run, the economics prevail. All the stakeholders have to work together, and as a responsible buyer, we understand that part, that we have to play that role. And me and my team in India have been working with farmer organizations, and all of that in the back end to improve the pre and post harvesting situations and all of that. So I won't really deviate from that topic which has been given to me, but that's very interesting part which Rocket also intervenes and works collaboratively with farmers. Now, India corn prices, as we feel, are going to be in the medium to short to medium term, because new crop is already on the way as we speak. The further new crop will come in October, November. Consumption has grown. There are uncertainties of the globe. India right now is not at a panic stage, but will be under pressure from a supplies point of view. And most of the things will also depend on corn consumption pattern, and consumption pattern will define how prices would go. Now, one more part which is related to Ukraine estimate is that in next few years the crop will take time to go back to its original glory, and to its full potential. So there will be an issue on that. This coupled with a lot of other factors like global fertilizer supplies is going to create an issue. All the alternate markets, which are say US, China, Europe, Argentina, Brazil, these markets are also facing a lot of turmoil with respect to logistics and freight and choking off their ports. Now you see that the China is under lockdown right now in a very, very big way. We see some scary pictures of Chinese ports which have a big clogging of ships and shipments, which is increasing the turnaround time, and hence availability of shipping vessels is a problem. So I would say that you know आई वुड से इन हिंदी पीपल से जो अपने हाथ में है वही सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है. सो इंडिया का जो कॉर्न है वो प्रीशियस है हमारे लिए फॉर आवर फूड सिक्योरिटी, for our poultry industry, for our starch industry. So it is important that we work with government collaboratively and use platforms like these and ESMA to request government to really look into all these aspects holistically, to say that how do we protect our industry, because only when we protect our industry our back-end farmers will be happy. So and this is on the long run. What I would do is I'll just take a pause here, and Divya or Sunjay, if you have any question or anything else which you want me to cover, please do let me know.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prashant. In fact, that was a very in-depth analysis of the Russia-Ukraine crisis and the impact on maize supply-demand scenario. We also have with us today Mr. Sailesh Krishna. He is head of Grain Export ITC, and he'll be speaking on the international demand and supply of maize and the opportunities and challenges that we are facing as a country. Mr. Sailesh heads business of rice and food grains in ITC. His core focus areas include sourcing of organic and food-safe grains and oilseeds, and his key area of expertise includes supply chain management, sourcing, processing, export and import, as well as risk management. So almost a similar profile like yours, Mr. Prashant. So I invite Mr. Shailesh to give his views also on how do you see the overall global demand, and where does India stand with respect to maize?
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you, Vicky. Am I?
Yeah, you're audible, Mr. Shailesh. Yeah.
So I have 2-3 slides which I'll share to cover my topic of the day. So can I share?
Please do. Please do.
Yeah. So is the slide visible?
Yes, perfect.
So thank you, Vicky, for organizing this knowledge session on maize in India and global maize scenario. So I will be covering the global scenario on supply and demand and the trade scenario, and what does India's prospect and price and export prospect look like. So coming to the global top producers of this commodity. Maize happens to be the largest grown agri commodity in the world. It is more than 1,000 million tons, which is by far the greatest as compared to wheat, which is around 800, and soybean, which is around 500 million tons. So it is the largest commodity produced, and USA and China make up almost 50% of the production of the world. And the production, while production is higher in some countries like Brazil, Indonesia, Pakistan, there is higher demand from Iran and China. Uh, China, which itself is a very large producer, their demand is going up. And of course, there is disruption from one of the largest exporters, which is Ukraine. So coupled with increasing demand from markets and disruption in Ukraine, I think the scenario for maize looks good going forward. At least the impact on Indian markets will be good. So the large producers, as you can see, the Argentina, Brazil, Russia, etc. Ukraine also happens to be a 42 million ton producer of grain. Coming to the next slide, which is the top importers. The first one was the exporter, and the second one is the top importers. Top importers are Europe is a large importer of this grain. Japan and Korea also happen to be large importers and almost zero producers. They have no domestic production of maize. And the Latin American countries like Mexico and all, where maize is a staple diet like we have in India, which is the rice or wheat. The Latin American countries depend on corn flour, corn, various derivatives of corn for their regular food. But while China is itself about 200 million tons producer, the demand and the visibility of China produce as well as the demand for import is almost, it's a black box. Nobody can predict how much they have actually produced or how much they are, going to import in any particular year. So that is a challenge when forecasting supply and demand in this world. And while the large importers, more or less, we can see demand from each of the importing large countries going up. China demand for imports is supposed to be more than triple. From 7 or 8 million tons, it is supposed to have this year, it has gone up to 30. And next year, we don't see, in the coming marketing year, we don't see the demand from China coming down. So that is a major factor. And this is coupled, of course, coupled with the disruption in Ukraine and Black Sea ports, which is likely to continue for this calendar year at least, because their ports, their handling infrastructure and everything has been destroyed. So I still see this disruption carrying on, spilling on to the new maize marketing season, which will come up in October, November. So till then, at least by the end of this year, I see the disruption continuing from there. Coming to is it unshared?
Yeah, it's unshared. I think you'll have to reshare. Yeah, we're fine now.
Fine now. Slight change is a... Okay, coming to the India position on what is happening in India, we see the last, I hope the slide is visible.
Yeah, perfect.
So while we see the production has gone up in the last 10 years, the production has gone up from about 20 million tons to about 30 million tons now. the price has more than doubled. From 10-11 rupees, the maize price today is 22-23 rupees. So that is what has happened in India, and the export, particularly in the last 2 years, has been good. India has exported almost 3 million tons of maize in the last 1 year. And maize happens to be an important, third most important crop after wheat and rice in India, and grown across geographies in different cropping windows. So just a second. And we have importing neighboring markets in Bangladesh and Nepal, etc., which import from India. And Vietnam has emerged as one of the largest importers from India. Apart from that, we export to Malaysia, Taiwan, and partly Middle East countries, sometimes UAE, Oman, etc. So all the neighboring countries in Middle East and Southeast Asia have their regular demand, apart from Bangladesh, etc., have their demand partly being fulfilled from India. And this demand is likely to continue in the coming year also. So it is not that it will stop here. It is still there. The demand is today also we have demand, and it is likely to continue in the coming years also. If we come to the Indian export markets, we can see that Bangladesh is by far the largest market. Almost 50% of Indian produce goes to Bangladesh. Apart from them, Vietnam, Nepal, and other neighboring countries make up the India's share in exports. Currently, we are facing competition from Pakistan. They have a large crop from their normal self, and they are selling in Southeast Asia. The landed cost there is about 365 US dollars in Vietnam, and we have demand around that, and which translates to about 23,000 rupees per metric ton port delivery in India. The only challenge that we are facing currently is all the ports are choked with wheat, and there is very poor availability of either transport or labor at the ports, whether it is West Coast ports or East Coast ports, Vizag, etc. Vizag, Krishnapatnam, Kakinada, there is demand for this thing, but neither are we getting rakes nor we have labor to unload the kind of backlog that wheat is saying is at all the ports. So that is a challenge. Otherwise, the import demand is very much there, and the market, which is currently, I will say, stagnant to slightly down in maize, is likely to run up as soon as we can see free movement of cargo, both from inland as well as at the port. As soon as the logistics situation improves, we should see the market running up. One indicator of the demand of maize is a substitute, which is broken rice. And broken rice is in continuous demand from China, Vietnam, etc., and is ruling as high as $330 and $40 FOB in India currently. So I don't see Indian maize selling below these levels. 330 to 40 is the range currently, and there is abundant demand for Indian maize should the situation at the ports improve a bit. Coming to the part on what is the market outlook and how do you see the market going forward? The market going forward is, with Ukraine being out of action for a large part, I think they are down. They have a backlog of about 14 to 15 million tons, which the previous speaker from Rocket also covered. And however, their projections of the future crop in the next marketing year is down by 30%. And the ports at Ukraine continue to be blocked as of now. Shipments are less than 15% of normal volume. So that itself is creating a huge gap. Now, the coming up crop in US and other countries are delayed due to excessive wet conditions, and there is rising concern on tightening of global supplies, which is getting reflected in the Chicago mercantile prices. The July contract has started moving up, and currently the parity of July contract, if converted from 780, 800, around 800 $8 per bushel, works out to around at $77, 77 rupees to a dollar, works out to around $330 FOB in India. So I think the underlying market for maize is firm. The availability right now from Bihar and Andhra is good. People who want to stock for their regular usage, for people for starch or poultry who want to stock, this is a good time to buy and stock maize, because once the ports become functional and the load of wheat kind of decreases on the port, I see a rush of demand coming up for maize from India, and prices are till the next crop comes in November, which is the Kharif crop, October, November. I see the prices moving up slowly from here. It should go up only, and market India should have. This is like I said to somebody today. India is in a unique position today to on all three principal crops of wheat, maize, and rice. Never before has there been such a good outlook for India in terms of exports, and how well we are placed with abundance of all three crops. So I see good times for Indian maize. We should go ahead and start stocking and buying maize for India, for India, whether for domestic or for export usage. That's all, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sailesh. I think this was a very deep analysis of the global scenario and a very clear message to the industry and everybody who's listening that there could be uptick in prices in the near future, depending on unchoking of the ports. And hopefully this was useful for all listeners in the today. So our next speaker today, we have the pleasure of having with us one of the stalwarts of the poultry sector, Mr. Suresh Raidu, who will be speaking on the trends in demand, sourcing challenges, and requirements of maize from a poultry sector perspective. Mr. Suresh Raidu is the managing director of Srinivasa Farms Private Limited, a very well-known poultry company, and vice chairman of All India Poultry Breeders Association. Srinivasa Farms Private Limited is recognized as one of the key architects of Indian poultry industry. The company is involved in chicken breeding, chicken and egg processing, feed manufacturing, and also some soya oil extraction and processing. Mr. Suresh has been instrumental in steering Srinivasa Farms to achieve sustainably high growth through expansion and diversification. He has been adopting a farmer-first philosophy and is passionate about ensuring that poultry industry is healthy and sustainable through adoption of latest technology and good rearing practices. We are very happy to have you, Mr. Suresh, here today, and we look forward to hear from you.
Thanks, Sanjay. Thanks for the opportunity to FICCI and for the Maize Summit. So while I thought I could talk about with some slides and all that, but I think we have experts here who are much better to talk on the subject of maize. I am only going to rant about, what is the need, what is the future. And as somebody who's been since, was born on a chicken farm and we have seen how the industry has grown and supported our nation. We have been able to, I don't know, I think there are rupee billionaires that we made in this industry. And I think that opportunity is going to be even more over the next 20 years at least. I think there was a report recently that by 2047, India will be a $40 trillion economy. And I think one of the earlier speakers was talking about China and its import, although it's one of the biggest producers, and how it is importing. And that's the future we are staring at. I think in next 2 to 3 years, we will be, we will be an importing country on this if we are not smart about it. And I know again a member was talking about how we are exporting. We are exporting cheap and buying pricey. That's what we do, and that's what I don't know how smart that is. I know last year when soya went up to 1 lakh, we exported at 33,000 or 34,000, and we imported at 60, 70,000. So I don't know how smart we want to be there, and that's the point. And in our vicinity, there is a between $4 to $7-8 billion export opportunity, which we are not able to take advantage of. Because like if you see last year and the year before, on an average, corn in India was 40 to 60% higher than Brazil and US. And I think so that's where it is. So now I want to give you some numbers. We are looking at today, 2020, we are talking about a per capita consumption of 3.2 kilos chicken. By 2040, that will be close 15 kgs plus. So again, somewhere which is 4.2 million tons to about maybe 21 million tons plus in the next 18 years. And same on the eggs too. We are probably at about 105 billion eggs now production. But I think by 2040, we'll get close to 500 billion eggs production. Now, all these needs corn. Today, we are already the highest consumption of corn in the country, I think, is the poultry. And that is the future we are looking at. Now, one or two things will happen, Sanjay, is either we will have to import corn and to feed these chickens, or we will be buying chicken and eggs from US and Brazil, and they'd love to sell us that, right? Because they don't want to sell corn, they want to sell more higher value-added product, and that's where we are being dumb, and I think that's my point. And coming to yields, I was looking at is we are now talking about, I think on average 3 tons per hectare in India, and US you're talking about close to 12 tons. I know my relatives in Guntur and West Godavari are pretty close to what US is getting and all that. But I think the biggest difference, Sanjay, is if you see in the poultry where the genetics are available, right? The difference between a good farmer and a bad farmer, if you take an 80-week average, a good farmer probably gets about 350, 360 eggs, and a bad farmer probably gets 300. The difference is not that big. That's the point about genetics and what it does. And I think far too long we have allowed NGOs and certain do-gooders to BS us about GM and genetics and all that, and they've been screwing our country. And I think this is going to be disastrous if we continue like this. And Americans, Europeans, Japanese have been eating, chicken, beef, pork, whatever it is, which is fed, this GM. And as far as I know, I have not heard a single report of anybody growing 4 hands or 2 heads because of what they've been eating, or even a chicken actually having 4 legs, right, or 2 heads or whatever it is. Forget about us. I am not aware of any chicken which has been born with 2 heads or four wings or whatever it is, right? So that's my point. I think is that the policymakers and all of us have to seriously now consider what are India's interests, what is our farmers' interest. Pesticide use is down for people. I went to a farm in Argentina. I met Mr. Gustavo Groboco Patel, who's considered the one of the most pioneers in this, and they're not been plowing their land for last 25 years. Can you imagine the value add that is to farmers they just use that and they've been doing brilliant. They average, I think on soy, if I'm not wrong, is about 4 to 5 tons an hectare, and I think corn he's I think close to 15 tons an hectare if I'm not wrong, and that's what they are doing, and I think it's high time we work on that. And I've been hearing, you can't keep increasing costs. We are already one of the highest in the world. You have to make it more sustainable for farmers to grow these things. And there's humongous opportunity coming over the next 20 years. And with this romantic notions and foolish notions, I think we are screwing ourselves. So my point, Sanjay, here is, and the request is, it's time we, start looking at what is in the interest of the nation. I'm grateful and very happy that they've opened up gene editing, but it will take time. It will take time for results to come, and not that I'm not too aware of globally also through gene editing what value has been added yet. but then that doesn't mean it's not been added. I just said I'm not aware yet, but I know gene modification is doing. You can do designer maize, which gives us more protein, better values, and all that. There's so many things that can be done through that, and I think it's high time India considers this. Hopefully, I'm not too controversial, and people will not be too pissed off with me. But even if they are, I think this is the truth. This is what the country needs. So with that, Sanjay, hopefully I've given you some time extra for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh. In fact, these are the points we probably need to debate in a conference like this, where one of the key challenges very clearly that is being reflected is that we are all the speakers who have spoken till now have specified that we are staring at a demand-supply mismatch. We will be forced in probably the very near future to either import corn, and now you say we import chicken and eggs as well. So uh, topics such as GM crop or the use of genes for increasing productivity, I think the focus uh, has been for FICCI May Summit on trying to look at how do we create awareness on this gap and look at how do we not just double but triple productivity. And is it time for us to reconsider, study, and re-debate on GN crop? That's a good question. We of course have the director from Indian Institute of Maize Research, Dr. Sujay, speaking after this. But thank you very much for your time, and thank you for very clearly reflecting on how the scenario is going forward. I now invite Ms. Archana Gautam to present her views on quality specifications of maize. Ms. Archana Gautam is a qualified food analyst under FSSAI Section 42, as I said before, and has worked in the areas of testing and quality checks of food and agricultural products. Ms. Archana joined CFRA NIFTIM in 2018 in the capacity of senior analyst and is also handling additional responsibility of quality assurance department in CFRA. To you, Ms. Archana, we look forward to hearing your views on the quality perspectives from a maize sector.
Thank you so much, sir. First of all, I would like to thank FICCI for giving me this platform to share the views on the topic demand of quality maize. So without taking much time, I'll just start with the slide share. Can you please share the presentation I have shared with? There's some issue regarding this. Divya, can you share the presentation, please? Yeah, fine. Thank you. So today I'm talking about here on the topic of demand of quality maize. Maize, also known as corn, is a cereal grain which is grown during Kharif season, and its botanical name is Z maize. Next. The maize is the third important food crop in India after wheat and rice. Its economic importance lies in the fact that the nutritional importance of maize is mentioned here. Maize is very important because of good source of minerals, vitamins, fiber, and oil present in maize. I have mentioned the nutritional composition of maize. Next. There are some uses of maize. It is a wonder crop which can be utilized in different sectors for different products for food, feed, and cosmetic, beverage industries. And lot of uses are there of maize. Next. Here I have mentioned some quality issues or concern, as our co-speakers have talked a lot about the issues and the challenges regarding this. So I will just move on to the next slide. Divya, please next slide. The quality requirement as per FSSAI regulation. I want to throw some light on the quality parameters which are mentioned by FSSAI to maintain the quality. As per FSSAI, maize is included under category cereal and cereal product section 2.4 and the further subcategorized under food grain section 2.4.6. These are some quality parameters which can be checked initially and after harvesting the crop. Moisture content, as earlier explained, 16.0% by weight. It should not more than that because high moisture content will surely contaminate the crop and will increase the chances of aflatoxin. We will discuss in further slides. Foreign matter, it should be, yeah, okay. The maximum just hold with the previous slide, please. These are other parameters, means the foreign matter should be 0.5%, less than 0.5%, damaged grain should not be more than 5%, weevil grain should not be more than 10%, uric acid should not more than 100 milligram per kg, and aflatoxin should not be more than 30 micrograms per kilogram as per FSSAI regulation. For GMO, as per EU and EU regulation and FSSAI, GMO must be absent. Next. Aflatoxins levels as per national, I have just mentioned earlier national, these are the international levels for aflatoxin and other contaminants. Aflatoxin B1, it should be 5 microgram per kg or ppm. Total aflatoxin should be 10. Ochratoxin A and unprocessed cereal, it should be 5 ppm. All products derived from unprocessed cereal, including processed cereal products, cereal intended for direct human consumption with the exception of foodstuff, that should be 3.0. Deoxynivalenol, it should be 1750 ppm in unprocessed maize, and in cereal products and processed maize should be 750 ppm. Next. Zerelon, it should be unprocessed maize 200 ppm and maize intended for direct human consumption, maize flour, maize meal, maize grits, maize germ and refined should be 200 ppm. Fumonisin, unprocessed maize, it should be 2000, maize flour, maize meal and other products, it should be 400. Heavy metals, the limits I have mentioned here for Zerelon, fumonisin, these all are the aflatoxins or mycotoxins produced by different fungal contaminants in crop. Secondly, here I have mentioned heavy metal. Lead should be 0.20 ppm and cadmium should be 0.10. In international guidelines, arsenic, copper, tin, mercury are not specified specifically. Next. As per FSSAI regulation, the lead contamination should be 2.5 ppm, cadmium 0.5, arsenic 1.1, copper 30.0, tin 250 ppm, mercury 0.25 ppm. But these are not also specifically specified. These are recommended or considered under food not specified or other specified category. Pesticide residue, minimum residue limit for the residue, it's 0.01 milligram per kg. Next. Maize contamination, or why quality concern is so important. Quality is important factor for the better yield of crop. Contamination can take place from various sources and places in food chain during harvesting, storage and transportation. The exteriors of harvested grains retain contamination from air, dust, soil and other sources. There may be the remnants of pesticide residue, heavy metals and chemical produced by microbes. During storage, the risk increases for the occurrence of volatile chemicals produced by pests, which are responsible for bad smell of infested grains. Pesticide also contaminate grain in storage if not applied correctly. Next. Here is the sources of contamination. Maize contamination, it can be physical, chemical, microbial. and under these subcategorized as aflatoxin, pesticide residue, and other heavy metals. Next. These are some examples with the images of physical contamination, means crop during storage can be contaminated physically. Maize, we will grain, these all are considered under physical contamination. Next. Biological contamination, the contamination which occurs from bacteria or fungi, that is called biological contamination. They produce chemicals such as aflatoxin, ochratoxins, etc. The rodents, pests disseminate species of different pathogenic microbes, which increases the occurrence of mycotoxins. Next. Chemical contamination covers the heavy metals, pesticide residue, and mycotoxins are the chemical contaminants. Mycotoxins. Mycotoxins are the toxic metabolites of fungi. Mycotoxins contaminate the wide variety of food as a result of fungal infection in crops during growth or in storage. It can be start from the early stage of harvesting or production. Aflatoxin along the maize value chain. About aflatoxin, I will explain here. Toxic chemical produced by fungi. Species are defined as Aspergillus flavus parasiticus that grow on crops including peanuts and maize. Hard to detect and can have devastating effects on humans, including high risk of liver cancer. In animals, aflatoxin contaminated feed has health and productivity effects. Occurrence highest in warm climates, Africa, Asia, Central America, US, South America. Contamination of aflatoxin can enter in food chain during maize production, handling, processing, and storage. Here are some key features or the conditions which favors the growth of aflatoxin. Temperature ranging from 80 to 100 degree Fahrenheit and a relative humidity of 85% are the optimum growth factor for Aspergillus flavus, and during the periods of drought and heat stress during the growing season, especially during pollination and as kernels mature, favor aflatoxin flavus infection. Corn damaged by cracks, the kernels and windstorms may also be predisposed to infection by Aspergillus. Next. This is a flow chart which shows the chain of contamination of corn, means at the time of before pre-harvest. Lower limit of critical AW. AW is known as water activity. Water activity of any food is responsible for the contamination for microbial growth or pathogenic contamination. Plants affected by drought stress are not only more susceptible to fungal attack, but the low moisture also favors Aspergillus growth and parasiticus. It is essential to ensure sufficient available moisture throughout the growth period. During harvest, moisture content should be less than 40%. Excess moisture in storage is the primary cause of fungal growth. The most important strategy is ensuring moisture content of maize destined for storage is below 14%. Fungi and mycotoxins grow at temperatures between 20 and 30 degrees. During storage, the moisture content and the temperature should be appropriate to restrict the growth of fungal or rodents or pests. Transport from storage. Moisture content should also less than 14% and temperatures should be maintained. Infection during transport may occur through cross-contamination from insect and rodents, pests, or from contaminated storage vessels and areas. Next. Impacts of low quality or the contaminated food. The quality grain is compromised, less productivity, considerable risk to human food and animal feed food safety, and economic loss. Next slide, please. After in nutshell, I want to conclude here the compromised quality by any means can lead to a serious issue of health of human and animals. The main way to solve the problem of the quality of food product is to improve the agricultural techniques of farming, reduce contamination of raw material at initial stage, to improve the facilities during handling, storage and transportation, and to adopt GMP, good manufacturing practices. If we are having a regular check from the initial stage, we can up to a very extent we can control this contamination and can give a better yield crop. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Archana. In fact, while quantity concerns are there, as we heard from our first speaker, the guest of honor speaker, quality concerns, especially in the form of moisture, is a big concern. And hope this presentation on quality will create awareness on what is required and how do we maintain or how do we look at the quality parameters that are required in post-harvest of maize. Thank you very much for your time. I now invite Dr. Sujay Rakshit, to give us an overview of the growing need of quality maize protein and the various initiatives that are being taken up by public sector research institutes to address this demand. Dr. Sujay Rakshit is Director of India Institute of Maize Research, Ludhiana. Prior to that, he was working as Principal Scientist Plant Breeding at ICAR, the Indian Institute of Millet Research. He has varied experience of working in research roles with Directorate of Maize Research, Indian Institute of Pulse Research, and National Academy of Agricultural Research Management. His main area of interests are to pursue and coordinate frontier multidisciplinary research towards genetic improvement of crop plants to increase agricultural productivity, particularly in dryland agriculture. Dr. Sujay, to you, we look forward to hear on the efforts being put in, especially towards the genetics of maize and also your views on the various comments that have come from the industry in this session.
Thank you, Sanjay. Am I audible?
You're audible, Mr. Sujay.
And
Dr.
my
Sujay.
slides are visible?
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks to Fiki for giving us this opportunity to share our views. And I must thank all the earlier panelists who have shared their views. And speaking just before lunch is always a challenge, but I hope that all the listeners will be listen. So the topic which has been given to us is quality protein maize, growing needs and priorities. So I must say that this is just a very small section of our public sector research in which we are working. There are other areas also we are working, but I'll be restricting on this area only in my presentation. So when we so when we talk about maize as a grain, so obviously it comes along with other competitive crops like rice, wheat. And if you see the approximate composition of maize vis-a-vis rice, wheat, or the content of different vitamins or minerals, it is almost on par, or in certain cases it is better than particularly rice. Which is mainly, we always try that with the earlier speakers also spoke that water requirement of maize is much lesser than rice. So we need to conserve our groundwater, we need to replace rice with a competitive crop that is maize. But when we look at the protein quality, there are two particular essential amino acids, that is lysine and tryptophan. They are much lesser in maize, making the conventional maize protein quality much lesser. So we have our scientists have worked and through a process of biofortification, in which quality protein maize has been developed, which is having biological value which is much higher than the normal maize, and even if you compare with rice and wheat, that is nearly 76 to 80%. Now, what is biofortification? We know that it is a nutrient-dense staple crop, which is developed either through conventional breeding or using biotechnological tools, but without sacrificing the agronomic performance. Now, these are the, when we talk about QPM, this is just use the natural mutant that is called OPEC2, which is coupled with a number of modifiers. So this is certainly, we should not get it confused with genetically modified crops. It is just a natural mutant has been used. And if you can see that is lysine and tryptophan content is much higher, leading to better biological value. So when maize is consumed as food, then certainly there will be a better outcome or the better health indicator when the persons are fed with QPM. Now, the journey of maize research has started in organized maize research in public sector started in 1957, and on QPM, which first started in 1971. There were some composites initial period. Now, from 2000, with the start of this millennium, we started getting the hybrids, QPM hybrids like Shaktiman 1, then Shaktiman 2, and then subsequently other single cross hybrids started coming in. And from 2008, first it was biotechnological interventions was taken where it is marker assisted selection. It is certainly not again GM. Through marker assisted selection, first QPM hybrid came into existence. And then from 2017 onward, you can find that we have lot many QPM hybrids. And in certain cases, the QPM is topped up with another nutrient, that is provitamin A, and mainly our institute and IRI and then Vipcas, Almora, and other institutes are working in this direction. And so you can find that total releases of through AICRP at currently around 20 QPM hybrids, and there are 6 more provitamin A rich hybrids are available in the market. Now, our government is giving a lot of emphasis to for preparation of avian. And here, if you see in 2020, our Honorable Prime Minister dedicated 17 biofortified crops, and out of that, 3 are maize, and all these 3 were released from our institute. Last year, again, our Honorable Prime Minister has released 35 trait-specific crop varieties. He has dedicated to the nation, and out of that, two are again biofortified in terms of QPM or provitamin A. So now, if we look at the maize scenario, our earlier speakers were also mentioning that poultry feed roughly is increasing 6 plus compound annual growth rate, while animal feed is nearly 3.5%, industrial use around 3.3%, seed sector, because maize area is increasing, so seed sector is also increasing around 1.1%. While in the food sector, there is a lesser use of maize because of cheap. I should say that there is some distorted policy of the various governments where subsidized rate rice and particularly rice, I'll say, that being given to the consumers. So as a result, the use of maize as food is going down. So now, if you see the current situation in blue bar, we are showing the total demand, and in orange bar, we are showing the production. So at this moment, we are almost whatever is our demand and what is our production is almost matching with little exportable surplus. But now, if this trend continues by 2030, certainly our surplus will go down. Our demand will be exceeding than our production. So this is then how the situation is getting changed. Now, currently, our demand is around 26 to 30 million ton if we take. So around 50% is going to the feed industry, 47% is around going to the food industry, poultry feed, and then other industrial uses, food and seed sector, and a little bit export also. But by 2030, we are expecting that around with this, if this growth rate continues, around 73% of the maize will be going to the poultry feed. And Mr. Suresh was also mentioning that demand in the poultry sector is going to be very high. Similarly, in animal feed, industrial requirement. So currently is around 80% plus is a demand in the industry, which will be reaching almost 90 to 95% by 2030. And mainly it will become an industry. It has already become an industrial crop. It will become much more industrial crop. So now question comes. Earlier I was mentioning that QPM are useful for human health. But then if there is more use, then is there any significance? So our colleagues from IARI and along with PDP scientists, they have studied the impact of QPM and QPM further fortified with provitamin A and their impact on bird growth. So you can find that the breast yield or the abdominal fat when the central it is QPM plus provitamin A or QPM, you can find that the breast yield is much higher as compared to the conventional maize or the white maize. And the abdominal fat, we always want that there should be less. There is less in when we the birds are fed with provitamin A. So certainly there is certain advantages. Now, if you feed the birds with this provitamin A, different types of provitamin A, you can find the color of yolk. It is very significantly changed. Even the flesh color, they are getting changed. So that gives a lot of market premium. And you know, now people are health conscious. There is a good section in the market who are ready to buy even with a higher premium price. So this QPM or QPM fortified with provitamin A has immense market potential. Now, similarly, if you see that when the pigs are being fed with QPM versus normal, there is significant weight gain happening. This is a report we have taken from SEMIR, but our studies with National Research Center on Pig in Guwahati, that also clearly showed that the weight gain the animals when they are being fed with QPM is much higher than normal maize. So there are certainly advantages, but only thing is that the feed sector or feed industry needs to acknowledge and give some premium price to maize farmers. So as I was mentioning that there are certainly a lot of health advantages, societal advantages, but the challenge is that quite often it is said that the QPM are having some ill penalty. Yes, they were ill penalty, and now also in some cases it may be, because when you are adding some quality, there are some compromises. But certainly we can say that some of the hybrids which are QPM, but they're having 8 to 9 ton per hectare yield potential. So certainly there is advantage. Now, thing is that if there is some health benefit, if there is some added advantage, and there is a yield penalty, then there should be some price protection. And for that, we need market segregation. But that is at this moment lacking, because differentiation of normal maize with QPM is a big challenge. But our scientists have developed this a very quick method. Within 5 minutes, with a very bare minimum infrastructure, you can identify that, or you can differentiate QPM from non-QPM, and that can be really again provided to the mandis where this QPM and non-QPM can be segregated, provided there is a policy support in favor of QPM. Now, we also developed several value-added products where we using QPM, and you can see that there are a lot many products can be produced using QPM, and the we can really create a business opportunity for the rural entrepreneurs or youth who are ready to become entrepreneur, taking advantage of QPM. So now, what is the way ahead in case of quality maize? One is that we need to create demand. So if in midday meal this QPM are added, or the whatever improved maize with improved quality we are developing, that is added, so certainly there will be creation of market. But there is a need of premium price I was mentioning to quality maize with proper market segregation. There is one catch is there, that if QPM is grown along with normal maize in the immediate vicinity, so there will be compromise. So certainly we should think that there should be QPM village, so that the whole village is growing the QPM, so that there is no compromise in the quality. But now when we talk about this QPM, the feed industry, they say that, okay, lysine and tryptophan, they are not very costly. There can be artificial lysine tryptophan can be added, but then methionine also need to be increased. So we are working in this direction, that high methionine lines we have identified, and now we are trying to top up along with high lysine and tryptophan, high methionine as well. Similarly, provitamin A, I was talking about, the tocopherol, and then high iron, high zinc, and you know that phytic acid. Though we say that this feed industry is, or poultry industry is increasing, but it is giving a lot of refuse to the ecology, particularly the poultry litter, which is environmental hazard. So we have developed recently one the first low phytate hybrid has been identified, developed by this institute, where there will be better bioavailability of different nutrients when the birds will be fed with this low phytate and better QPM, then certainly there will be certain advantages. Similarly, high amylose and high amylopectin, that area also we are working. So at this moment, we don't have any hybrid, but certainly we have identified some lines which are either high in amylose content or they are high in amylopectin. And you know that starch industry has specific requirement that we can segregate our hybrids like that. That would be a big advantage. So I just couldn't stop my temptation after listening to Harinder Singh ji when he was mentioning about Punjab situation. So as I mentioned that whatever I presented, this is a very small segment of where we are working in our public sector. But this is we are very much conscious that the diversification in Punjab is very much required. It is not the choice; it is now the need. It is the urgent need. But unless and until farmers are able to achieve a substantial yield, so certainly they will not adopt, because ultimately economics which is mattering. So now last year we have taken up demonstration at nearly 100 acre in 5 districts of Punjab, and you can see in red color it is the current district average, in green bar it is the demonstration average, and in the blue bar it is the maximum demonstration mean. And you can see that up to 73 quintal per hectare, where the state average is only 36 quintal, can be achieved, where the rice yield is around 40 quintal per hectare. So this is possible. In Haryana also we have demonstrated. But so thing is that there is farmer readiness, that they are ready to take maize, but the market, the price realization is required and handholding is required, because our policy support has digressed the farmers from maize to other crops, particularly rice. So they need to be really handholded so that they can again come back to maize. And as I mentioned, that with 7.7 to 7.5 ton per hectare yield realization is possible. But the best management practice, BMP, needs to be outscaled. And then, as I was mentioning, that price realization is key. So before I end, I must say that there is a silent revolution in maize. We always talk about green revolution and other things, but there is a silent revolution in maize, which is perhaps mostly remains unnoticed. And our institute, along with the whole AICRP and our partners, we are leading this maize revolution from public sector by developing new hybrids, production, as well as production technologies, and advocating policy issues to support all stakeholders in maize value chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sujay, on this very interesting and detailed presentation on the efforts being put in on quality protein maize. As you would have heard the speakers during this session, the challenge of availability, sufficient right quantity available in the right quality, is a big challenge going forward. And I'm sure that the Indian Institute of Maize Research will play a very important role in addressing these challenges, focusing on the efforts based on the sector, based on the sectoral requirements. Thank you very much, and I'm sure you will take forward the messages passed on by industry members. So here, the poultry sector industry members represented by Mr. Suresh, and the other industry members who spoke today. So with this, we come to the end of the session. Thank you, respected speakers, for your valuable and very deep insights, very honest and open insights. It was indeed my pleasure moderating this session and learning so much from you all. Thank you as well to all the audience who have logged in for this session, and hope this session was of value to you all. I now pass on the session to the FICCI Secretariat to conclude and take forward. To you, Sarita.
Thank you. Thank you, all the speakers, for such a informative session. And we look forward that we come up with the recommendations after the summit, and definitely we would be seeking your inputs on that also. Thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to you all in the next session also. And requesting all of you to join on 13th also in person, who can join. That would be really great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, and all panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you,
everybody. All the best.
For decades, maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं, लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम करने जाते थे।
Primitive and unplanned farming practices gradually led to huge challenges, immensely affecting productivity and in turn their livelihood.
सारा खींचना, मक्का का बीज एक एक झुक के लगाना, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है।
Teaming up with Pradhan professionals and with enriching support from Koteva, these women farmers of Betul transform their lives by transforming their farming methodology.
हम एक सेल्फ रिलायंट प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग 3 मुख्य चीज़ों पर ध्यान देते हैं, जिसमें एक है आपका प्रैक्टिस, दूसरा सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मार्केटिंग।
Effective training and guidance for adopting best farming practices and farm mechanization resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में सीड्रिल से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही है, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ निमिया किसानों के साथ में मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी की मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
इतना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं मतलब कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ और भी बाइयां इसी प्रकार से मतलब अपनी कोशिश जारी रखें।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज़ को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Koteva Agri-Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
Was the first farmer who planted a seed and grew our world. It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has, with smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields. Farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva Agri-Science, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती नहीं थी, निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Can divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Nourish the growth of every life. Blessings will be raining on us.
नमस्कार, मोर ना नाजिया हियाल, ग्राम जबागुड़ा, पात्री पंचायत, पपड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक, नवरंगपुर जिला। मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी और सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपनी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु आ मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू। और चाष कहले आम धान, मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्रायोरिटी दो मका को, कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए। तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबा आम बेयर कंपनी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करूँ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। कंपनी ने जिससे
Shall we start, Divya?
Yes, sir, we are live.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this second session of FICCI's 8th India Maize Summit 2022. On behalf of FICCI and Yes Bank, I extend a very warm welcome to our guests of honor and senior government representatives, Dr. K.V. Prabhu, Chairperson, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority, Government of India, and Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Project Director, Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture, ICR, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Affairs, Government of India. Warm welcome to our 5 distinguished panelists today. We have with us Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Kade from CIMET, Mr. Prashanta Patra from Corteva Agri-Sciences, Dr. Ram Sirohi from Bayer Crop Sciences, Mr. Nalin Rabal from AgCon, a 100% owned subsidiary of NCML, and Dr. Andres Gumze from Manna Irrigation. We are very happy to welcome all the guests who have logged in today for this session, and we look forward to a very interesting discussion on the technological advancements in maize for supply side sustainability. So allow me to start with a brief context for the session. If we look at the domestic maize production has nearly tripled from less than 10 million tons in the mid-90s to close to 30 million tons, that are about 28 million tons in 2020. This remarkable production growth has been largely driven by increased acreage of maize in non-traditional areas, increased cultivation during Rabi season, and higher adoption of single cross hybrids. However, despite the significant increase in production, Indian maize yields are significantly lower than major corn-producing countries like US and Brazil. With demand for maize growing faster than production, it has become imperative for India to significantly increase productivity of maize crops so as to balance supply to demand. And technological advancements need to play a central role in pivoting productivity improvements. With this brief introduction, it gives me immense pleasure to moderate this second session. This session will be bucketed into 2 parts. In the first part, we will have the pleasure of listening to the special addresses from our guests of honor and senior government representatives, Dr. K.V. Prabhu and Dr. S.K. Malhotra. In the second part of this session, we will have a panel discussion that will focus on getting the perspectives of 5 eminent industry and government representatives and thought leaders on this topic. I now invite our first guest of honor, Dr. K.V. Prabhu, to deliver his special address. Dr. K.V. Prabhu is chairperson, as I said, of Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority, Government of India. In his long professional journey, Dr. Prabhu has received multiple fellowships and awards. Over 35 years of his contribution to agricultural research and development, Dr. Prabhu has led development of new crop varieties across wheat, barley, basmati rice, and mustard, among others. To you, Dr. Prabhu, we look forward to listening to you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure here to be talking about the Indian technological advances in terms of maize as a major crop, as a third major crop in India among the food grain crops, or cereals or major field crops. Although it's difficult to say it is a food grain crop as far as India is concerned. But if you consider feed as a food, of course, it is a food grain crop. There's absolutely no second thought about it. The point which is very relevant today in terms of maize in India is the extraordinarily good advances that have happened in maize compared to many other cereal crops, including rice and wheat, which are competing area coverage crops in India. The amount of research related to technological advancements have been tremendous in maize because of the simple fact of its genetic amenability and its being, in our general terms of say advancement in science of maize, we call maize as a queen of genetics among the crops. Okay? Because there is no other crop which has had this much of understanding and revelation of the genetic makeup of a crop species, which can be manipulated to advantage as required in terms of the traits which we wanted to express. You're right in saying that our yields have not been as good as it should have been. That is majorly because most of the area, even today, is Kharif area and less irrigated or areas where irrigation is not available on a regular basis, because wherever that is available, that obviously goes to rice. In India, where there's a choice a farmer has to make in a highly fertile and highly assured irrigation area, he would choose rice than maize for the obvious reasons of post-harvest related ease in marketing of maize, marketing of rice compared to maize. So that's one aspect where the scientific advancements have to connect maize with, which has not happened in maize. That's the reason why the adoption rate in terms of the value it may really potentially add to commerce has not been returned in that form to the farmer. That's where we have to connect. We have people like Manna here who should be talking about what is that limiting factor in converting the genetic potential into its real harnessable product. So that's where the intervention of scientific advancement required. And I believe that will be interesting panel discussion where those points will come up. But I must tell you that we have fantastic gains made in terms of the genetically possible options, which includes, of course, not in India though, globally, the GM maize is a big, say, gainer, especially in US, Brazil, Argentina, now China. A lot of GM crops related to either insect tolerance or tolerance to drought now, and herbicide tolerance, and now for the component traits which are for industrial access, such as increased starch content, increased sugar content for the silage related activity in terms of leaf residue, things of this, and greenness, the stay greenness, things of this kind. They are all now being manipulated through advanced genomic technologies. And of course, we now have genome editing as an option, which has enabled much, much greater inroads. And Indians are also working. I'm very happy to talk about this. There are at least 6 labs working on maize improvement in India in terms of genetic genomic editing or gene editing related options today available. Fortunately, Government of India has already exempted the first 2 options of genome editing in India, which relate to carrying the product, carrying no foreign genome or foreign genetic material in the commercially cultivated crop. It would be there when the development happens, but when the product comes out as a tradable commodity in the form of seed or the farmer's cultivation crop, there you have no foreign DNA. So that is exempted from any regulatory phenomena, regulatory formalities. This is a great input from the government's side. It's for the researchers now to exploit this option and exploit this leverage in getting the genome editing for eliminating more of these concerns, which has reduced the genetic potential being reached in India, such as, say, for example, the high yield gene. There is agrocos, one of the genomic regions, which can be converting yield potential from existing X to 0.3 times X added to it. There is 30% more increased yield. So things of this kind will give potential increment, and with the as is service condition of agronomy, the yield will accordingly change from its the current root level to the higher level added by the edited product without making any other change in any other trait. So that's the kind of option that is being made available in maize, and many labs are now working on it. And I hope in the times to come, those materials will come out, and many companies here, such as Bioseed, Bayer, many other Indian ICR or state universities will be interested in taking out materials in this. And you rightly said single cross hybrids. That's a great deal. And that is what has made a huge difference over the last 10 years in adding 3 times more than the production that happened about, say, something like 12 to 13 years ago. So that's a great, say, tool of science advancement, which has been manipulated by, not manipulated, but exploited by breeders and breeding companies. And now with the production system for the IPs, see, that's another important point. Wherever globally maize has been successfully grown in terms of hybrid, it is almost 100% as protected IP of the person who developed it. That is, the intellectual property of the breeder and the breeder's rights have been granted, and they have been able to convert that into commercial option. It's the same happening now in India with the authority which I am now working in. It's very clear that the largest number of applications in the case of cereals after rice is in maize in India. We have already had processed about 1,300 odd applications, more, and almost 90% of them are for hybrids. And of them, we have already granted the rights to about 460 breeders, and 599 are under process at the moment. 588 are under process at the moment for granting the rights. And it is these which are getting converted into increased area because now organized seed production, organized marketing, and assured quality of seed, which the farmer is assured of, happens in all of this. So things of this kind are connected to scientific advancement. If the science developer, investor in science, is able to recover the cost of investment through the trade and commerce avenues available in any crop, they would always invest in it. And this is one good option available to it. And I know there are wonderful speakers here who will be talking about their tools and technologies as well as social dimensions which can enable the advanced science products of maize, which obviously are connected to increased productivity or increased commercial output. It is not just productivity. For example, there's one group working in India for increasing the starch content, which is 5 folds more than the existing starch content. So this improved starch used for, say, processes of industry or for biofuel or things like this is a great advantage, especially looking at the current prices of natural oil or fuel-related oil coming in. So things of this kind. So I'm really happy that FICCI has been organizing this kind of conferences which connect industry and research in interest of achieving the targeted user group, the farmers, to get access to the new materials. Thank you so much. All the best to you, and I hope to listen to a good panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us the inaugural speech and also giving us a view of the direction in which Production of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority is working to protect breeder rights, and your views on the various initiatives that are being taken up in maize research. I now have the pleasure of introducing our second guest of honor, Dr. S.K. Malhotra. Dr. S.K. Malhotra is the Project Director of Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture, DKMA, under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Affairs, Government of India. Dr. Malhotra was previously the Agriculture and Horticulture Commissioner in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And during his tenure, he provided technical guidance in policy planning, program development, coordination, and execution of a number of developmental activities. He was previously also the Assistant Director General, Horticulture, providing leadership to 10 institutes, 6 directorates, 7 national research centers, and 14 All India coordinated research projects. He was a visiting scientist at the Cornell University, USA, and he has represented India in more than 18 high-power committees and task forces to provide solutions to challenges faced by Indian agriculture, including representation in G20, SARC, FAO, WHO, Codex, ADB, and EU meetings. With this brief introduction, may I now invite Dr. S.K. Malhotra to deliver his special address. To you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay, for the introduction which you have given. I'm really very happy to be here on the occasion of this India Maize Summit 2022, which FICCI has taken initiative to organize this great event. So the session which has a very good theme area, the technological advancements in maize for supply side systems. So this is the session for which we are here to attend. So I must give my compliments to FICCI for the organization of this event. And as you, Dr. K.V. Prabhu has also already mentioned about many things related to this research part, and definitely good progress has taken place and many good varieties have been developed, and we are having an excellent research institutional setup in the country where we have Indian Institute of Maize Research, and then we have All India Coordinated Research Improvement Project, where location and situation specific research is conducted, and agroclimatic zone wise planning is there. where technologies are developed accordingly. So here a good number of technologies have been developed, and those technologies have been well adopted by the farmers. That's why our production and productivity has increased if you compare with the past. So good development has taken place, but yes, we can understand there are several issues which we really need to tackle, because seed is again a problem. Dr. Prabhu also touched it in that part. Seed production system, because varieties are required to be made more popular. That system is required to be put in, that how we can popularize our new varieties. That's the point. And then specialty character containing varieties are there, and Indian Institute of Major Research has provided that leadership in development of those varieties. Either it is high mileage maize or QPM, baby corn, sweet corn. There are so many other related comps which we less discuss. Those are also required to be taken together, so that this demand is also met, because equally demand is now increasing for many such products. So private seed industry has also done a good job in providing a good number of hybrids, single cross hybrids, and that's why our production and productivity has increased in the last few years. So here, one point was also raised. I remember it was related to diversification in Punjab and some other areas. Some speakers, they were speaking about. Yes, it's there that farmers, they prefer to grow this maize into the irrigated systems, and again to the rice, because rice is having a assured procurement system. That's why farmers, they will move towards that one. If we make a short procurement system for maize, farmers will start growing maize also. But another point is, farmer is again grown in the Punjab area, as it has come to know. Not only in Punjab, in some other areas also, in the neglected areas, it is in the Kandi belt, where I mean the production is altogether, it's a rain fed, where with the minimal available irrigation water, the cultivation is done. If maize is shifted to the irrigated area, definitely yield will go high, very high. It will go to the very high production which we can achieve from those areas. So this was the kind of estimation which was done. So I'm not going to repeat the things which have been already spoken, but there are few areas where really we need to do some kind of advancement in generation of the technology, so that we can provide solution to the farmers. One is use of biostimulants, because time and again now people are insisting that how we can use biostimulants for the different crops. Our research institutions, they have not done studies on these biostimulants, and though several biostimulants are available in the market, but our research recommendations from our Indian Council of Agriculture side and others, it's this recommendation is not available still. Though now our country is having a regulatory system for biostimulants, but we need to conduct studies on humic acid, fulvic acid, because farmers, they are asking us that what dose we should use. Can we prepare our own biostimulants? How we can apply them? What kind of benefits they are going to accrue? So I think this is one area where we need to put focus. Then another is standardization of the pesticides for application through drones. So maize is a crop which is grown with the minimal use of the pesticides, but only after the incidence of this invasive fall armyworm, then farmers in some areas where the incidence was reported, they have started using in some areas. So here we can, if we have to make recommendation, because we need to provide all solutions, if we have to make recommendation that how to use, how much quantity is required to be used, how much water is required to be used, if drone technology is used for application of the pesticides, as well as some liquid fertilizers, because there are likely chances that phytotoxicity incidents may occur, that we need to fine tune our doses and all application procedures. I think this is the area where we need to further focus. And these biosolutions, particularly through these biofertilizers, biopesticides and biostimulants, it's very important for the organic farming system, because organic farming system is also now asking for I mean, these solutions for organic production system of maize, that's also needed. And now green chemistries, and I should say the pesticides which are more safer, we are promoting, and our focus is more on green chemistries, and several new green chemistries have been registered, particularly for maize, for controlling several pests and as well as diseases. Then it is used to speak about that there is a burden on rice, wheat, and maize. These are the three crops. But how we can reduce that burden? That is the point. So, but here we are speaking about that how we will increase the production productivity, how we can leverage this maize production here in the country. But on the another side, people are saying that some kind of diversification is needed. We need to shift them to some other areas where productivity could be achieved more, and we can shift in those areas, and in the dry ecosystem we can do a kind of diversification where millets and some other crops could be done, where either it's a pulses and oil seeds, which are again our priority crops. So some kind of some system, if we have to introduce in some new areas, then some kind of study is needed to be conducted where we can identify those areas where some kind of similarity index could be done, suitability index, I should say, could be worked out for identification of the new areas. So with the last point, I would like to mention that here, this all is about the research part and what are the gaps and where we need to further focus. These are some of the areas which I have just flagged here. Then another point is because now national policy on biofuels 2018, that targets for 20% ethanol blending. And time and again, this question has come. Dr. Prabhu was also with us in several discussions when we discussed in the Ministry of Agriculture, when there was a, some kind of, they asked us for the opinion for how it is to be done. Then we are, in the initial stage, we were reluctant to allow because our food security will be in threat if we allow maize production and further it is going to the ethanol production. But later on, we were convinced because farmers, they were not getting the price as per the MSP. So they were selling their produce below MSP. So then if our farmers get good price, then what's the harm? So this was the question again. It was put back to us. Then we finally agreed. Okay, farmers, if they want to grow in the extra area after meeting our internal demand, then there is no harm. Ultimately, benefit should go to the farmer and he should earn the money. So then one more suggestion was made that conversion of the maize to ethanol may be allowed by removing the condition of surplus, because presently there is a condition that policy only allows use of surplus food grains if this for production of the ethanol, I must mention. So here surplus, that part should be removed. If it is removed, definitely it will get boost. And now farmers, they are selling above the MSP. I think this is the crop. This is the scenario which has now emerged. So I think we have a bright future for maize. A great demand is there. Either it is a poultry sector or it's a livestock or fisheries or even some other specialty character maize. They are also gaining the importance. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to share my views.
Thank you, Dr. Malhotra. Thank you for your special address and showing the direction in which the research needs to be done, opportunities for advanced technological research, focused on use of biostimulants, standardization of pesticides for drone application, natural farming, organic farming, green chemistry oriented research, and dry ecosystem research, and the role of maize for the national policy for biofuels. But also, what I'd like to put forth based on the discussions we're having since the morning is that the Indian Institute of Maize Research presented just this morning, and one of the slides say that the demand for maize will increase from current utilization of 47% of maize production to 73% of maize production for poultry, and there could be significant shortage of maize in the next 3-4 years. FICCI, using this platform, has been highlighting this. I'm sure that a lot of effort is going in to improve productivity for maize, but oriented research towards sector-oriented requirements, such as for poultry, such as for starch, could be the direction in which pressure will come in the future because of shortage of supply and the immense need for import. But thank you very much, sir, for your special address, and we look forward to your continued presence here so that you could also contribute and answer questions in case our panel has. So moving on, we now have five eminent panelists who will be taking us through the various advances, technological efforts, and advances that they're putting in. And it gives me immense pleasure first to introduce to you all the five panelists. Our first panelist is Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Kate. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi is Associate Scientist in Sustainable Agri-Food Systems, CIMET. She holds a PhD in agricultural economics from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. Her major research interest includes technological adoption, impact assessments, gender studies, agricultural development, and consumption dynamics of farm households. Welcome, Dr. Vijayalakshmi. Our second panelist is Mr. Prasanta Patra. Mr. Patra is currently working as the business leader of Seed Applied Technologies for Asia Pacific region of Corteva's Agri Sciences. He is a postgraduate in horticulture from Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology and an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. In his 25 years of experience in the crop production industry, he has worked in multiple functions, including sales, finance, marketing across countries such as India, Indonesia, Brazil, and US. Currently, he is based out of Corteva's regional office at Singapore. Our third panelist today is Dr. Ram Sirohi. Dr. Ram is currently leading the product management function at Bayer Crop Sciences for India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. He is a doctorate in agriculture from Haryana Agricultural University and an executive MBA from SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. He has a rich experience of 22 years in the industry and he has worked across different functions and geographies in his professional career. Welcome, Dr. Ram. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Nalin Rawal. Mr. Nalin is CEO of AgCon, an NCML Agribusiness Consulting Private Limited, a 100% owned subsidiary of NCML, sorry. His core competencies include crop and weather risk management through integration of various technologies such as remote sensing, IoT, and AI in the agri space. He's a graduate in agriculture from GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology and has done his business management from IMT Ghaziabad. He has worked at various strategic positions in reputed Indian and multinational companies such as Rallis, Chambal Fertilizers, Reliance Retail, British Petroleum, Skymet, and NCML. And our fifth panelist is Dr. Andres Gomze. He's joining us from Australia. Dr. Andres is Global Lead Sales and Implementation Seeds at Mana Irrigation. Mana Irrigation is a leading Israeli company and is backed by Riverless Irrigation, which is one of the world's largest micro irrigation companies. He is based in Australia and he'll take us through some of his very niche technologies for water management in maize. Thank you very much, very respected and distinguished panelists. Welcome to this session. We'll be going through the panel discussion where I'll start with a few questions and then we can take it from there. The first session will be focusing on the key technological interventions required to enhance maize productivity in India and what are the challenges that the sector is facing for introducing these technologies and for securing maize supply sustainability. So in this regard, the first question is to Dr. Vijayalakshmi Kade, Associate Scientist in Sustainable Agri-Food Systems, CIMET. To you, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, based on your experience in multiple research projects, what in your view are the challenges that the maize sector is currently facing with reference to sustainable productivity improvement? And what are the key technology developments that will enable productivity enhancement of maize?
Thank you, Sanjay sir, and thank you, FICCI team. It's my great pleasure to be the part of this big expert team. I'm not that expert in this field, but it's my great pleasure here. I see being a socioeconomic scientist, current challenges maize sector facing is the gender gap. Our gender gap in technology access and adoption. We have been developing improved seed varieties and we have been putting effort on developing hybrids, but reaching to the women where feminization is taking place is that we are putting enough efforts to reach them because they are living in different social settings like caste, class, and norms. Are we putting enough efforts to reach them? This is we need to focus there, reaching them. And second challenge I see is that are we reaching last farmer in the village who is socioeconomically backward. Like, as we say that quality seed, definitely it is served in high price. And are we providing high quality seed in a correct quantity, quality, and in time? And these make productivity constraints for the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vijayalakshmi. Yeah, it's a pertinent question. Reaching the small and marginal farmers, reaching the women farmers, and what is the effort that is being put in both by government. Of course, we heard about the significant efforts being put in by the Punjab government and as well as the Indian Institute of Maize Research. But what is the effort being put in by all the other stakeholders? It's a pertinent question. Just to move towards technology and seed, I invite Dr. Ram Sirohi now. The next question is to you, Dr. Ram. You lead the product management function for Bayer Crop Sciences, and you're closely associated with development of high-yielding variety seeds. What are the key technology mega trends that are defining the boundaries of play for hybrid maize seed development? What are the challenges that maize seed sector of India is currently facing to introduce these new hybrids? And would also request you to bring in the efforts with reference to the extension activity that is being taken up by private players to reach to the last farmer.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sanjay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect, Dr. Ram.
Okay, so good afternoon to each of the distinguished panelists. First of all, thank you for providing this opportunity and leading this session on innovation, in maize basically. And I mean, there can't be a better time to say, for example, advance research in maize at a time when the farmer is benefiting hugely, and this being primarily a rain-fed crop is being grown by the small and marginal farmers, especially if you look at this particular continent that we are. Uh, it has been an irony, though maize is still the third largest cereal crop in India, but if you look at our productivity, is still far below some of the other geographies, despite having good hybridization. And I mean, we will discuss some of the challenges, but at the same time, if you look at some of the recent advances in maize, I think they have been tremendous if you compare them with rice and wheat. And some of them were being mentioned by Dr. Barbu in his speech, and then Dr. Malhotra also referred to some of them, like some of the new technologies that are available in maize, because this being a globally very important crop, and especially for us. So we are investing. I mean, we as in Bayer are investing a lot of research to improve the productivity of maize. I think of late the trend is to move from selecting a hybrid to designing a hybrid, and this being done using all the data analytics. So right now, if you look at the availability of machine learning and the data that we are able to use because of the huge investment commitments being done by Bayer, towards its vision of health for all and hunger for none. So we are investing in artificial intelligence led breeding, and then using the genome editing and the genome wide selection, which Dr. Barbu also mentioned in his initial address. And all this is what it is doing is it is giving us far more hybrids to be launched in a particular time frame. Whereas one of the constraints that we are facing within country now, and I would like to bring this to the knowledge of these distinguished panelists, is that permission to sell a hybrid in a state. So more and more states are making it more and more difficult to launch a new hybrid. Though we are testing with them every year, but some of the states are now even requiring 3 years of testing. So while the hybrid life cycle is getting shortened, the permission to sell it is getting more and more lengthy. So I think we'll need the help with this platform if we can say, for example, make it more speed to market, while the germplasm will get faster to the market. If we can make it available to the farmer also at a faster pace, probably we'll be able to help the farmer in far better way. Thank you very much. And using these new technologies, we will definitely help farmer improve productivity from here onwards. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Ram. I think an important pain point that you're facing has been highlighted in terms of the permission to sell, the time taken for testing, and by the time you test a variety and it's ready for market, probably it would have become obsolete, because maize is such a fast-moving crop that by the time a product, a hybrid is ready for the market changes. So good that Dr. Prabhu and Dr. Malhotra here. Would you like to comment on that, Dr. Prabhu?
Yes, yes. It's very interesting to know that you are facing this as a problem. At least in the case of those varieties which have already applied for and protected at PPFRA, at the Breeders' Right Authority here, you have no reason to be stopped by anybody in producing as you wish, where you wish, and market where you want to market. There is no other law which can come in the way. Okay, so please go ahead. There is no restriction related to the production or control of cultivation, etc. once you have the right to sell the seed.
Yes, sir. Dr. Malhotra also, would you like to comment, sir?
Thank you so much. Yeah, in fact, this is not the delay in giving the permission. It takes only 2 to 3 months to give the permission for further commercialization of those variety, and gazette notification is done. But country has its own law that if you have any variety, they need to test it in the different locations. And we have All India Coordinated Research Improvement Project. In the different locations, they need to get it tested. After knowing its performance in the different agroclimatic zones, accordingly the varieties are identified, and further those are recommended for release in that zone. So that's a process of evaluation. That's taking time. Otherwise permission is not taking time. Permission is given in 2 months.
Okay, just to add there, I think thanks for that note. So basically, when you advance a hybrid and you want to sell it in a state, what is the current requirement is, and every state has a different requirement. Our agriculture being a state subject, so every state has its own requirement. So we are meeting that. We are testing the hybrids in the university. What I was referring to is that in some states you require 1 year, 2 seasons. In some state you require 2-year testing. In some state you require 3-year testing. So it's very, in different states, it's very the approval for the sale of the new hybrid is different. So if we can say, for example, make it minimum maybe 2 seasons or 2 years, because testing is also very critical. But we test very rigorously even before that, and we onboard with the university testing right in time. Just the moment the hybrid is there. So if that can be made, more maybe 1 year or 2 year at the most, will be more helpful. So that was the only point here.
That's a I mean, it's a important point that we need to bring some kind of uniformity.
Right.
And some testing procedure should be like this, which should be acceptable by all states. And further, if you have means develop the data at your farm, so then some kind of system should be there that yes, first year, second year, if you have done a testing, this is a kind of suggestion which we have already given to the ministry, that we can shorten the cycle, and further we can ease the business so that hybrids are introduced at a very faster rate, and the benefit should accrue to the farmer. So this is already in discussion, but we are on the way to develop some uniform guidelines for testing procedures and others. Otherwise, state to state, these things are varying. I agree with you. This is happening.
Thank you,
Dr. Malhotra.
We need to uniform. We need to have some uniform procedure.
Thank you. Yeah.
Harmonized and uniform procedure, which is accepted by all states.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. So I'll taking the topic to Mr. Prashant Patra. Mr. Pratra, you're the business leader Asia Pacific region for Corteva Seed Applied Technologies. So, do you see any other specific technology introductions that Indian maize sector is lagging in comparison to other growing nations in the world? And what do you suggest in this regard?
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. First of all, thank you for your efforts along with FICCI for hosting this 8th Maize Summit, and very glad for the invitation to be among these distinguished panelists. Now, talking about technological interventions, I go back to introductory address by Dr. Prabhu about advancement in the hybrids, which is one of the major technological intervention that has happened to improve the supply side of the maize sector in India. And Dr. Ram also mentioned that we can further make advancements on that space, in terms of breeding the best genetics with a high yield potential specific to the agroclimatic regions. However, we need to protect the yield potential that the genetics that we bring out from our breeding program. There are severe losses from pest and disease attacks, and Dr. Malhotra also mentioned about fall armyworm, and with the arrival of fall armyworm nearly 4 years ago in India in 2018, the cultivation of corn has changed forever. There are more interventions required by the farmers through scouting and monitoring, and also insect control measures. There are studies that there could be as high as 50% of the yield loss due to fall armyworm if appropriate measures are not taken, especially in the vegetative phase of the crop. Now, also Dr. Malhotra mentioned about various other aspects of biostimulants. He also talked about drone applications, liquid fertilizers. I think one of the other technological interventions that is needed by the maize sector in India is seed treatment applications, and this is one technology that can significantly and positively impact the improvement of maize yield. And there are reasons for that. Seed treatment solutions is a tool for a climate smart agriculture. It's basically provides uniform germination, improves plant stand, significant establishment of the crop, and protects the yield as well. And that's critical in the initial stage of the crop. It also offers precise delivery of protection through the seeds, and thus limiting, the chemical exposure to the environment. It's a lot talked about, the sustainability of agriculture in today's world. The targeted application reduces the need for fossil fuels. We don't need the tractor-mounted operations or spray operations, especially the spray can be reduced. It's no longer necessary in the first few days of the crop life. There's a minimal water requirement because of the foliar application is not needed. And then seed treatments compared to conventional crop protection products offer reduced number of applications, saves time, saves labor, and thus improving the farm income. There is a ease of handling and usage, and then minimal impact to the beneficial insects. So these are all the positives of a seed treatment solution that we can probably bring to the country in a big way. It delivers clear environmental, economic, and social benefits, making this technology a perfect tool for achieving true potential of maize sector in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patra. Yes, along with hybrids, seed treatment, and the increased use of seed treatment. Just a follow-through question on seed treatment. Do you see? How is the adoption rate in India, and what is challenging adoption? Is there anything that you can do, or?
Yeah, thank you for that question. This is the seed treatment is very, very in the initial stage. I would say nascent stage in India compared to some of the advanced Western countries, where they have multi-stake genes to go with, first of all, and also to protect the the traits from developing resistance like a notorious pest like fall armyworm.
there is also a adoption of a multiple mode of action as a seed treatment solution in those countries. So there, you have full suite of solutions for protecting the yield potential, including the genes plus the seed treatment, and on top of that, foliar applications with alternate mode of action. So I think this is something that probably we need to maybe adapt in Indian maize sector as well. With Dr. Prabhu mentioning about the genes plus the seed treatment, and if necessary, the foliar applications, including the biostimulants that Dr. Malhotra was talking about.
Got it. Thank you very much. My next question is to Mr. Yes, sir, Doctor Malhotra. You wanted to say something?
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. He has raised a very relevant question, but I would like to little mention about it that yes, adoption level for seed treatment is more in those areas wheresoever some kind of seed-borne diseases are more, and seed treatment is now being followed by the farmers in case of wheat as well as in case of rice. But in maize, farmers were not following. I agree with him, because maize is the crop which is having the very least problems. Exceptional is only this fall armyworm. So after after introduction of this fall armyworm in our country, it was as an invasive it came into our country. Then only it was suggested that first 30 days are very crucial. If we have to control fall armyworm, first 30 days are very crucial, and if farmers they do some kind of seed treatment, and then they can avoid the incidence of infestation of this fall armyworm, and crop could be safeguarded. So that was the point. And I know, as a chairperson of Central Insecticide Board Registration Committee, I gave the recommendation on the same day, and label claim was extended, and some kind of notification was also done. And this is the formulation, but that was for a special circumstances. And maize is the crop where there are least problems, and even seed treatment is not needed. This is a kind of impression I am telling. This is the crop situation which is happening. I think Dr. Prabhu will also agree with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. I think this makes the panel discussion very interesting, because we are getting very first-hand views on what's happening from a policy perspective as well. My next question is to Mr. Nalin Rawal. Mr. Nalin, I understand that AgCon has developed a unique crop risk management system that integrates remote sensing, IoT, and AI in mitigating crop and weather risks, specifically focused on maize. I request you to take us through what you've developed and how it can be used in the Indian context.
Thank you, thank you, Sanjay and Vicky, for inviting me. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. So, basically, I would like to take panel's discussion towards the post-harvest management and supply side of the maize, as maize is a very important crop. If you see on a feed perspective, food perspective, even on an industry perspective, if you see. So, basically, as an industry, there are three major questions which goes unanswered. One is how much the production is likely to be, because that gives you the supply side interventions, how much the supply side is there. Then supply side. Then second question comes, because it's a demand and supply based scenario, how the prices will be. And then as a PHM, it also comes as a storage. What are the latest technology for storage of the food grains? So looking at these three, I would like to cover first one, how we are developed these remote sensing based technologies to monitor the crop, how much the production is likely to be. If you allow me, can I share a 3-4 minutes presentation?
Sure, sir, please do.
Yes, thank you. I hope it is visible.
Yeah, you would want to probably put it in full screen.
Yep, I'm doing. Just a sec. Yeah, is it?
Yeah, perfect.
So basically, I will be taking to important part. What are the technological advances in maize production estimates? So I will. I think so. So just a brief introduction that we are a 100% owned subsidiary of NCML, which is a Fairfax company based out in Canada. So, and we are operating in across 28 states with our 4,500 automatic weather stations. We have a team of remote sensing, data analytics, also have access to 2,500 mandis and watching 340 commodities, how the prices are going. And this is the one which I would like to share. This all the small dots which you are seeing. This is our captive sensor network. These are the automatic weather station network across India, from where we are getting hourly information how the weather parameters are going, and which goes into the cloud and integrate in our IoT systems and data analytics. So these are the automatic weather stations. So these are different services. I will just skip them. I will come straight how technology-based maize production forecast can happen, because we are doing continuously for last 4 years using different IoT-based satellite indices and ground truthing with the real-time real data sets. So it is like remote sensing. It is an established technology across the world for estimating how much the acreages are there. So with this technology, you can reach at the village level and even at the taluka level or village level, how the maize sowing is currently progressing, or this year how versus last year. This is one thing which you can do in maize. Another important thing for a maize crop is because it is sown as a early also, normal also, and late varieties as well. So with this technology, you can actually distinguish how much area is shifted towards early to normal or normal to late, because your varieties changes. So as a strategy, as a company, as a government, you would like to know how the timings are taking place. I mean, sowing timings. And like this is the one Khagaria which we have done in Bihar. How exactly, if you can see in 2021 last year versus this year, how exactly the acreages are changes taking place and across which taluka. So these important things, and even you can go through this technology at a village level, which villages are actually changing the pattern. And this is the important thing. Like, for example, we did this for Punjab as a whole, as a state, as a paddy. So if we have taken a picture in June, so whatever green area you are seeing, this is the area which is transplanted. So if you want to know how much early rice planting areas are there, then you can figure out even the villages. Now, second MHD, once we take in July, this red area zone gives us how the what is the acreage under paddy in July, and then in the end of July. So once we mix these all three images overlap, so you can easily make out in Punjab or in how much area is early sown, normal sown, and late sown. With the same technology, we come up with maize and come up how much is early, normal, and late, because your production also changes once your variety and timings changes. So this is the one part, because production is a function of acreage and yield. So acreage we validate through this remote sensing technology, while for yield forecasting, there is a which goes as a weather, technology, field validations, and some models which we work, which is a dynamic model, which I will give you a live case study, like for Bihar for this current season. So if you see, these are my green highlighted districts are my Rabi maize producing districts. Out of these, 15 districts contribute to 91%. So what we, as a technology based, we do, we go and do GPS based surveys. Our team goes and they take a crop signatures. This is how the crop looks like. Whatever green dots you are seeing, actually I have tried to put it into a slide. Otherwise, we can easily make out which village, how much area is there. So now I come to from the state level to a district level. Say this is a Bhagalpur district in Bihar. So these dots which you are seeing, this is our field team which has gone into the field and taken GPS signatures. And at each GPS point, we know how the crop is doing. So there's a technology. Then based on this, our remote sensing team works out how the maize spread is there, maize acreage spread is there. Once we overlap taluka or village map over it, we can come out how much acreage is there in which village. And if we go and check versus last year, we can also find the delta, how the changes are there. Then this is one part, acreages. Then crop is say 120 days or 200 days or 150 days. In 120 to 150 days crop or 100 to 120 days crop, how the crop is doing. So this season, if you see January, February and March, this season has been a wet winters for Bihar. So in January, if you see the total monsoon normal rains in during this Rabi season was almost 9% higher. This translated into soil moistures. So every fortnightly, we monitor how the soil moistures are doing going across various districts and levels. And this graph, bar graph, if you see, the right side, it shows current year versus last 10 years, what is the average in this period. So if you can see this year, there has been a wet, good rainfall, which translated into good soil moistures across the state. And actually, this rainfall in February, it has delayed the planting which happens in February. And this year, the season is little delayed, if you see in Bihar. Similarly, we also work on minimum temperatures in every fortnightly, how the temperatures are doing, maximum, finally, NDVI we work. These are different satellite-based indices we work. And finally, we work out with the different numbers. So we come up what is the district, what is the acreage this year versus last year, how the yields are doing, and what is the final production you can look like. So this comes as the supply side point, how much thing is there, how much production is likely to be. Then further it translates into price, looking at international prices, how the crop is doing in Argentina, US. If it is a Ukraine, then obviously the vessels are not going, there's a shortage. Then where India has got an advantage. If you see, there's a lot of 3-4 destinations which are the major consumption of maize, where we have got a freight advantage because of this Ukraine war, which comes as an opportunity as well. So obviously, a lot of things analysis can be done. And this is another app where our team goes in the field, see each field, how the crop is doing. We can actually go to the latitude, longitude. This is the field where the crop was sown, and actually see the images of the crop. So whatever these points are there, so we keep on monitoring these crops, collecting their data sets, coordinating with the satellites. So a lot of things, so using data modeling and obviously the field validations, what we found is important thing in India is that without field validation, if we start, we just, we can't believe only on satellites and other aerial technologies. So we have to have a foot on the ground to actually get the right numbers. Yeah. So that's all from my side, from this production side.
Thank you, Mr. Nalin. In fact, I hope this technology can be utilized for projecting production and doing the right interventions such that the productivity is protected, the production is protected, and can be utilized by various organizations for this in this regard.
Right.
I now have the pleasure of bringing in Dr. Andres Gumze from Mana Irrigation. Dr. Andres, I understand that Mana Irrigation has developed a specialized system for managing irrigation for maize. Could you please take us through this solution and its advantages and its relevance to the Indian context? Dr. Andres, to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me, see me.
Yeah, perfect.
Let me just briefly introduce myself, but sometimes it's important to know who is speaking, not only what is the context. So my background is agriculture industry. I was with DuPont Pioneer in supply chain in production from 2004 to 2016, as I was acting from 2011 as European production research manager for 7 countries Europe-wide for Pioneer. My PhD is on translocation, accumulation of the micronutrients and selenium in maize, so I'm very happy to hear about Dr. Maholta's interest in biostimulants in this area as well. Since last year, I'm with the Mana Irrigation because I bring a lot of knowledge about insights of the seed industry, and from this year, I was working only for Mana Austria, and now I'm globally managing Corteva account. So everything from Europe, then Mexico, Africa, Kenya, and now we are in contact with the Indian team through Revolus. What we bring is the following. You know, as we have heard the distinguished guest speakers, we were talking about the different aspects of how to improve the production in India. And of course, you can have specific programs to move in micronutrients to a little bit up production. You have politics and the laws, how to implement, where to implement, for example, adaptation, how to drive the adaptation of the hybrid seeds, which is imperative in my view for the future. However, sometimes there is a need for research, which takes a long time to implement the best local solution. On other side, there are already available solutions which are adapted globally, and it's just a matter of recognizing them and using them, and they can serve locally in India, or when I say locally, it works on one farm, it works on 10,000 hectares in the whole subcontinent. So if you would allow me 5 minutes of the presentation just to follow up what I'm saying, I would like to share my screen, and please let me know if you see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Don't worry, it will not be a demo of the product. It's just an overview of available solutions and the problems that we are trying to solve. A little bit about the company. It is part of Rivulus Irrigation. Headquarter and research and development team is in Israel, and we are active really globally. So Rivulus is the Mana's parent company, again, second largest drip irrigation company, and the Mana complements the services of Rivulus very well. We are owned by investment fund from Singapore. We provide comprehensive micro irrigation solutions portfolio. So what is the traditional way of keeping good irrigation monitoring? Traditionally, especially in countries like India, what my grandfather used to do was walk the field, observe what's going on. My father used to walk the field, and now I'm walking the field and I try to guess what's the best to do. There are more scientific aspects like using crop-specific protocols, which may not be specific to my field. And more advanced technologies from, I would say already from the past, is using a single point reading with in-soil sensors. Now, before I was a production research manager, I was an agronomist managing 5,000 hectares of seed production, and we tried to implement database solutions like putting sensors in the soil. And then you have the problem, logistics, hardware costs a lot of money. If you want to cover every field with hardware, that's very expensive, and it ages. Basically, it's electronic in a wet environment. After a few years, maybe the data transfer remotely doesn't work. So you are in the field on your knees with your laptop trying to download the data, and it's very complicated from my own personal experience. What we bring is a hardware-free whole field irrigation intelligence delivered easily for the end user. Basically, just one slide about the agronomy. We take the measurement of how green actually the crop in each stage of the growth season is. We calculate the daily water contents, taking into consideration local soil, planting dates, etc. data. And then we calculate irrigation recommendation for the next period. And we can integrate, if available, local weather stations in the proximity of these fields. If not, we rely on a global weather provider. So what is interesting that we do not rely on one single source of input. So we can combine different sources of input and provide near daily images to calculate the NDVI. And then our online system calculates the recommendations for how much water and when to irrigate. So it is very easy to use. So the end user, whether it's the small farmer, the regional grower, the manager, doesn't even have to install the app. It's just accessing the web page of our company, and you can get push notifications saying on Friday, hello, there is a new recommendations. Please water crop field A, field B on Friday 25 millimeters. And then you go online and check it and modify if necessary. And of course, when we say hardware free, it has been thoroughly tested to see how our recommendation actually performs with in situ hardware installed. And you can see a good correlation for most of the crops, but for young orchards, there is some discrepancies. However, for the crops that we are now concerned, the open field crops, the correlation is very good. And this was the basis for expansion of this concept and to start the company. Of course, it was backed up by the field trials. And regarding India, there is a new piece of information which is not here from the last year. We have a very good results with one of the major potato growers in India. So, you know, the value at the end summarized in one slide is we help you to irrigate not too much, not too little, to save money, especially going in the future when the water scarcity is expected to be increased. Every drop of water will be valued more. We provide remote crop monitoring. You can identify through our images where to focus your agronomist work, where the potential for yield decrease in the season is. You as a company has an overview of all the images throughout the season, which helps in compliance like GAP. And no capex for the hardware, no maintenance is needed. If some local weather stations are available through the API, their local data may be integrated. Some of the success stories include, we have colleagues here from DuPont, so every field of Corteva in Austria in seed corn production is monitored by MANA. The complexity there for the agronomist is, for example, 4,000 hectares of seed production, but divided in 900 individual fields. The same complexity with the same field structure we have in Turkey, and we are expanding with our solution in Corteva Turkey, in Romania, in Serbia, etc. this year. And we are in talks with seed production in India. And the question was, can you do it on the small scale fields that we have? Because the limitation in India is individual growers have fields with 1 hectare, 0.8 hectares. So we did research and we are confident that even on such a small fields, we can provide individual recommendations. You know, and this is the end of presentation. What I want to say, this all adds up to the portfolio of possible solutions to the increase of yield in India, because there are a couple of strategies which I have heard on. One is just increase the area, which will hit a limit due to the production of rice and so on. Then the focus will be more on more productive production on each hectare of the field. And you know, there is a basic mantra, because in addition to PhD done on Pioneer, I have an INSEAD MBA from Singapore. So I combine agriculture, passion and business in one person. There is an old mantra which is very basic. What gets measured gets managed. What gets managed gets improved. Especially with as you move forward and you increase the number of professional run companies, especially seed companies, they will be more interested to see exactly what's going on and how to improve the average production. And you have to do it by increasing each field production. So the takeaway from my presentation would be there is a need for further R&D, there is a need for further improvement in many aspects. However, there are already now available solutions which just need to be implemented. This kind of solutions is scalable. If it works on 1 hectare, it works in one village, it will work in one it will work in one region, no problem. And it's available now. So it's all about getting the knowledge to the end users and actually starting to implement such kind of solutions. I hope that you find this presentation interesting, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andres. In fact, I really hope that this technology resonates in a rain-fed crop like maize. The relevance, of course, needs to be tested, but definitely the message is passed, and at least the awareness is there that there is a possibility of managing irrigation without using ground level sensor data, by using techniques without much ground level interventions. So we are just short of time. We have about 5 minutes to go, and I'd like to utilize this time to quickly take the views of the industry and, of course, our dignitaries from government. on what action steps need to be done to promote adoption of technology-led, innovations that will increase sustainability. Some of them have been discussed. We've talked about requirements in terms of hurdles that could be addressed, and we have an active chat going on. But going back to Dr. Ram, Dr. Ram, do you see any other specific areas where seed and plant protection chemical companies and industry need to work on to achieve sustainable climate resilient growth in productivity of maize? And what other collaborative efforts can be looked at in collaboration with governments? Dr. Ram, to you. You're on mute, sir. Can you hear us? I think you're still on mute, or probably there's an issue with your audio system. So shall we try once again? Dr. Ram, can you hear us? Unfortunately, we are not able to hear you, but we definitely have taken your views on the seed introduction part. So I'll pass on this question to Mr. Prashant Patra. If you could, broadly add on in case there are any specific areas on how the industry needs to focus on sustainable development and what government can do.
Yeah, Mr. Sanjay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
yes.
That's great. So I think, probably again, we come back to the biostimulants, that can be really delivered through a seed treatment solution. And I probably think 4 areas that we can further, improve and support from the government. First one is the, government and private sector partnership to promote seed treatment as a sustainable solution for crop productivity and farm incomes. And the seed sector also needs to adapt seed treatment for crop protection, whether it's an insect control or fungicide control as a fungus control, or nematicide, that's not been talked about a lot. Nematicide is another one, and including the biological solutions that Dr. Malhotra already spoke. So that's one thing. The second one is a need for necessary training. I think we touched upon this topic earlier as well, that the benefits of seed treatment for Indian maize farmers is probably there's a room for improvement there. And this can be done by the agriculture extension departments, by the universities, by the academia, as well as the private seed sector companies. Talking about seed treatment as a very potential solution in the initial 30 days of the crop, which is extremely important from a yield protection standpoint. The third one is about the access to the technology. Accelerate regulatory approvals. I think there is a Government of India directive to give priority to seed treatment solutions for early review of applications. We welcome that. It needs to be implemented, quickly and probably with an accelerated way. There's another proposal is, there are certain active ingredients which are already approved for a specific crop, especially in case of a corn, let's say. So if an active ingredient is already approved for foliar applications, so we should have some kind of a ad hoc approvals for a seed treatment, applications which is specially designed. Because this I have already talked about what are the benefits of a seed treatment solution versus foliar application. So if it is the same active ingredient, same crop, then it can be accelerated with an ad hoc approval. And then finally, what I see is that under Make in India initiative from the Government of India, a special emphasis could be provided for affordable seed treatment machines. That's something that India is lagging far behind compared to other countries. Countries like China, as an example, that we do not have seed treatment machines, and this could be a kind of a special emphasis through which the farmers can access the seed treatment machines, as well as some of the seed treatment service providers can access that. So if we can do these 4 interventions, it can help accelerate the seed treatment solution effectively. Thank you.
Sure. So before we go for views from Dr. Prabhu and Dr. Malhotra. Can you hear me, Dr. Ram? Would you like to add to these points?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, sorry, there was some. I think I'll just take some of the top three priorities if you look into this one. So obviously from a climate resiliency perspective, there can't be a better crop than corn. And I think Dr. Prabhu in the beginning itself, highlighted some of the constraints like these MSPs in a year when the commodity prices are low. So there probably if the government support equally to rice and corn, probably corn will come as a winner crop. So that's point number one. Point number two is obviously some of these new technologies and including these GM crops which are available now that the threats of fall armyworm and some of these new pests is more, and by the time the farmer applies the insecticide, sometimes the damage is already done, and that's where we kind of lose in terms of productivity to some of the nations where these technologies are available. The third one I would say is already, I think, a compliment to government, wherein already these drone technology is being allowed in agriculture, because if corn is a tall crop and, after flowering, probably it is difficult to apply, some of these insecticides and fungicides. With the help of these drone technologies, we will definitely, the growers will definitely benefit. And I see, many, happy farmers in a time once, these technologies are available with the help of drone applications. So that's also actually keeping in time in mind. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Ram. I'll circle back to Dr. Prabhu and Dr. Malhotra to conclude with your views on the points made and your overall views on the session. Dr. Prabhu, we'll start with you, if you don't mind.
Thank you. It was very interesting, really speaking, and there are a lot of points which I would like to take home and like to discuss with the Secretary of Agriculture based on what I heard here, other than what I had to tell Mr. Ram on the point which he mentioned about the trial point. First, let me solve the problem of Dr. Ram Siroi. As far as the varieties which are protected with us, for the specific varieties, there is no further restriction that can be imposed by any state government or any agency. Please let me know. If you have any specific variety which is protected with us, unless it is a notified variety on the extant category of the Seed Act, then the relevant zones and relevant production conditions will apply in your right. Otherwise, for all other cases, you are free to produce the seed where you want and sell where you want as far as the protected variety is concerned. That's there is no other restriction that can be imposed of 3 years trial or 1 year trial or no trial. It is your responsibility to see that you are taking out the production system on the label of your packet, and that has to be adhering to the conditions which the farmer will have to apply. And if he doesn't get it, he has the demand, he has the right to claim for compensation directly on that basis. So that we will settle if something like that is claimed by any farmer. But for the sale, production, and marketing, no restriction from any other law can be imposed on the protected varieties. Okay, that is one point we should take home and apply immediately. If any state government is preventing, please let me know in writing. Then I just want to compliment the Mana irrigation systems presentation, and also say the one with the link I gave in terms of how they can connect to the remote sense based prediction system of the duration, etc. Can both of you put together something with the information available on the fertility gradient in the entire country now, with the soil fertility data which is available now already on database, to integrate the supply of nutrients, at least in the case of maize, which is a fertilizer lover, along with irrigation systems and the crop stage. Crop stage coming from the ADCON, and you are talking about the phenology coming from ADCON, and you have said you're already measuring the water status. You can also introduce, either use the available information in the grid on the fertility related to major nutrients. There are 7 nutrients on which you can get the information ready-made in a given location. integrate that with the supply of these nutrients in a foliar manner or post-sowing manner through irrigation systems. If that can be integrated, and if you can give a proposal of this kind on example regions, certain states such as Bihar or some states where the productivity is low, then I can initiate a dialogue with the ministry to see how best the ministry can associate in trying and facilitating this. So that has been very interesting output that has come. And of course, from the seed, treatment-related issues, which Dr. Malhotra said can be introduced through the stimulants, biostimulants, and then using that along with, say, protection chemicals through the general capsuling and things of this kind. And if there is any, requirement to get it supported through the Indian options of industry support systems today through MSME or any other agency, we can definitely make it happen on example demonstration case with this as a background given. We will be able to facilitate this through the ministry's connections in terms of seeing that particular region in a state can be facilitated with these new technologies for targeting a particular crop, trait, or disease, or any other managerial tools responsible for the farmer in not reducing his productivity and improving the production so that he gets his returns as the priority best that is available to him. It is wonderful. I really loved the entire 1.5 hours. That was very nice. I liked it. Thank you so much for this beautiful, very small but very focused.
If I may just quickly respond, as we are just entering the market of India, I hope that by next year we will have some data to show, especially regarding irrigation contents. Regarding the other, which you mentioned, we may not provide anything about nutrient because we don't measure remotely anything. But regarding irrigation, I hope by next season we will have some data to share. Contact us, please, with your requirements. We will try to accommodate.
Thank you.
Sure, and as Dr. Prabhu has said, surely we will also try to work on it because a lot of soil fertility maps are available. So wherever the things will be available from the state government, so with your help, we will try to take those maps and integrate them with our remote sensing based data sets to work out how it's going to help the farmers. Surely we will try to do with some pilots and then see. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Dr. Malhotra, would you like to broadly give your views, especially the points that were made on AI already approved, ad hoc approvals, or something on the GM crop that Dr. Prabhu was, Dr. Ram was talking about?
Well, thank you. So, in fact, very good points have emerged out. I would like to respond to few of the points which have been mentioned here. And one thing is that we need to, we are promoting now through the cluster approach. This is one point under the National Food Security Mission program. Cluster approach is now being followed for promotion of this crop because already Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas and jointly with Ministry of Agriculture, long-term ethanol production procurement policy under EPB program has been submitted, and that's it is in discussion, where location-wise, quarter-wise, and annual ethanol procurement quality point of view for 5 years, that plan has been made. So cluster approach will be followed. Second point, here sensor-based technologies, yes, Mr. Andrej made a good presentation, but I would like to mention here that already Government of India has introduced Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. Prime Minister Agriculture Irrigation Plan has been already introduced. Through this plan, micro irrigation systems are now being promoted. And in the country today, we have about 15 million hectare area which is covered under micro irrigation system. But we want to integrate with the sensor-based technologies where we get a kind of assessment. This is some kind of requirement is definitely there, but we have some other local made our own systems which our research institutions have worked out, and some pilot testing already it is in process. And then one point was also raised by our colleague related to nematodes and others. I would like to mention here that just very recently, Government of India has allowed use of one nematicide. It is a new molecule. It is a fluoroalkyl. Otherwise, previously what was happening? We were using insecticides, carbofuron. It's basically a insecticide, not a nematicide. Pure nematicide was not available. So first time this nematicide has been registered in the country for commercialization. Another, but we believe more on the biosolutions. So now we have also permitted Bacillomyces. Bacillomyces, again, it's a biocontrol agent for nematodes, and this has been given permission, and farmers, they are preferring more this Bacillomyces. Another point I would like to respond back to our colleague's point related to seed treatment. I'll just tell you the real story. Farmers, they are now keen to adopt treatment of their seeds with Metrrhizium anisfeli. This is one of the biocontrol agent which controls this fall armyworm, and they don't like to treat with these insecticides because they feed this fodder to the animals, and they want to have some safe solutions. And now what they are doing, even farmers in Hasanpur, Belur area, where all the year round cultivation of this maize continues, and continuous cropping system is like this relay cropping happens. So where they could not afford, so they are collecting the infected larvae. They are making the solution, they are spraying onto this. So this is happening in some areas, I am telling you. In few areas where seed production is to be taken for maize, then only this chemical seed treatments, this is happening, so that they have to protect their crop at any cost. This is the real picture which just I wanted to mention about this storage point that has been well raised. But storage, again, our food security system that addresses more on these two crops, rice and wheat. So for maize, I think maize is not finding the place, but some kind of private system is there where they are selling, they are storing, and then further they are selling in the chain of that supply chain. Either it goes to the starch industry or to the poultry industry. Accordingly, this is a kind of system which is happening. But anyway, good points which have been made. But here one more point was mentioned, related to this crop yield assessment. Yes, excellent way they made a presentation. But now I would like to mention that country is also having one yield assessment system in the country, where pilot scale testing has been successful, and it has been finally launched, where we can make a kind of assessment that what kind of yield we are going to achieve. And this kind of estimation is done at monthly interval. And one crop weather watch committee has been constituted. They analyze all these aspects, and on the major 13 crops have been included into it, because those 13 crops are very important from export as well as from import point of view. So those crops have been included into it, and it is integration of satellite based imaging, that how much area has been covered. Second, Mahalnobis Center. We have one Mahalnobis National Crop Forecast Center. We take their help. They provide us those images. They give a kind of assessment. That assessment is used. Further, we have another aspect, that's econometric model, because econometric model again has been developed, and through that econometric model we get the information that in the states, is there any kind of drought like situation, is there any a gap between the two rains, because the rainfed cultivation also happens. So dry spell between the two rains, how much dry spell is there, whether it is going to adversely affect the yield. So this is a kind of information. This is just a start. So already I made a presentation before the secretary coordination, and this is again in a final stage of adoption, though these all informations are only used at the government level. So we have yet to use, because from the commercial point of view, you people are doing good job. I must give my compliments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Malhotra. Thank you, Dr. Prabhu. And thank you, everybody, all panelists who have been on this session. It has been a very, very interesting session and an extremely good learning experience for people with passion on agriculture. On behalf of Yes Bank, I once again thank you all, and thank FICCI for giving us this excellent opportunity to moderate the session. And I pass on the session to the FICCI Secretariat and Sarita to take forward. Thank you very much.
Joining now. Thank you everyone. Thank you so much for joining in and giving your insightful suggestions and inputs. So we'll definitely be in touch for further suggestion and inputs like how we can take this forward in a better way for the next year. Thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we are live, please. We are live?
Yes, sir.
So, shall we start?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. So let me actually welcome all the delegates for this third session in today's Maize conference, which actually we are going to talk about the sustainable solutions to build a post-harvest maize supply chain. And most of you are fully aware that the supply chain solutions, as far as India is concerned, we definitely lag behind. And there are quality problems and wastages right from the farm gate till the point of consumption. So we are addressing today the maize, but I think my genuine belief is this sustainable solutions of supply chain is a large concern. So let me today concentrate mostly on the maize part of it. As you know, for us, the quality is the paramount, as far as in the case of crops like maize, as it directly consumed by the humans or indirectly goes into poultry or fish feed, etc., and the entails in the cycle of consumption. So not only that, quality also enables better price realization from the farmer's point of view. And whatever we can do to get the right price realization, we convert this kind of farming into a much more sustainable model rather than he finding it every time difficult and not meeting the both the ends. We always talk about quite a bit of unscientific post-harvest practices. Traditionally, we used to do the sun drying, but today the sun drying is also getting into problems because unwanted rains and moisture content. So sometimes what we used to do traditionally right there is a time has come for us to do things differently to meet what is today's need. And I think that is where I think we are having a problem, because we are also having a very poor infrastructure to do this. And then we also really worry about post-harvest shortages and fungal growth and mycotoxin development. I mean, it just snowballs into problems and problems. And my experience, gentlemen, is whenever I worked with this kind of a chain reaction, in a lot of these problems are finally held back and hold. It is really passed on to the farmer. So this is my worry, and I think that's one of the reasons that more robust the post-harvest chain, post-harvest storage, post-harvest transportation is. I think end of the day, the farmer is going to benefit much more. There are measures being done. We cannot say no, but the question is it adequate enough? Because we are really talking about a large country and one of the largest overall producers of agri produce. I mean, maize also we are reasonably large. We cannot compare with some of the other countries in the world, but still we are large in our own way. Then to build a competitive maize value chain, we need to really understand how to protect the farmers, which I talked to you about the quality and the related problems coming out of it, and also with respect to price volatility. I think that's also, see, this genuinely can come down if you have the right storage facilities and we start creating something like store and take a credit note, which becomes as good as a cash. We wanted to do this. I know we worked out for grains also. See, it couldn't really work out well. I mean, really go back to Shantakumar's committee's findings in some of these areas. But the question is, how do we correct all this and how do we get into today, since you are going to talk about maize, how can we really create all this and play a vital role in creating a much more value for farmers and obviously for the entire agribusiness chain? I'm not going to talk too much now. I'm going to really stop because we have absolutely great and eminent speakers who I know will be able to throw much more light. They know much more than me in their specific areas of specialities, and you have got people with long experiences. So I'm going to start with requesting uh, the delegates to talk and give their views. So may I welcome first Mr. Shri T.K. Manoj Kumar, Chairman, Warehousing Development Regulatory Authority, Government of India, for a very, very special address. Mr. Manoj Kumar took charge as Chairman, WDRA, in November 2021. Previous to this, he was the Special Secretary, WDRA. Sri Manoj Kumar is a member of the IAS 1987 Kerala cadre, and he has got a long 34 years spanning experience and includes several food and logistics sectors. Among other assignments, he also worked as the GM Kerala State Civil Supply Corporation and the Transport Secretary and Food Secretary in the Government of Kerala. During his central deputation to the Government of India, he was also the Joint Secretary in Department of Food and Public Distribution, where he looked after the Impact FCI and Food Policy divisions. So I don't think we can get a better person to talk about the entire logistic supply chain. And now I am very keen, like all of you, to hear Mr. Sri T.K. Manoj Kumarji on his thoughts and what does he think that we have to do jointly as government, as private, so that we get a prominent position in the maize. Thank you, and over to you, Sri Manoj Kumarji.
Mr. Keshavan, thank you for the introduction, and let me also wish all the participants a very good afternoon before I put in my 5 cents today right now. First of all, am I audible to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. That's so nice. I'm going to talk specifically, focus mainly upon my organization, WDRA, because that is where I think I can say something which may be of importance. Now, with regard to maize and the various problems, I'm sure that there are other speakers here who are experts in this and who would be able to guide us better in the matter. Now, I did look for a brief on maize, And I find that maize is a leading crop. It is cultivated in several states of India, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Rajasthan, etc., Maharashtra, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and so on. And it forms about 9% of the national food basket. It's also a very, very versatile crop because it's used not only for food, but also has several industrial uses in starch, protein, oil, food sweeteners, textiles, etc., etc. So this, I don't think there's no underrating the importance of this crop, and we must definitely improve the supply chain in maize so that we get the maximum benefit out of this. Now let me come to this whole issue of supply chain and what I think are the important issues for helping maize cultivation and getting the best results from the maize production in the country. Very simply put, the production must be remunerative. We must look at the person at the beginning of the supply chain, that is a farmer. The farming must be sustainable. The farmer must get a good return on his product so that he continues to produce maize of good quality and the production increases. I assume that there would be no shortages as far as inputs like fertilizer and technology and all these things are concerned. And if shortages are there, there would be agencies which would which would be addressing this. So let us look at just what the supply chain issue is. Now, a supply chain basically starts from the uh, when the basic commodity is produced and it finally ends up at the level at which it is consumed. Now, there are a lot of things that happen between the consumer and the production. Some of it is very obvious, like transportation and storage and so on. Now, my brief mainly is to look at the storage aspects, that is warehousing. Now, when you look at warehousing, the first thing that one thinks is that it's only about storage. It's a temporary and a transit mechanism wherein a farmer produces it, is put in a warehouse, and later somebody buys it and takes it away. Now, I would like to disabuse everybody about this notion. I mean, though I'm sure that you are all aware of it, warehousing goes just beyond storage. There are many things that happen at the level of a warehouse. The least of all will be the storage. But it also includes things like assaying the product when it comes in. It includes looking at the various ways of standardizing the product and packing them in separate bags so that they are made ready for the market. It includes measures of preserving these products when they are in the storage phase so that there is no post-harvest losses, which is indeed a huge problem for several crops in the country, and where maize also would be having I'm sure would also be suffering on this count. But the point that I'd like to really underline, which concerns WDRA, is that when the goods are stored in a warehouse, they are not just lying there. They are actually a bankable asset. They are an asset which can be pledged, and the farmer can take a short-term loan so that he can meet his immediate requirements and hopefully hold on to the stock till prices are high enough and then he can sell it. Now, that is the whole idea of having a good storage system which contains all these aspects, and also it is married to the idea of pledge financing and getting immediate returns to the farmer when the produce comes in and he is not forced to sell it immediately. You know, the Warehousing Development Regulatory Act was passed in 2007, and the Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority was set up in 2010. And our mandate, besides trying to improve the storage sector in the country by enforcing the infrastructure procedural standards, is to establish a system of negotiable warehouse receipts in the country. And this is the first time that a negotiable warehouse system was formally introduced in the country. And as all of you are aware, a negotiable warehouse receipt is slightly better than a warehouse receipt because it conveys a clear document of title. It is proof that the goods have indeed been stored and the goods are of this quantity and quality, and they belong to whoever holds the receipt, to whom it has been endorsed. So the whole idea was to improve ease of doing business so that people could purchase the goods by purchasing the receipts without actually going and inspecting the stocks in the warehouse or even shifting the stocks. And needless to say, these warehouse receipts, because they are backed by a government organization like WDRA, would be definitely be an easy instrument for banks to extend pledge financing is. They would not have to go and do further examinations and further checking because the receipt has already been guaranteed by another government agency, and there are backup mechanisms. So in case of defaults, so for compensation to be paid to banks, depositors, and so on, depending on a case by case basis. So my submission today afternoon is that in order to improve the supply chain issues in maize, we must increase the storage of maize in WDRA registered warehouses. Number one. Number two, WDRA is a young organization. The number of warehouses which are registered with us are not is not very high. It is 2,500. As all of you are aware, there are about a lakh odd warehouses in the country. The latest NABARD survey shows that there are 1,05,000 warehouses, out of which 9,000 warehouses are defunct. So roughly about a lakh of warehouses are there in the agri sector. There is definitely a call for increasing the warehouses registered under WDA. Right now, registration with WDRA is not mandatory, but if you want to issue a negotiable warehouse receipt, which guarantees the quantity and the quality of the deposits, you have to register. And so far in our 10-year existence, we have not had any major case of default, barring one or two small cases which have been settled. So this is one particular institution which can make a big difference as far as the maize farmer is concerned by ensuring that his goods are stored in warehouses which have been cleared by us in terms of infrastructure and their storage practices. And so that means there would be less damage and loss to the crops. And what is more, the farmer would get a receipt which he can pledge and take a bank loan, and where he can also use it for sales. But in the long run, hopefully hold on to the crop for a while, uh, waiting for the prices to rise. This would be a big boost for the maize farmer, and this would help him to uh, plow it back to his endeavors and improve the production and so on. Now, last point I'd like to make is that probably one reason why we do not have too many warehouses where we are keeping maize is a lack of availability of warehouses at the farm gate level. In India, we find that most of the warehouses are in the big cities because that is where they were established when we started this whole business of proper warehousing after 1950s. And now some warehouses are being also built in tier 2 cities with the land prices in the tier 1 cities going up. But definitely there is a case for having warehouses at the farm gate level where the farmer can immediately put his crops in. And these warehouses hopefully should be registered with WDRA. So all these benefits which I had mentioned would would accrue to the farmers. Uh, I am very hopeful that in the last budget speech there was an announcement about providing more funds for infrastructure and warehousing infrastructure, particularly to entrepreneurs who want to start smaller warehouses. Maybe if a whole network of smaller warehouses emerges at the farm gate level, these can be used as even transit points where the crop immediately comes in, where it is graded, where it is standardized, where it is packed into proper bags, where it is stored properly and then taken to the bigger cities. And where, and if you can issue negotiable receipts for these crops, then the farmer would also benefit by getting money immediately when he requires it. Now, this is what I would like to say today. I know that my remarks have been very specific to my organization, but that is our area of expertise. And I would be very happy to take any questions on this matter. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to address you today afternoon. Thank you. Mr. Keshavan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I kept it on mute. My problem. I was on mute.
Okay, but I hope you were able to hear me.
Yeah. I heard you completely. So that's what I was really saying, that I think you put it very crisply that I think it's a very interesting observation, and I'm sure that a lot of will remember this. Your statement that one is sustainability to then return to the farmer, and supply chain is beyond storage. I think that is the most important aspect that people tend to forget. And the most important for me when I'm looking into farmer is creating a bankable asset, and also that is a negotiable warehouse receipt that we talked about, and also ability to wait for a better price in the future rather than getting into a distress sale. So that is where I think the whole change is coming and has need to come. And I also fully support that the last budget opened up a lot of support as far as the infrastructure for agriculture is concerned. I'm only hoping that if government can put 1 rupee, the private should jump in to put 4 rupees. I think there has been some delay for very many reasons, but I still am very hopeful that things will going to change, and we're going to find out, and in the future that this area is going to blossom, because it's also extremely essential for the Indian agricultural farmer and the agricultural system to make this happen. So once again, thank you, sir. We will come back to you when there are very specific questions, and I'm going to request the other speakers just to uh, talk further on elaborating the maize part of it. So let me welcome Mr. Kishore Kovuru. I think he's there. I see his name here, but I don't see his face. Mr. Kishore Kovuru, he's the procurement head and special officer, currently posted at the AP Market. Yes, Mr. Kishore, nice seeing you here. He's a very passionate about technology, and he also believes in the mobile and Internet of Things are the key drivers of the governance and developments in the nation like India. I do not disagree with you, sir. The AI and MI and making it as simple as possible. You put it mobile as making it as simple as possible, that the people who are utilizing is, whether it is simple farmer to a complicated wholesaler, I think that is going to make the world a big difference. And I think India is leading in this, and I also genuinely believe we'll do much more. I understand Mr. Kishore has implemented cashless transactions in Raitu Bazaar through MMID in the district of East Godavari. And this has helped him to make the payment seamless. And they also oversaw the development of Markfed's own e-auction platform to dispose of commodities procured by AP's Markfed. And through this initiative, I think he seems to have brought in an organizational revenue around 1 crore in a span of 3 months. And I'm so sure, Mr. Kishore, that this is the way we all like to go. And I also been discussing with the ENAM developments, which I genuinely believe at some point of time is going to integrate a lot of these things on an all India basis. And I know many of the things what the independently the states are doing. I think that a stage will come that it all gets linked into a common platform. So the access is not just state specific, that just going to be India specific, and maybe God for permits, one day it will also become the globe specific. So over to you, Mr. Kishore, on your experiences and your advices for the people who are eager to hear from you. Thank you. Over to Mr. Kishore.
Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. So myself is Kishore, presently working as special officer and head of the procurement in AP Markfed organization. So actually, this organization is headed by uh, Managing Director Sri Pradyumna IAS. So at present, he has to attend one urgent cabinet meeting. So on behalf of Sir, so I am going to present our organization initiatives. So can I have this screen share, sir?
Sir, you
Yes.
can share your screen.
I think my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So our organization is Andhra Pradesh State Cooperative Marketing Federation Limited, so which is having headquarters at Vijayawada. So we have mainly 6 verticals in our organization. So one is agri inputs distribution, another is agricultural produce procurement, third one is warehousing facilities we have, fourth one is we have cattle plant, fifth one is we have retail consumer division is also there. So sixth one is e-auction platform. So these are the 6 main verticals. So thereafter we have software platforms to operate all these 6 verticals. So major one is agri inputs distribution. We have separate platform called CM-AID. So thereafter we have procurement platform called CM-MAP. So I want to present the procurement CM-MAP, how it works. So let us see. The CM-MAP, which is procurement platform, works on main 5 objects. So first one is we decentralize procurement level at village level, which are called Raitu Bharosa Kendras. So these Kendras will be operated at village level. So their procurement operations will be taken up. So in these procurement operations, there is no scope for intermediators. So in order to implement our MSP operations, we used to implement these MSP operations to benefit the small and marginal farmers. So thereafter, we will ensure the quality parameters also. We appointed third-party agencies and another we used the technology called AI. So from these methods, we will ensure our quality of produce which are being procured by our organization. So thereafter, all the payments to the farmers, including vendors also, will be made through online only, which is called CM app. So this is the slide showing flowchart of CM app, how it works. So let us see. So in previous slide, we discussed about procurement centers called Raitu Bharosa Kendras. So there will be government employees deputed called VAA, Village Agriculture Assistants. They used to upload the daily prices in our CM app. So all the prices will be monitored in a single dashboard. So all the primary sector departments will be will get these prices, so that if there is any price reported by VAA found that is below MSP, the system will catch the prices which are ruling below MSP, that will be displayed in the dashboard. So thereafter, Commissioner of Marketing and MD Markfed, which is headed by our organization, will issue intervention orders to the joint collectors which are situated in the districts. So thereafter, the district administration comprising of primary sector in coordination with the joint collectors, they will receive the orders from our head of the procurement, and they use it to inform the farmers for registration into our app. So thereafter, immediately the farmers will get the SMS duly directing them to go for registration at RBK centers. So the VAS will get the VAS will get the registrations from farmers. So thereafter, all the farmers will be provided schedules. So when they have to bring the produce to the procurement centers, that all details will be supplied to the farmers through SMS. So thereafter, immediately after uh, uh, checking the produce brought by the farmer to the procurement center, there will be SIers which are situated at Raitu Bharasa Kendras. They will check the quality of the procurement and immediately they will start procuring the produce. All the details of the quality parameters will be entered in our CM app. So thereafter, the produce which were procured by the procured at the procurement center will be transferred to our mapped godowns. So nearly our decentralization of procurement was up to each village, almost each village. There are 10,848 RBK centers. That is, we established 10,000 plus procurement centers in our AP state. So from these procurement centers, all the farmers will be benefited for selling their produce at the MSP prices whenever the prices are ruling below MSP. So just I will show the dashboard of our CM app so that you can easily understand. So what is the procurement process being? Just wait a minute. So this is our CM app dashboard. So there is a abbreviation for CM app, continuous monitoring of agricultural prices and procurement. So in this season, here season is Rabi 21-22. So in this season, till now, out of 10,375 villages, we received the prices from 3,787 villages. So there is only one crop out of 31 crops, only one crop is ruling below MSP. So as per the report received from the VAS, which are situated at village level. So there are 22 villages out of 3,000 villages. There are 22 villages. We received the crops below MSP. So for that, we have already issued orders for intervention of procurement about 5 commodities. So thereafter, 2,721 villages have been received this SMS to go for registration. So out of 2,731 villages, already 1,325 villages registered their names in the RBKs. So there are till now 49,000 farmers have registered in our app. So here, out of 1,325, 998 procurement centers have started procurement. So out of 49,000 registered farmers, we procured from 26,000 farmers. So till now 58,581 metric tons of procurement of produce was done, out of which 52,000 was transported. The total value of the procurement is 307 crores. So out of which till now 238 crores were approved. So out of that, our head office has approved 192 crores for payment. So out of 192 crores, all the amount was pushed to bank. So till now, 108 crores received by the farmers. So these are the entire procurement operations being operated by our organization, which is completely monitored through this software only. For identification of farmers, we use it to integrate our software with the e-crop booking, which is being operated by the agriculture department. So here there is no scope for mediation. So farmer has to bring their produce to the procurement center. Quality will be checked there. So thereafter procurement will be done. All the sale proceeds will be sent to his directly Aadhaar based account. So that means we are not even collecting the bank details also. So this is completely paperless transaction. No single document will be insisted from the farmer. So thereafter we use it to give the payments to the warehouse managers, hamalis, transporters, gunnies. So all the payments will be done through this app only. All the payments will be done through online only. So this is our CM app, so which is a procurement online platform. So these are the some of the initiatives we have taken before this digitalization. So these are the benefits we got after digitalization. So procurement, decentralization of procurement was easily done. This can be monitored by our organization, and also we will share our dashboard to the primary sector departments so that they can also benefited through this information how the procurement is going on. So all like that. So all the approvals right from the village level to head office, including joint collectors, head of the procurement, head of the districts, third party assaying, all the approvals will be done through e-sign only in this app. So that is the one of the major transparency in this app. So regarding maize, till now we have procured almost suppose say 2014, 14, 15, 310 crores of worth of maize was procured. 17, 18, 169 crores. 19, 20, 729 crores. 20, 21, 918 crores. 21, 22, 5 crores only because of as the price of maize is ruling above 20,000 per metric ton, 20,000 to 22,000. So that's why the farmers are not interested to sell their produce in our procurement centers. So recently we have taken up one pilot project in Guntur district. So there we offer the farmers to buy put option. We offer to sell the put option through this one through NCDX. So the process is going on. So there are three scenarios. Whenever the price falls below the MSP, we use it to offer 10% above the MSP. So in order to encourage our farmers to participate in hedging like that. So recently we initiated this pilot project. Till now 50 farmers have shown their interest and they have opened trading accounts in their villages also. So we have enlightened the benefits of contract farming, how the farmers will be benefited if they enroll into the this future contract. So these are the initiatives taken by our organization. So in order to dispose our stocks, there is an online platform. AP Market has developed its own e-auction platform, which is called Markray. So as you are aware that AgriBazaar, NCML, so in that similar platforms, we developed our own platform that is called e-auction platform. That is called this one, Markray. So just I will try to show the dashboard so that you can easily know how we will monitor it right from procurement to disposal. So this is our Markray platform. So we use it to float our auctions daily. Bidders will participate throughout the India. So till now, we have 389 crores worth of produce with us. Till now, we disposed 270 crores worth of produce. Balance we have this one. So this is the security deposit. So how many bidders have paid that security deposit within time? So thereafter, the bidders who have the successful bidders have to pay the sale contract amount. So how much amount we received? What is the balance amount we have to receive? So immediately after receiving the sale contract amount, we use it to give the release order, which will be directly pushed into the login of the warehouse manager as well as district manager as well as bidder also. So basing on that release order, they will release the this one produce. So all the invoices will also be directly directly pushed from the GST portal automatically. The successful bidder used to download the invoice directly from their logins. So thereafter, after completion of end of the each consignment, they will automatically get the NOC from our head office. They can directly download the NOCs from their logins. So these are the two major platforms. One is CM8, another is Markray. So procurement is CM app is meant for procurement, and Markray is meant for complete disposal. So this is the end-to-end completely digitalized and digital payments, completely paperless transactions. So these are the initiatives taken by our department. So thank you. If you have any doubts, I will try to come them down. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Kishore, for sharing your AP's government's initiatives. Very interesting. I can see that the Indian power of digital India is far-reaching. Absolutely, it's far-reaching. And I'm also really happy when you said that you have an intervention if it is below MSP. The prices are rolling below MSP or they're not able to sell. The only one question which lingers in my mind, probably will come back to you later on this is, one interesting question came up was, what happens if the price rule is above the MSP? How does thereafter the farmers try to store it? Because then the farmer will be looking around for the buyer, things are higher, but then there's a question of problem of storage. And I think I'll hold this question now because I think that we are running tight, short of time, because I like to invite the CBO, the Chief Business Officer of NCDEX. I mean, it's a very interesting name, Kabil Dev, because I'm sure I can accept some sixers out of him on what the NCDEX has done. Mr. Kapil has been instrumental in launching the new product and building new categories at this exchange. In his current capacity, he has been the driving force and bringing innovation into the business operations. I think that is the most important part. And in his career span, he has developed deep expertise into Indian commodity market and agri-business and challenging dynamics of the agri-commodities trading. He is well connected with various segments of agri-value chain and demonstrate proneness both in physical as well as future markets. So there my interest comes in when you say the future market. So over to you, Mr. Kapil Dev. We are eager to hear your experiences.
Thank you, Mr. Keshwan. I trust I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I think it's very interesting topic which I think we have been discussing since long. When I was doing my graduation, we were talking about post-harvest losses in Indian agri, where the value used to come around somewhere around 90,000 crore plus. And after maybe more than 20 years, still we are talking about the same value loss when we talk about post-harvest losses in Indian agriculture. Though we have grown we have moved a lot in terms of digitalization, in terms of new technological development, in terms of using various other technology as far as production is concerned. But I think the output side still have not seen that growth and maybe the intervention which we have seen on the input side. So we are a growing country. Production is growing. We thankfully as of now is in a position to fulfill that need of the country as far as food and feed is concerned. But still, I think there are a lot of challenges which we need to face. When we talk about quality, I think the important point which we miss is connecting quality with the realization to the farmers. Because we are talking about maize, let me take all of you to the important production state Bihar. When exchange first started its operations in Bihar, which is Purnia Gulabagh Center, and I landed first in nearest airport, and from there it's almost 3 hour journey through a highway. And half of the highway you will always see during the harvest time is with maize, it's filled with maize. So farmers are getting their produce, they are spreading it on the road for sun drying, and then they are collecting it and they are taking it to the nearest market. You can understand how much issues with this practice exist. Quality is impacted, safety is impacted, labor intensive exercise, and that too without knowing that how much we are going to get once we complete this entire exercise. So we as an exchange always think that somehow the quality farmers are producing and the price which they are realizing for that quality has to be linked. And if we can develop that linkage to the next level, I think the quality consciousness will start at the farm level itself. So just for an example, today if you go to the Bihar market and you ask for the price, what is the maize price, you will get 4 or 5 prices. And how do they define it? It's BD, it's super BD, it's number 2, it's number 1, and then it's premium, which is actually defined by the users of the corn. Means depending which industry is buying, what quality farmers are getting, where it is getting fit, pricing of corn is being done. So actually farmers remain unaware till the time his material is finally getting judged by someone where he is going to sell it, about the quality of his produce and the price he is going to get out of that produce. So I think that is something which we need to look forward, and that's what I think role of exchange and WDRA, ENWR, and the ecosystem which we have created comes into picture. So we try to develop that linkages that the price which is going to the farmers are actually defined for a quality. So everybody in the stakeholder knows that this is the price for a quality which we are going to get, and both farmers, producers, sellers, and consumer, if they are trading on exchange system, they know that these prices are of this quality and that's what we are going to get. And farmers can definitely decide that what I need to do to produce that kind of quality. So I think that is something which we focus on, as Mr. Kishore in the previous presentation has mentioned that using options, and thankfully he mentioned it. What we are trying to do in case of maize, and which we have successfully done, I think now it's it's third year we have been doing this, that at the time of sowing itself or before harvest, we are reaching to the farmers, or we are making them aware that you can lock prices of your product using derivatives market, and minimum income you can protect today. So you can avoid all the falls, you can avoid all the volatility, you can avoid all the uncertainties which may happen when actually arrival happens. So we reach to the farmers, we reach to the FPOs, we reach to the various agencies who are involved with those organizations, with the farmers, and they either create awareness to the farmers, so they support farmers, they handhold farmers to do that price locking. And once that price is locked, as Mr. Kishore has mentioned, that prices are locked through a mechanism where you need to pay a premium when you are buying a put option. And once you buy a put option, then you are sure as a farmer that this is the price which I am going to get it. And the mechanism through which put option works, if prices are below the price which you have locked at the time of initiating the trade, you will get that difference. So you are protected for price fall. And if prices at the time of harvest or at the time of when contract expires is above their price which you have locked, you are free to go to the market and realize the higher prices. So we are helping farmer to lock both side of the market. If prices falls, you are protected. If prices moves up, you are free to go to the market and realize higher prices. And I'm happy to share that many of the FPOs have started using this platform. They are coming, they are using exchange system, they are delivering, and they are using these tools to protect themselves against the price volatility. So that's what we are doing. But this is not only the price protection. What we also bring, which is very unique to the market, that we follow a SOP for deliveries, how the deliveries in the exchange ecosystem will happen. So unlike physical market where qualities are spontaneous, both buyer and sellers decide at the time when actually OTC trade happens. Most of the time qualities are assayed on the physical parameters. There is no scientific mechanism in most of the cases. And then pricing happens, which is again a very non-transparent way of pricing. So we have a ecosystem where we have the warehouse service providers associated with us. All of our warehouses are WDRA approved warehouses. All of our parameters are FSI and EGMARC parameters. And then we have NABL approved lab, the scientific lab. They follow the scientific process, and the quality grade to the various goods is being given. There are various premium discount associated with different grades. So what we are trying to do, that a quality of the good is directly linked to the price which you are going to get. If you produce the best quality, there will be the best price you will get it. If there is little less quality, you will get some discount. So farmers are always motivated to produce good. Second, all of warehouses do follow the standard procedures in terms of maintaining quality, in terms of maintaining moisture. We are now even thinking about moving towards silo and using dryers, just to make sure that the quality post harvest and post storage is quite maintained, and that the shelf life can be improved. We have been pushing since long. I think we were the first to start initiating discussion in 2011-12 about the using dryers in case of maize. When we reached to Bihar, we understood that the moisture range for maize is from 12% to maybe around 20 plus, and the price range varies accordingly. If a standard moisture is around 14% and you are getting 1,000 rupees for your maize, or maybe 1,500, the discounted maize was being sold as maybe 10% or 15% at 15% discount. So somehow we are also we understood that these crops need improved storage practices and maybe improve technology to improve the overall quality of the grains. What other thought, I think, when we talk about apart from connecting produce to the price realization, I think India is only among the few countries which produce so much of large grains, which is stored in flat warehouses. I think we are the only few countries we do have. Somehow we think as an exchange, and that's what we keep on pushing as well, that this is the time to improve our warehouse practices, moving from flat warehouses to silos, and keep on adding other essentials requirement which are different for different commodities, like in case of maize is drier at ground and when warehouses are being established, and then connecting those ENWR or warehouse receipt to the market. So the entire ecosystem is protected, and there is audit trail, the quality is improved, it is being stored in the best of best facilities, and farmers are getting best realization. So this is what we have been doing, and we not only for maize, for all the commodities which we offer to trade from on exchange platform, we do follow these SOPs, and we keep on thinking to improve how the new technology can brought into the post harvest and on the quality and grading and standard side. So that's what we are doing, and I think if that is done, a lot of improvement is possible in terms of farm realization, in terms of storability, in terms of visibility, in terms of the quality audit and audit trail. So that's what we think, and we keep on pushing, and we understand that's the way forward for Indian food grain storage practices. That's from my side, Mr. Keswan.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for this. I think from your presentation, for me, what really comes very, very strongly is connecting quality with the realization that farmer can get a better price, there is a quality. And to make that happen, you need an absolutely right system which has got a scientific mechanism for assessing quality, because this is an area of dispute in the past. I always seen that, and especially when all those produce starts coming together, it is generally a messy situation in the past. And then many a times it all get mixed up, and I mean, you must have seen it, I have seen it in the physical presence. But these are the changes I think is going to make, whether it is maize or any other produce, is going to make a big change. I'm going to do a slight switch now. I think I've been listening to all the Indian versions. I'm going to bring in Mr. Mariano Belliard, Senior Regional Agricultural Attaché of U.S. Department of Agriculture. And after that, I will request Mr. Devesh Kumar to come in, because his experiences will be Rural Livelihood Promotion Society, JBICA. So first, I'm going to request Mr. Mariano Belliard that, sir, he has got an extensive private sector experience in international trade and logistics. Mr. Belliard joined the Foreign Agriculture Service in 2003, and that's a little long back. And as an international economist and Agricultural Export Service, a division of the Commodity and Marketing Program. And he actually specialized in North Asia affairs. So let us hear Mr. Mariano, and then we will come back to our Indian friend, again back to Jivika after that. Okay, Mr. Mariano, please.
Hello. Hello and good afternoon. Let's shift gears a little bit. Let me talk, in that sense, let me talk a little bit about America and its corn production and its handling. American corn, as many of you may know, America's corn is big. It's our biggest agricultural crop. Production of corn, which some folks also call maize, plays a major role in the economy of the United States. The United States is also the largest corn producer in the world, with over some 34 million hectares of land reserved for corn production last year in 2021, and where we produced about 381 million metric tons of corn. Corn growth in my country is dominated by west, north, central Iowa and east central Illinois states. And approximately 13% of its annual yield of the corn yield is it's exported. Domestic corn production in the U.S. has grown steadily at a 25-year average rate of around 2%, or around 3.81 metric tons per acre, our acre, not hectare, to about 5 metric tons per acre per year on a similar acre footprint. Why does corn have the most acreage of any major crop in the United States? Simple enough. It can be grown in nearly every state in the union. Seed companies provide hybrid, organic, and bioengineered varieties that are specially bred to be the best for different soil and weather conditions. Seed companies have developed different corn types for different end uses, including feed corn, sweet corn, white corn, and popcorn. Now, let me just, our farmers do not set the price of corn. They rely instead on the marketplace, which is driven by global supply and demand factors. Corn prices are driven by factors such as trade, energy use, weather, production, and carryover estimates. These are just a few examples. So how do we get all this corn? You know, the answer is simplistic and complexity, as I would say. We use technology. Today's technology has allowed farmers to increase production on each acre of land, and corn productivity is projected to continue to rise in the United States. Increased corn productivity enables our growers to outpace demand with a higher supply, meeting the demand for food, feed, fuel, and exports. Corn is an economical food ingredient because our industry has worked and continues to work to optimize the value of the corn kernel. We're able to provide abundant corn-based ingredients at affordable prices while also providing feed, fuel, feedstock for our bio-based industrial products. So, you know, and some of us have touched upon it, you know, on the concept of what do we do with all this corn? Well, over a third of America's corn crop is used for feeding cattle, hogs, and poultry. Corn provides necessary carbs, the carbohydrates, and animal feed, while our soybeans provide the protein. Our feedlot-raised cattle will consume about a ton of corn by some estimates. At the same time, both our dairy cows and beef cows also consume silage, which is fermented corn stalks and other green plants. Around a third of our corn crop is used to make ethanol, which serves as a renewable fuel additive for our gasoline, our petrol. In America, we have the renewable fuel standards, which requires that 10% of our gasoline, petrol, be renewable fuel, but you can find E15, 15% ethanol, or E85, which is 85% ethanol in some areas, particularly in the American Northwest, Midwest area. Using corn to make ethanol preserves important nutrients found in corn for other uses. A corn kernel starch is fermented to make ethanol with no effect on corn variables, protein, minerals, vitamins, and fiber used in efficient ethanol co-products such as animal feeds and oils. As a result, producing ethanol for fuel for corn has no effect on the supply of food ingredients. Corn plants efficiently produce high amounts of protein and calories per square foot of land. Ethanol production does not diminish this efficiency, and overall, food inflation has decreased as the ethanol industry has grown. The rest of the corn crop is used in human food, beverages, and industrial uses in the United States, or exported to other countries for feed or food use. Corn, as you know, has hundreds of uses. It is used to make breakfast cereal, tortilla chips, grits, canned beer, soda, cooking oil, and biodegradable packaging material. It is a key ingredient in growing medium for life-saving medicines, including penicillin. Corn gluten meal is used on flour roots to prevent weeds as well. So where does American corn end up going sometimes? America's biggest customers are located in Mexico, South Korea, Japan, and Colombia. U.S. white corn is particularly prized in Mexico and Colombia for the high-quality food ingredient, while Japan and South Korea pay a premium for high-quality USDA. That's my home agency, my ministry. the Department of Agriculture. USDA inspected feed corn for poultry and beef. So I've been rambling on a bit now about corn, American corn, where it goes and so forth. And I promised to speak a little bit about corn handling. So let us start by talking about one of my least favorite subjects, and that's aflatoxins. As you know, aflatoxin is a naturally occurring toxin produced by the fungus Aspergillus flavius. Fungus can be recognized by the gray, green, or yellow-green mold growing on the kernels in the field or in storage. Plant stress due to drought, heat, or insect damage during fungus growth usually increases aflatoxin levels. Aflatoxin contamination will reduce feeding value and hinder sales. Now, this is critical because aflatoxins, because it's extremely poisonous to warm-blooded animals like you and me. Even at relatively low levels, American grain handling facilities often check for the presence of the toxin before purchasing the corn. You know, Aspergillus flavius is a common fungus found in soil and debris. Since it occurs so frequently in nature, and particularly as airborne spores, it can be found on most grain in field and in storage. Moisture, heat stress is commonly associated with most aflatoxin outbreaks. Sound agronomic practices and poor harvest practices must be followed to reduce or prevent the contamination or buildup once the crop is harvested and stored. So what needs to be done? You know, you need to suppress the potential for aflatoxin prior to harvest. Aflatoxin contamination problems are minimized by the management such as thoroughly grain cleaning, proper combine adjustment to reduce kernel damage, matching drying capacity to wet corn holding capacity, proper drying, removal of fines and broken kernels, proper grain cooling after drying, and sound storage practices. What harvest tips can be followed to reduce aflatoxin? Aspergillus infection occurs on corn and broken and damaged kernels and foreign material. Damage to the grain seed coat permits easy entrance of mold and fungi and promotes rapid development of storage rods at high moisture and temperature levels. Heat and drought stress can cause seed coat fractures and increase the opportunity for infection to occur. Aflatoxin can develop within 24 hours in mold and fungi infected corn stored under these conditions, even though corn was previously free of aflatoxin. Harvesting must be done in such a way as to prevent damage to the seed coat and to assure maximum cleaning of grain, since damaged seed and foreign material contribute to the development of aflatoxins. When corn reaches maturity, harvest immediately and dry mechanically. Harvest should begin with moisture levels reach around 28 to 30%. Irrigated corn generally has fewer problems with aspergillus infection due to better growing condition, less drought and heat stress, etc. If corn is irrigated, harvest the crop outside the pivot separately and store it separately to reduce chances of contaminating good corn. Be sure to clean the combine before harvesting the irrigated corn. Be careful with any ears that come into contact with the ground for some time. They usually exhibit higher than normal aflatoxin levels and should not be picked up if possible. Grain handling, do not hold high moisture grain in wagons or trucks longer than 6 hours. Place high moisture corn being held for drying in a holding bin using forced air to keep it as cool as possible. Use sound sanitation practices in handling grain. Clean the wells and pits and clean around dump station before and after each use. You have to dry properly. Drying temperatures and drying time may have an effect on the development of aflatoxin in stored grain. Slowly drying with low heat over long periods could promote aflatoxin development. You have to maintain proper storage conditions. Again, keep the moisture in stored grain below 12 to 13% to stop the development of aflatoxin. Also, keep insect activity to a minimum. Cooling the grain down below 60 degrees Fahrenheit with outside air as soon as the temperature permit is beneficial in arresting the development of insect populations. And consider using a grain cleaner at the bin to remove trash before placing the grain in storage. Storage, aerate the grain in storage when it's at least 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than outside air temperature and humidity is below 65%. Green held in storage should be inspected and probed every 3 to 4 weeks. Check for insect activity, high temperatures, mold growth, or sprouting at the top of the grain. Sampling corn, that's another thing that we do. Take extra care to collect representative samples when testing for aflatoxin due to extreme variability within the lots. Fields and bins of corn containing aflatoxin. And there's variability within the fields, and this can contribute to different levels and kinds of stress incurred by the corn crop in different portions of the field. Again, testing should be done with accurate and reliable methods such as the quick test ELISA and gas chromatography, which can determine the presence or absence of aflatoxins at levels of 10 parts per billion or more. The black light screening only test for the presence of Aspergillus and should not be used to determine the presence of aflatoxin. Now, let me just wrap when I'm short. I know we're short on time, so let me just wrap up real quickly by saying two little things on transportation. For us, transportation is an essential part of marketing corn. American farmers depend on an adequate and efficient transportation system to move their crop to market and to bring in them the inputs, both of which are usually transported, in our case, extremely long distances. Most U.S. corn is produced in just 7 states and is shipped by rail, by barge, and trucks to our feedlots, our feed mills, our ethanol refineries, and to our ports for export. Corn exporters, American corn exports depend mostly on rail and barge services to move their crop to ports, whereas domestic corn movements are primarily handled by our trucks. And in closing, I would just want to say thank you for taking the time out from your busy schedules today to attend the session, to listen to me, to ramble on about American corn. But I also would like to thank FICCI for organizing the India Maize Summit 2022, the gracious invitation for me to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Mariano. I think we all know that the United States of America has got a phenomenal experience in corn. And it's also important for us to understand how do you do certain things. I think it's very interestingly, first of all, is that 5 metric tons per acre. I think that is something we need to really look at achieving. I know some parts of Bihar is doing it, but I think all India really need to move up. That is one. And of course, is the quality preservation, storage, and transportation. The simple and straight critical areas which United States have addressed over few decades. I think we need to do that, and we need to do it in a hurry. Other important area I think which comes out of your talk is also drying, and because see, thanks to the current climatic changes, I think I'm afraid that India is going to have a problem, and drying adds the cost also. So we need to find out optimum solutions, and some of these things that can be best be done understanding how you go about doing it, and is there any technology that we can adapt from US and also make it meaningful for Indian kind of operations. Anyhow, that's a long ball game. The one good thing which has happened is India has started carrying and utilizing rail for transporting agricultural produce, which enables a large quantity of shipments and the reasonable cost. So I think that's another learning, interesting. So thanks a lot, Mr. Mariano, for this. I'm sure we'll be in touch with you specifically to address some of these problems, and we'll just make sure that we'll pick your brain when it comes to that. I'm now going to the gentleman, Dr. Divesh Kumar, who's basically a banker who did a doctorate in banking. I mean, it is a little more than a banker. I'm sure this is the banker I can bank on, who's got a doctorate in banking. But more importantly, I think he decided that after doing a doctorate in banking, he really got into passionate on entrepreneurial models at the grassroots level. That's the most interesting thing. That's one of the reasons I held him back to the end, because I'd love to hear from you. And for the last about 8 years, he has been working with the Rural Livelihood Promotion Society, Jivika, in Bihar. And he's looking after 26 FPOs. Another interesting thought process, because FPO is something we have been talking about. And though we talk about 10 to 12,000 FPOs, really sustainable, successful FPOs have been not maybe just 10%. So I think that's something I really love to hear from him. And with the turnover of 25 crores, 26 FPOs, each FPO having in 1 crore is definitely not a bad ball game looking at what is happening to the Indian FPOs systems today. So, and another thing is, another most interesting and most impressive is, I think all these FPOs are managed by women. So we love to hear from you, Ms. Dr. Devesh Kumar, your experiences, and how do you find FPOs? How do you think areas, all the areas we discussed and come out as problem areas? Is there any solutions you have found in a simple way for Indian needs? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Keshwan, and good afternoon all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, first of all, I will talk about our model. We are having small and marginal farmers in Bihar, and very small farmland is there. But we are having some very good FPOs, which is run by totally women-led organizations are there. So in Purnia, Saharsa, Khagadia, Begusarai, these all are maize producing regions. And you all are talking about the productivity in Purnia itself, the very high productivity is there in Purnia and Khagadia. So we are having a model in which women-led former producer organization are there, and a professional team is facilitating them. Like we are having a very professional CEO who is getting around more than 1 lakh per month. We are having marketing and procurement manager and governance capacity building officer and other. And we have created one more facilitator that is called agri entrepreneurs. So he is the facilitator who is doing aggregation for us at the farm gate level through producers, and they are very trained people. They are having 45 days training from NIRD Hyderabad, and they are having the seed and fertilizer license, and they are working for our FPOs. So we are having a good network to get all commodity aggregated at the collection center. So in one collection center, these A's are dealing and aggregate the maize. As Kapil said, in Bihar we are not having any drying facilities, and we are drying the maize on the road, due to which we are not getting good qualities, and I completely agree with this particular one. So we are making some infrastructural arrangements at village level, at farm gate level, and we urge our private partners and government bodies like WDRA to having some small infrastructure and these drying facilities at farm gate level. So the structure is the institution at farm gate level and the facilitator who is aggregating all the product at collection center. This facilitator, that aggregate entrepreneurs, are doing capacity building for these women farmers or any other farmers in the command area, how to harvest, how to thresh, and very small interventions can improve the quality at the farm level. like if we are using this plastic during this harvesting period, or we are not cutting it down and laying down to the earth to all these plantlets. So the small interventions is enhancing the quality of maize, and we are dealing at a large scale, like 6 of our FPOs are having more than 20,000 MT of maize every year. And Rabi maize is very unique in Bihar. But monsoon is also in the simultaneous time. So we are facing problem. NCDX is our partner, like our 7 of our FPOs are registered with NCDX, and we are doing trading with NCDX. And women farmers are very professional in this particular, when they are saying ki we are selling on this NCDX platform, and we are getting good prices. Some interventions are required, and I urge all the participants here, and through this platform I urge government and private leaders also to do some interventions in mechanization for this color sorting and all that at farm gate level. And we should have government has announced in this last budget some infrastructural fund, infrastructural fund, but private companies should show a path to government to do a lot of small infrastructure for making good quality of maize. We are having some storage, we are having collaboration with all this area collateral and NBSC and everyone. But I request the chairman WRDA to intervene in Bihar and make some more assistance for these our women-led FPOs for storage at farm gate also, and in tier 1 cities also, because we are having capacity for export also, and we can do it. So from our perspective in Bihar, from FPO perspective, we can make this as an revolution. Farmers are in the villages. We can have some facilitators to give them capacity building programs and do the aggregation activities. And we can have some drying facilities, small drying facilities, platforms, and small this warehousing facilities at collection centers, and then we can aggregate in big warehouses in tier 1 cities. So with this I am concluding my speech. Thank you, Keshwan, and thank you team for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Devesh. I think coming from a person who is so closely associated with the FPOs, and saying that you are able to get the FPOs to turn around, that itself is very, very pleasing to the ear, because I think we need to learn a lot out of you. But before I really talk anything further, and I think it's quite interesting that you're running as I said, you're running with the female FPO, and you also very specifically asked for a hub and spoke model of storage. Small storages near the farm gate, and the larger ones can be aggregated. So, and you also address that to WDRA. So, I think that be the first question to him. Yeah, please.
I would like to respond. In fact, that's why I came back on screen and also unmuted myself. I'm also very excited to see all the work that is being done by Mr. Devesh, and FPOs. I think they are the ticket, and they are one area where farmers can be aggregated to a critical mass where they can take advantage of various programs of government. A single person obviously would be more vulnerable. I did not mention it in my speech because I didn't want to bore the audience with details. But when WDRA registers a warehouse, we look at certain things, the requisite infrastructure, the standard operating procedures, and so on. But we also impose certain charges. Like we insist that the goods should be insured, there should be a security deposit, and so on. This is to ensure the safety of the depositor. But as far as PACs are concerned, as far as FPOs are concerned, as far as small farmers are concerned, we have reduced all these charges to the barest of the bare minimum. But it obviously doesn't make sense to give away things free because the value would not be known. But the charges for FPOs are less. We have been in touch with SFAC to see whether more FPOs can be bought under our banner, whether they can be registered, whether they could revive some of these old warehouses which are lying defunct according to the NABARD survey, etc. Now, in specific response to what Mr. Devesh has said, I would request him to get in touch with us. We can do a farmer awareness program in these areas in Bihar. I will call the bankers, I'll call the other stakeholders, and you could also attend this, and we can see where we can take it forward. I think at the end of the day, we should all talk, but we should also walk the talk. So this is something that we can do from WDRA side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. And sir, I have one question to you, to the chairman WDRA. See, we are working closely with SFAC. Now, the one question I have here is, when it comes to small holdings, as a small storages and hub and spoke model, I can very well understand the larger storages WDRA will be very much interested. Do you have a process of allowing private people to create the small storages close to the farmhead? Is there any process in it?
You see, all the warehouses which are registered with us, or I would say most of them, are all created by private people.
Okay.
We register what are called public warehouses. A public warehouse is a warehouse which is not a captive warehouse. For example, FCI is a government company, but it stores most of its goods in its own warehouses. These are termed captive warehouses. We cannot register those warehouses. We register public warehouses, and these warehouses, barring the state warehousing corporations and the central warehousing corporation, are usually started by individuals and warehousing companies. So if somebody wants to do a hub and spoke model at the farm gate level, we would welcome it, because at the end of the day, we want more warehouses to come within our ambit. We want to improve the warehouse infrastructure standards in the country. And above all, we want to get negotiable warehouse receipts issued against these stocks, so that immediately these stocks can be pledged with the banks and the farmer gets the money when he needs it the most, so that he can pay his loans and things like that. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, absolutely. I think I also asked this question very, very importantly because I want this statement to come out into the entire audience we are listening in. Because I think, especially with the government willing to support the fair housing infrastructure and private people like to put in, I think this can be a great association. We work closely with SFAC in certain areas. I think we like to have a chat at the appropriate time.
I think we should.
Coming back to you. Yeah.
My batchmate Neil Kamal Darbari was there, but then she's got transferred. Perhaps they're undergoing a transition. Maybe along with when the new MD joins, I think we should all with Vicky have a meeting to see where we can take this FPO thing, how we can take it forward.
We'll definitely do, sir, because that's something which is we are in our mind. Now, coming back to the others, is there any specific questions to the speakers of today, please? Is there anything come onto our system, Sarita and Priya? Hello? You're very quiet.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so any specific queries or any specific questions from the audience? But I think it has been very clear. So I also don't know whether there will be very many questions.
We are just checking for the questions if somebody has posted.
Yeah, please do. And I think that's going to be interesting if there are any questions. But rather, I think, believe that in case we get questions at a later stage, we need to push that and request some of the answers.
To whom? So there's one question.
Please.
What are our sustainable and strategic measures for achieving higher yields by our farming community?
Is specifically on maize? Because
Yes.
it's a very general question, because there's so much we can talk about it, but whom do you want to answer that?
So anybody from the panel can answer them.
Please, I leave it open. Anybody wants to answer that specific query? Anybody like to attempt this answer? Because if you ask me, that's a little too generic a question, because there's so many things we have to do. So that is why I said. So let me park that question, to be honest, because we can write a couple of theses on those questions. So is there anything else? else?
No, sir, not specifically for this panel.
No, I think it is very interesting because, see, one good thing what has happened today is almost every person who actually gave his thoughts, I think they have been very, very clear in that area. I think it has been, because I made my own notes. I am trying to see whether is there any want to be trying to show intelligence by asking questions. Unfortunately, no. Then much cannot ask. But there are a lot of questions have been answered, and the lot of question is something we'll have to do ourselves also. So with that, with your permission, Sarita and Priya, can we wind this particular meeting up, because I think we have a meeting coming with the agriculture minister soon.
Yes, sir, yes.
So, and he may like to come a little early. So considering all that, let's wind this up, and thanks a lot for every single participant who really gave us their thoughts, their ideas. And I don't know how else I can thank any one of you. We will be in touch with you. And some of the points you really raised, I think we really, really like to take it up. And definitely, Chairman Saab, I will get in touch with you at a later stage.
Look forward.
Yeah, because I'm also been very, very close and personally working with Nilkamal ji, but right from our Rajasthan days. But then the question is, now I'll have to find out how to take this forward with the new person. We will do that. I'll touch base, and all the others who have been today with us here. Let me take specifically the names. I thanked Mr. Manoj Kumar ji, Chairman, and then the next person I have to really, really say is Mr. Kishore Kovuru. I think you would made a fantastic presentation on what AP is doing. Kapil Dev, Chief Business Officer, NCDX, and Devesh Kumar, somebody who's been so attached to the SPOs, and Mr. Mariano Bellard, where I think we look forward to his technology coming into India. With that, thanks a lot. Thanks all the participants, and great having you here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining.
Thank you, sir.
For decades, maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं, लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम करने जाते थे।
Primitive and unplanned farming practices gradually led to huge challenges, immensely affecting productivity and in turn their livelihood.
सारा खींचना, मक्का का बीज एक एक झुक-झुक के लगाना, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है।
Teaming up with Pradhan professionals and with enriching support from Corteva, these women farmers of Betul transform their lives by transforming their farming methodology.
हम एक सेल्फ रिलायंट प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग 3 मुख्य चीज़ों पर ध्यान देते हैं, जिसमें एक है आपका प्रैक्टिस, दूसरा सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मार्केटिंग।
Effective training and guidance for adopting best farming practices and farm mechanization resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में स्प्रिंग से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही है, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ नीमिया किसानों के साथ मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी के मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
इतना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं मतलब कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ और भी बाइयां इसी प्रकार से मतलब अपनी कोशिश जारी रखी।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज़ को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Corteva Agri-Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
Was the first farmer who planted a seed and grew our world. It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has. With smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields. Farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva Agri-Science, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती नहीं थी, निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Can divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Nourish the growth of every life.
नमस्कार, मोर ना नाजिया हियाल, ग्राम जबागुड़ा, पात्री पंचायत, पापड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक, नवरंगपुर जिला। मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी आ सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपनी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु आ मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू। और चाष कहले आम धान, मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्रायोरिटी दो मका को, कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए। तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबा आम बेयर कंपनी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करूँ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है। और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था, तो इस कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची, जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे, जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
नमस्कार मोर ना नाजिया हियाल ग्राम जबागुड़ा पात्री पंचायत पापड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक नवरंगपुर जिला मु शांति जाति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपानी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी तो मु मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहूँ और चाष कहले आम धान मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्राय दो मका को कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबापी आम बेयर कंपानी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करूँ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था तो उस कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
For decades, maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम करने जाते थे।
Primitive and unplanned farming practices gradually led to huge challenges, immensely affecting productivity and in turn their livelihood.
सारा खींचना, मक्का का बीज एक एक झुक के लगाना, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है।
Teaming up with Pradhan professionals and with enriching support from Koteva, these women farmers of Betul transform their lives by transforming their farming methodology.
हम एक सेल्फ रिलायंट प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम लोग 3 मुख्य चीजों पर ध्यान देते हैं, जिसमें एक है आपका प्रैक्टिस, दूसरा सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मार्केटिंग।
Effective training and guidance for adopting best farming practices and farm mechanization resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में स्प्रिंग से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही है, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ निमिया किसानों के साथ मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी के मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
कितना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं मतलब कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ और भी बाइयां इसी प्रकार से मतलब अपनी कोशिश जारी रखी।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Koteva Agri-Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
was the first farmer who planted a seed and grew our world. It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has. With smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields. Farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva AgriScience, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती नहीं थी, निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Can divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. No issue of every life. Blessings will be raining on us.
नमस्कार, मोर ना नाजिया हियाल, ग्राम जबागुड़ा, पात्री पंचायत, पपड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक, नवरंगपुर जिला। मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी। सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपनी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू। और चाष कहले आम धान, मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्राय दो मका को, कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबा आम बेयर कंपनी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करूँ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था तो कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची, जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे, जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
For decades, maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं, लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम करने जाते थे।
Primitive and unplanned farming practices gradually led to huge challenges, immensely affecting productivity and in turn their livelihood.
सारा खींचना, मक्का का बीज एक एक झुक के लगाना, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है।
Teaming up with Pradhan professionals and with enriching support from Koteva, these women farmers of Betul transform their lives by transforming their farming methodology.
हम एक सेल्फ रिलायंट प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग 3 मुख्य चीज़ों पर ध्यान देते हैं, जिसमें एक है आपका प्रैक्टिस, दूसरा सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मार्केटिंग।
Effective training and guidance for adopting best farming practices and farm mechanization resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में सिड्रिल से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही है, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ नीमिया किसानों के साथ में मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी की मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
कितना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं मतलब कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ और भी बाइयां इसी प्रकार से मतलब अपनी कोशिश जारी रखी।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज़ को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Koteva Agri-Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
the first farmer who planted a seed and grew our world. It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has. With smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields, farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva AgriScience, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती नहीं थी, निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Can divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Nourish the growth of every life.
नमस्कार, मोर ना नाजिया हियाल, ग्राम जबागुड़ा, पात्री पंचायत, पपड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक, नवरंगपुर जिला। मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी। सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपनी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू। चाष कहले आम धान, मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्राय दो मका को, कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए। तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबा आम ବେୟର କମ୍ପାନୀର 9126 ମଞ୍ଜି ବ୍ୟବହାର କରୁ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था तो कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची, जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे, जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
For decades, maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं, लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम करने जाते थे।
Primitive and unplanned farming practices gradually led to huge challenges, immensely affecting productivity and in turn their livelihood.
सारा खींचना, मक्का का बीज एक एक झुक के लगाना, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है।
Teaming up with Pradhan professionals and with enriching support from Koteva, these women farmers of Betul transform their lives by transforming their farming methodology.
हम एक सेल्फ रिलायंट प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग 3 मुख्य चीज़ों पर ध्यान देते हैं, जिसमें एक है आपका प्रैक्टिस, दूसरा सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मार्केटिंग।
Effective training and guidance for adopting best farming practices and farm mechanization resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में सिड्रिल से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही है, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ नीमिया किसानों के साथ में मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी के मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
इतना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं मतलब कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ और भी बाइयां इसी प्रकार से मतलब अपनी कोशिश जारी रखें।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज़ को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Koteva Agri Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
was the first farmer who planted a seed and grew our world? It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has. With smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields, farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva AgriScience, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Can divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Nourish the growth of every life. Blessings will be raining on us.
नमस्कार मोर ना नाजिया हिया ग्राम जबागुड़ा पात्री पंचायत पपड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक नवरंगपुर जिला मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपनी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू और चाष कहले आम धान मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्रायोरिटी दो मका को कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए। तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबापी आम बेयर कंपनी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करो।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने अच्छा मुनाफा कमाया। कंपनी में मक्का, गेहूं, कोदो, कुटकी आदि का उपार्जन किया जाता है और हमारी कंपनी में नपाई तौलाई में भी पारदर्शिता रहती है और कंपनी में जो पेमेंट का कहा गया था तो उस कंपनी के द्वारा बताई गई बात में पैसा भी हमें टाइम पर मिला और हमने कंपनी को फसल बेची, जिससे हमें अच्छा मुनाफा हुआ। इसलिए हम कंपनी से बहुत खुश हैं। आगे भी यही चाहते हैं कि हमारी कंपनी आगे भी ऐसे ही चलती रहे, जिससे हमारे किसानों का फायदा होते रहे।
For decades, maize cultivation has been the lifeline of the women farmers of Betul in Madhya Pradesh.
हमारे गांव में मक्का का खेती तो करते हैं, लेकिन उत्पादन उस समय में बहुत कम होता था। दूसरे के घर में मजदूरी करने जाते थे, काम करने जाते थे।
Primitive and unplanned farming practices gradually led to huge challenges, immensely affecting productivity and in turn their livelihood.
सारा खींचना, मक्का का बीज एक एक झुक के लगाना, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है।
Teaming up with Pradhan professionals and with enriching support from Koteva, these women farmers of Betul transform their lives by transforming their farming methodology.
हम एक सेल्फ रिलायंट प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर एस्टैब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग 3 मुख्य चीज़ों पर ध्यान देते हैं, जिसमें एक है आपका प्रैक्टिस, दूसरा सस्टेनेबिलिटी और मार्केटिंग।
Effective training and guidance for adopting best farming practices and farm mechanization resulted in superior yield and better productivity, and the ergonomic equipment drastically improved the efficiency and lives of women farmers.
अभी के समय में स्प्रिंग से बुआई करने के लिए बाइयां आगे आ रही है, उनका समय भी बच जा रहा है और पैसा भी बच जा रहा है।
Rendering support to the local FPCs not only made the project self-sustainable but also provided them a better market linkage, which also inspired them for winter maize cultivation.
मैं यहाँ नीमिया किसानों के साथ मैं फसल की योजना बनाती हूँ। अच्छा उत्पादन होने पर मैं इनका एस्टीमेट लेती हूँ ताकि उनका सही दाम मिल सके।
इस बार मेरे लिए मक्का का उत्पादन बहुत बड़ा फैसला था। ठंडी के मक्का में लागत कम लगी और उत्पादन अधिक बढ़ा।
कितना तो हिम्मत आ गया है कि मैं मतलब कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ और भी बाइयां इसी प्रकार से मतलब अपनी कोशिश जारी रखें।
जब से मैंने खेती करना शुरू किया तब से सारे फैसले मैं खुद लेती हूँ।
एक इस चीज़ को देख के थोड़ा अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कैसे आज के दिन में कम से कम किसान एक क्रॉप को लेके एश्योर्ड कम से कम है और खुश रहता है, उसका धीरे धीरे जिंदगी में जो है बदलाव आ रहा है।
Koteva Agri-Science with Pradhan, aiming at the economic empowerment of women by enhancing maize production.
Who was the first farmer who planted a seed and grew our world? It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has. With smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields, farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva Agriscience, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती नहीं थी, निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. The farmers grow green life from seeds. Can divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Knowledge the growth of every life.
नमस्कार मोर ना नाजिया हियाल ग्राम जबागुड़ा पात्री पंचायत पपड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक नवरंगपुर जिला मु शांति जाति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका भाव में अच्छी सहायक महिला उत्पादक कंपानी रे बीओडी भाव में अच्छी। तो मु मो स्वामी दुई जन प्रायतः चाष अधिकांश लिप्त रहू और चाष कहले आम धान मका और पनीपरिया चाष करूँ। तो चाष आम अधिकांश लाभ मुख्यतः प्राय दो मका को कहीं मकार अधिक अर्थ लाभ हुए तो यही अर्थ लाभ पाइबा आम बेयर कंपनी 9126 मंजी व्यवहार करूँ।
मेरा नाम राजकुमारी पवार है और मैं महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सदस्य हूँ। महिला सतपुड़ा प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का निर्माण भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और टाटा ट्रस्ट के द्वारा FDRVC का निर्माण किया व संचालन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमारी कंपनी ने 500 टन फसल खरीदी और रॉकेट इंडिया कंपनी को बेची। जिससे कंपनी ने
It's all a joint effort, Ma. You know very well. I mean, you have a fabulous team there, and the kind of support they do. And we will do more, Jyoti ji. I think हम लोग पक्का करेंगे because this year we'll do something good. In fact, we had a good meeting with the Agri Secretary yesterday, and he also wanted us to do something. Yeah. करेंगे हम, करेंगे हम लोग. Yes, how are you?
Fine, sir. Our Honorable Minister is going to come just. He came in
We are
office.
waiting. We are eagerly waiting.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Gurpreet, this is Jyoti Vij. I'm with Vicky. So good to see you.
Jyoti, good afternoon. I'm Gurpreet. So with Kativa.
Yeah, ma'am, we
We are live.
Very, very.
Live. Minister is yet to come.
He's down. नीचे आ गया वो. So the question is, he has to just come up to his office. That's all.
Yeah, I know. But somebody just said we are live. How are we live?
No, he's not live.
Yeah, it's coming live.
No, he's live but he's not sitting there, na.
No. Our session has gone live or what?
The session is live on Byte platform.
You are getting done. Divya, again you are getting the echo, huh? Take care. You have to move your place.
I think they're all sitting together, therefore.
Yeah, that
Who's
must
the
be
host?
Someone from IT. Now it's better, ma'am. Actually, we had to log out from the other system.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's all right. But it's coming. It's not live, I hope, yet, no?
Who was the first farmer? Who planted a seed and grew our world? It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has. With smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields. Farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're Corteva Agriscience, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
मेरा नाम सोनी कुमारी है। मैं मैट्रिक पास हूँ। मैं कटिहार जिला सेमापुर अमीनाबाद की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं समन्वय एग्रो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में सीबीआरपी का पद पे कार्य करती हूँ। मुझे आर्या के द्वारा सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। मैं महिला किसान सदस्यों के साथ बैठक करती हूँ और उन्हें किसान कंपनी के माध्यम से अपनी फसल बेचने के लिए प्रेरित करती हूँ। किसानों को बाजार में सही भाव नहीं मिलने का प्रमुख कारण फसल की गुणवत्ता में कमी का होना है। इस कमी को दूर करने के लिए खाद, बीज, कीटनाशक इत्यादि के प्रयोग के बारे में जागरूक करते हैं। पहले मैं घर से निकलती नहीं थी, निकलती भी थी तो दूसरे से बात करने में हिचकिचाती थी। जब से मैं सीबीआरपी का ट्रेनिंग ली हूँ, मैं तो जागरूक हुई ही हूँ, दूसरे महिला किसानों को भी जागरूक कर रही हूँ।
Blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Can divide the soil forever. Leave no stones unturned. Let no possibility die. We help the farmers grow green life from seeds. Yeah. So blessings will be raining on us. Blessings will be raining on us. Nourish the growth of every life. Blessings will be raining on us.
नमस्कार मोर ना नाजिया हियाल ग्राम जबागुड़ा पात्री पंचायत पपड़ाहांडी ब्लॉक नवरंगपुर जिला मु शांति ज्योति स्वयं सहायक दल रे संपादिका
Huge potential, but actually the potential is huge. And this platform we really use to, get more ideas and thoughts on how to make this whole crop more productive and, value addition and other usages, because there is a supply and demand gap. We're so excited to have you, sir, to kind of get your views on how this sector can really gain going forward. So without further ado, I now invite Chairman of the FICCI Agriculture Committee, Mr. Keswan, to kindly make the welcome remarks, please. Over to you, Mr. Keswan.
Thanks a lot, ज्योति जी। मिनिस्टर जी को मालूम है मेरा हिंदी इतना अच्छा नहीं है, उन्नत भी नहीं है, बट मैं सोचा था आज मैं हिंदी में भी बात करूंगा, कुछ भी होने दो। सो माननीय मंत्री जी से प्रार्थना करता हूँ, कुछ गलती हो जाएगा तो मुझे माफ कर दीजिएगा।
नहीं बोलिए, आप बोलिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
हाँ ठीक है, थैंक यू सर। माननीय कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्री, कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय श्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी का स्वागत करते हुए मुझे आप पर हर्ष हो रहा है। मुझे मालूम है आप तो आज ही सुबह इसराइल से भारत लौट आए थे। इसके दौरान आपने इतना प्रसन्नता से हमारा भारत मक्का शिखर सम्मेलन 2022 में मुख्य अतिथि बनने के लिए मान लिया। हमको इतना उससे एक्चुअली वी आर वेरी हैप्पी अबाउट हम अपने बहुत ये कार्यक्रम में हम लोग को बहुत अच्छा लगता है। महोदय आपकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से बहुत उत्साहित है और हम वास्तव में आभारी है कि आप आज हमारे साथ मौजूद है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है आप मौजूद होने से ही ये सुनिश्चित हो जाएगा और भारत मक्का शिखर सम्मेलन सफल हो जाएगा। फिक्की की ओर से मैं मक्का क्षेत्र में हमारी सफल पहल के लिए आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत कर रहा हूं। मुझे आपको ये बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि पिछले 7 संस्करणों से हमारी सफलता के बाद अब हम भारत मक्का शिखर सम्मेलन 2022 के 8वें संस्करण का आयोजन कर रहे हैं। दोस्तों, जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं कि फिक्की के लिए कृषि एक प्रमुख क्षेत्र रहा है और बना हुआ है, और पिछले कुछ वर्षों के दौरान हम भारतीय कृषि के विश्व खतर पर प्रतिस्पर्धी बनाने के लिए सरकार को प्रमुख सुधार उपायों का प्रस्ताव देने का लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमने मक्का को कृषि के प्रमुख उपक्षेत्रों में से एक से रूप में पहचाना है, जिसमें पोल्ट्री और पशुचारा, मूल्य वर्धित भोजन, स्टार्च के निर्माण की जबरदस्त मांग है, और इसी से निर्यात की अपार संभावना भी है। दुनिया भर से मक्का की मांग बढ़ रही है, और कुल मांग के उत्पादन के अधिक होने की उम्मीद के साथ इस क्षेत्र में भारत के लिए भी बड़ी संभावनाएं हैं। Domestic maize production has grown from thus 10 million metric tons in mid-1990s to more than 28 million tons in the last couple of years. More importantly, 27% of the crop is cultivated under irrigated conditions compared to 94% of wheat and 60% of rice respectively. This indicates that maize has an ability to generate better farmer income, mainly for resource-poor farmers. During last decade in India, maize consumption grew at a CAGR of 4.4%, which was higher than the growth rate of domestic production, which grew at 2.8% during the same period. Maize yield also, we have only 3 metric tons on average per hectare compared to global average of 5.8 metric tons. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मानकों के अनुरूप मक्के की उत्पादकता से सुधार के अलावा इस क्षेत्र में सामने आने वाले अन्य चुनौतियां भी हैं। पहला, फसल कटाने के बाद भंडारण और कटाई के बजट से मक्का से किसानों को अधिक फसल का नुकसान अभी भी हो रहा है। दूसरा, जैसा कि मक्के की बाजार से मांग बढ़ती है, प्रतिस्पर्धी मूल्य वाले घरेलू मार्केट में आपूर्ति भविष्य के पोल्ट्री उद्योग के लिए महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है। कृषि और साधन रुपया बैठने से संरक्षणार्थ परिवर्तनों के प्रेरित मक्का भविष्य में एक महत्वपूर्ण अनाज है कि फसल के रूप में अपना हिस्सा बनाए रखने के लिए बाध्य है। इसकी निर्यात क्षमता और विविध उपयोगों के अलावा मक्के की खेती कृषि के सतत गहनता के लिए समाधान प्रस्थान करती है। मक्के की खेती करके किसान मिट्टी के बिगड़ती गुणवत्ता को बचा सकते हैं, धान की दुलाना में 90% पानी बचा सकते हैं, और धान और गेहूं के जितना कम रहे हैं उतने ही कहीं अधिक कमा सकते हैं। हम समझते हैं कि सरकार मक्का क्षेत्र की जरूरत के अवगत से और इस क्षेत्र का मजबूत करने के लिए सरकार द्वारा किए गए प्रयासों की सराहना करती है। मक्का शिखर सम्मेलन मक्का के वैश्विक और घरेलू परिदृश्य और मक्का आपूर्ति के सामने आने वाले मुद्दों को सामने कराने के लिए और लाने का प्रयास कर रहा है। फिक्की हमेशा विचारशील नेतृत्व प्रदान करने की सफल रहा है। हमारा विश्वास है कि ये रिपोर्ट मक्का क्षेत्र में भारत की क्षमता पर ध्यान केंद्रित करने के सहायक होगी और संपूर्ण मक्का बिरादरी के लिए बेहद उपयोगी होगी। सरकार के साथ अपने मजबूत गठबंधन के साथ फिक्की विभिन्न मूल्य सूत्रालयों से चल रहे सुधारियों की प्रक्रिया को मजबूत करेगा, जो निवेशकों के लिए एक व्यवहार्थ वातावरण बनाने की साथ साथ किसानों को सहायता भी बन जाएगा। मैं एक बार फिर सबकी स्वागत करता हूं और माननीय मंत्री जी का प्रमाण समर्पित करता हूं। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर केसवन। आपने बहुत सारे जितने चैलेंजेस हैं सेक्टर में और जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज है सेक्टर में उसके बारे में काफी डिस्क्रिप्शन से बात करी। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट। And of course, we have the Honorable Minister with us. So, Manya Mantri, it's our real pleasure to have you with us, sir. And just for a quick introduction, we know what a visionary leader he is in the party that he serves and in the government that he is currently part of. He's been instrumental in taking many initiatives which favor the agriculture development in the country. And we are very sure, sir, कि आपकी लीडरशिप के अंदर और भी अच्छे रिफॉर्म्स होंगे और आप जो आज की बातचीत है उनको लेकर और आगे प्रोग्रेस करेंगे। तो बहुत कीनली सब लोग वेट कर रहे हैं आपकी विचारों का। सो मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ सर कि आप अपने विचार प्रकट करें इस कीनोट एड्रेस में।
आज के इस मक्का केंद्रित कॉन्फ्रेंस के अवसर पर हम सबके मध्य उपस्थित फिक्की कृषि समूह के अध्यक्ष और टैफे के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय टी.आर. केसवन जी, आदरणीय राहुल जी और इस अवसर पर उपस्थित मक्का क्षेत्र से जुड़े सभी प्रमुख महानुभाव, मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं फिक्की को और केसवन जी को कि उन्होंने मक्का की दृष्टि से काफी गंभीर चिंता की, अध्ययन किया और आज की इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया और मुझे भी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से जोड़ा। इसके लिए मैं केसवन जी को हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनका आभार प्रकट करता हूं। हमारे देश में और दुनिया में मक्का की आवश्यकता और मक्का की लोकप्रियता सर्वविदित है। भारत में भी गेहूं और चावल के बाद अगर हम देखें तो मक्का एक ऐसी फसल है जो बहुतायत उगाई जाती है और उसका उपयोग खाद्यान्न के रूप में भी होता है और पोल्ट्री फूड के रूप में इथेनॉल बनाने के लिए समसामयिक और बहुउपयोगी फसल है। भारत सरकार वर्तमान परिप्रेक्ष्य में जब क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन की बात करती है तो भी गेहूं और चावल के किसान मक्का की तरफ आकर्षित हों, इस बात का हम लोग प्रयत्न करते हैं। मक्का के किसानों को अच्छा दाम मिले, मक्का आधारित प्रोसेसिंग बढ़ सके, हमारी इंडस्ट्री को रॉ मटेरियल की उपलब्धता हो सके, इस दृष्टि से चाहे फूड प्रोसेसिंग मिनिस्ट्री की किसान संपदा योजना जैसी योजनाएं हों और चाहे कृषि मंत्रालय के द्वारा एमएसपी को बढ़ाने का मामला हो, इन सब पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लगातार काम किया जा रहा है। और अभी अगर हम देखेंगे तो पिछले कुछ दिनों की तुलना करें तो लगभग मक्का की एमएसपी में 43% की बढ़ोतरी है। मक्का का उत्पादन भी बढ़ रहा है, उसका फायदा किसानों को भी मिल रहा है। विशेष रूप से मक्का के क्षेत्र में जब प्रोसेसिंग और मक्का दोनों जुड़ जाती है तो निश्चित रूप से किसानों को भी फायदा होता है और हमारे बहुत सारे उत्पाद भी निर्माण होने के बाद उनको अच्छे बाजार की उपलब्धता होती है। स्टार्च की दृष्टि से भी मक्का का बहुतायत उपयोग है। आप सब फिक्की के कृषि समूह के द्वारा कृषि के सामने विद्यमान चुनौतियों पर बार बार अध्ययन करते रहते हैं, विचार करते रहते हैं और उसका लाभ निश्चित रूप से सरकारों को भी होता है और किसानों को भी होता है। आज भी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो डिस्कशन होगा तो निश्चित रूप से उसके भी कुछ निष्कर्ष आएंगे और केशवन जी जब मुझे मिलेंगे तो वो निष्कर्ष सरकार को उपलब्ध कराएंगे। तो मैं समझता हूँ आपके इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए हुए निष्कर्षों पर जितना विचार करके अमल किया जा सकता है, भारत सरकार उस पर निश्चित रूप से अमल करेगी, ऐसा मैं इस अवसर पर आप सबको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ। हम सब जानते हैं कि कृषि का क्षेत्र हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि हमारी आधी से अधिक आबादी कृषि के क्षेत्र पर निर्भर करती है, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र पर निर्भर करती है और कृषि एक तौर से हिंदुस्तान की बैकबोन है। कोई भी प्रतिकूल परिस्थिति हो, उस परिस्थिति में कृषि ने हमेशा देश का साथ दिया है और आज भी हम देखें तो कोविड के कालखंड में हमारे किसान ने अच्छी पैदावार की, सरकार को जो खरीद करना थी वो सरकार ने भी की और लगातार हमारी फसल पर और एग्रीकल्चर की ग्रोथ निरंतर प्रतिकूल परिस्थिति में भी बढ़ती रही और इस कालखंड में जो निर्यात की परिस्थिति बनी वो भी अत्यंत उत्साहित करने वाली है। 4 लाख करोड़ से अधिक का निर्यात कृषि उत्पादों का हुआ, ये हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है। और अभी जो यूक्रेन और रशिया के युद्ध की स्थिति बनी है उसमें गेहूं का भी एक्सपोर्ट हो, इस मामले में दुनिया की आवश्यकता को पूर्ण करने की दिशा में भारत सरकार काम कर रही है। हमारे किसान का उत्पादन दुनिया के काम आ रहा है, ये निश्चित रूप से हम सब लोगों के लिए गौरव की बात है। कृषि के क्षेत्र में निवेश की बड़ी आवश्यकता है और नई टेक्नोलॉजी को उससे जोड़ने की वक्त की जरूरत है और इसलिए जब फिक्की जैसे संगठन कृषि के क्षेत्र में रुचि लेते हैं और इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिलकर कृषि के क्षेत्र को कैसे और फायदे की ओर ले जाया जाए, कैसे उत्पादकता बढ़ाई जाए, उत्पादन बढ़ाया जाए, हमारे उत्पाद की गुणवत्ता बढ़ सके और कृषि उत्पादों की प्रोसेसिंग का विस्तार हो सके, इस दृष्टि से जब विचार करते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से ऐसा लगता है कि अब वो समय आ गया है जब हम एक दूसरे के साथ पूरक वातावरण में विचार कर रहे हैं। इंडस्ट्री ये सोचे कि किसान का फायदा कैसे हो और किसान ये सोचे कि मैं इंडस्ट्री को रॉ मटेरियल कैसे समय पर अच्छी गुणवत्ता का उपलब्ध करा पाऊं। दोनों लोग अगर इस दिशा में तीव्रता से सोचेंगे तो दोनों क्षेत्र को तो फायदा मिलेगा ही, लेकिन हमारे देश को भी निश्चित रूप से फायदा मिलेगा। रोजगार की समस्या है, इससे रोजगार के अवसर भी सृजित होने की बड़ी मात्रा में संभावनाएं दिखाई देती हैं। उस दृष्टि से भी इसका अपना महत्व है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने गत 7 वर्षों में लगातार कोशिश की है कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री को भी जो सहूलियतें दी जा सकती हैं वो इंडस्ट्री को भी सहूलियत मिले, उनका काम करना आसान हो सके और वो ठीक प्रकार से अपने कामकाज को कर सकें। इस मामले में भारत सरकार ने अनेक सुधार पिछले 7 वर्षों में किए हैं। वहीं दूसरी ओर किसान की ताकत बढ़े, किसान की उत्पादकता बढ़े, किसान टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़े, महंगी फसलों की ओर जाए, बहुफसली उत्पादन करे और जो फसलें हमारी खोसी गई हैं उन फसलों पर भी किसान का ध्यान केंद्रित हो, चाहे वो मक्का हो, हमारे मिलेट्स हों, सब दृष्टि से चौतरफा प्रयत्न किसानों के लिए किया जा रहा है। मैं समझता हूं कि किसान की आय सहायता की दृष्टि से पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि योजना दुनिया की एक अद्भुत योजना है। 11.5 करोड़ किसानों को अब तक 1,82,000 करोड़ रुपया डीबीटी से उनके अकाउंट में भेजना, यह अपने आप में इस कार्यक्रम की बड़ी सफलता है। हम जानते हैं कि किसान परिश्रम भी करता है, पूंजी भी लगाता है, सरकार की सहायता भी होती है, लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी प्रकृति पर किसानी बहुत निर्भर करती है। अगर प्रकृति की प्रतिकूलता आ जावे और कोई परिस्थिति बन जाए तो किसान को जो नुकसान होता है उसके कारण उसकी कई दिनों तक कमर टूट जाती, और इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने लागू की, से परिवर्तित किया, लोकोपयोगी बनाया, और आज मुझे कहते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि किसानों को प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के माध्यम से देश के विभिन्न राज्यों में विभिन्न प्रकार की कैलेमिटी हुई, उसमें किसानों की फसल जो नुकसान हुई उसमें 1,15,000 करोड़ रुपया किसानों को मुआवजे के रूप में प्रदान किया गया। इससे भी किसानों को एक बड़ा सुरक्षा कवच मिला है। 1 लाख करोड़ का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड, एलाइड सेक्टर के लिए 50,000 करोड़ रुपए का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड, इंडस्ट्री के लिए पीएलआई जैसी योजनाएं, ये सब ऐसा मिला जुला प्रयत्न है जिससे कि गांव भी आगे बढ़े, किसान भी आगे बढ़े, हमारी इंडस्ट्री भी आगे बढ़े, रोजगार की जो चुनौती है उस चुनौती का भी हम सामना कर पाए और अपनी देशज ताकत को इतना बढ़ा पाए कि वो देशज ताकत ही हमारे हिंदुस्तान को आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक बड़ा मेरुदंड सिद्ध हो। इस दिशा में भारत सरकार निरंतर प्रयत्न कर रही है और उसका प्रतिफल निश्चित रूप से मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि केशवन जी ने मक्का का उपयोग और मक्का की खेती, मक्का के किसान, मक्का आधारित इंडस्ट्री, इन सब विषयों पर विचार विमर्श करने के लिए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को आयोजित किया है। उन्होंने मुझे भी इसमें बुलाया, इसके लिए मैं हृदय से उनका धन्यवाद करता हूं और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपका ये डिस्कशन सफल होगा और जो निष्कर्ष आएंगे वो कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार का मार्गदर्शन करने में उपयोगी होंगे, ऐसा मैं इस अवसर पर विश्वास करता हुआ आपके इस आयोजन की सफलता के लिए ईश्वर से कामना करता हूं। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाइयां, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी, आपने बहुत इनकरेजिंग वर्ड्स बोले। इंडस्ट्री भी किसानों के साथ जुड़ के काफी काम कर रहा है। ऐसे कुछ केस स्टडीज भी हमने इकट्ठे किए हैं ताकि जो बाकी लोग हैं उससे उनको थोड़ी प्रोत्साहन इनकरेजमेंट मिले और उसको वो कॉपी करके कुछ और ऐसे मॉडल्स बनाए जो कि पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप में किसानों को फायदा हो। सो आपने जो इनकरेजिंग वर्ड्स बोले और जो आपकी लीडरशिप में भारत सरकार में किसानों के लिए काम हो रहा है वो बहुत ही इनकरेजिंग है। और कोविड के समय में हमने देखा कि किस तरह से सरकार के मदद की वजह से एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर का जो ग्रोथ है वो बिल्कुल स्टेबलाइज रहा और उसकी वजह से जीडीपी को भी काफी फायदा हुआ। सो धन्यवाद मंत्री जी आपकी प्रेजेंस का और आपके आशीर्वाद का इस कार्यक्रम के लिए। सो इन शब्दों के साथ मैं गुरप्रीत जी को इनवाइट करती हूँ फॉर द वोट ऑफ थैंक्स। ओवर टू यू मिस्टर गुरप्रीत फॉर
Thank you, Jyoti ji. So Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Welfare, Farmers Welfare, श्रीमान नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी, पहले तो मैं आपका बहुत ही आभार व्यक्त करता हूं क्योंकि हमने आपके शेड्यूल के बारे में जाना है। आप अभी इजराइल से लौटे हैं, बट फिर भी आपने बहुत ही अपने कीमती समय से निकाल के कि जो इस मेज सम्मेलन में जो आपने पार्टिसिपेट किया है, जो हमें डायरेक्शन दी है, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत आपका धन्यवाद। दूसरा मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा केसवन जी का और मैडम विज का और पूरी जो फिकी टीम है, जिन्होंने कि यही नहीं इसी साल जो है इस प्रोग्राम को बहुत अच्छी तरह से चलाया है। बट जैसे हमने आज सुना है कि पिछले 8 सालों से लगातार जो है इनका काम मक्के की खेती को कैसे किसानों के लिए लाभप्रद बनाया जाए और कैसे इंडस्ट्रीज का फायदा ले, इस पे ये काम कर रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी लोगों का मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मेरे को पता है मंत्री जी आप बहुत व्यस्त हैं, मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा। 3-4 जो पॉइंट्स हैं मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाहूँगा। हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किसानों की आमदन को जो दुगना करने का आह्वान किया है। अ, हमें लगता है कि मक्का एक ऐसी फसल है जो कि ये सपना साकार कर सकती है। श्रीमान जी, हमने देखा है कि भारत सरकार बहुत से बुनियादी बदलाव लाके किसानों की जिंदगी में क्रांतिकारी बदलाव लाना चाह रहे हैं, जिसकी कि हम एज ए फिकी मेंबर फिकी की तरफ से हम आपके बहुत बहुत इन कदमों को हम बहुत ही सराहना करते हैं। जैसे केसवन जी ने बोला कि ये जो मक्का की खेती है एक ऐसे मोड़ पे खड़ी है। हालांकि अगर हम पिछले सालों पे नजर मारते हैं तो कॉर्न की जो प्रोडक्टिविटी है, जो मक्का की जो प्रोडक्टिविटी है, वो बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंटली इम्प्रूव हुई है। बट उसमें जो एक चीज से बदलाव आया वो आया था कि किसानों ने और बहुत सी प्राइवेट बहुत ही जो सरकारी एजेंसीज है उन्होंने मिलकर काम किया ताकि किसान जो है वह हाइब्रिड जो सीड है उनको अपने खेतों में डालें। तो ये जो पहला जो चेंज आया है वो एक तरह से नए बीज की जो अडॉप्शन हुई है उससे आया है। बट हमें लगता है कि जैसे अभी आज भी जो हमारा उत्पादन है किसी भी एक अन्य जो विकसित देश को हम छोड़ देते हैं, जहाँ हम बिहार की तुलना नहीं करते हैं, हमारे लिए तो बिहार ही एक आज की डेट में एक रेफरेंस पॉइंट हो सकता है कि जहाँ के की जो पर एकड़ उत्पादन जो है, जो वहाँ का किसान 10 टन से लेता है पर हेक्टेयर, विच इज एज गुड एज किसी भी यूएस के जो फार्मर है उससे हम उसका कंपैरिजन कर सकते हैं। बट कैसे जो बाकी का जो देश है, जो बाकी किसान जो मक्का लगा रहे हैं, कि हम उनका उत्पादन भी वैसे ही बढ़ाएं। तो उसमें जो मेरे को लगता है कि सबसे बड़ा जो रोल है वो टेक्नोलॉजी का है। जब हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, एक बहुत ही अच्छा फैसला जो आपकी आगवानी में, जो आपकी गाइडेंस में अभी जो आपके मंत्रालय में हुआ है, जीन एडिटिंग का, जिसके हम जल्दी हम बात करते हैं, मॉलिक्यूलर ब्रीडिंग है, जब उसमें जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन म्यूटेशन टेक्निक्स हैं, तो ऐसे काफी एरिया हैं जो ना कि किसान की ऐसा बीज देंगे जिसका उत्पादन बढ़ेगा। बट अभी जैसे जैसे बहुत सी बीमारियां आ रही हैं क्योंकि मौसम में बदलाव हो रहा है, कि जब तक हम वो टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं लाएंगे तो ये जो अभी तक हमने ग्रोथ किया है उससे आगे बढ़ के जाना मुमकिन नहीं होगा। तो हम ये उम्मीद रखते हैं कि आप लोग जो है, आप आपकी निगरानी में, आपकी मोतवरी में जो है, हम उसी डायरेक्शन में जो है हम बढ़ेंगे। पिछले दिनों में बहुत ऐसे फैसले हुए, जैसे मैंने अभी आपको बात किया कि जीन एडिटिंग का हुआ, और एक बहुत ही जो मैं जैसे बोलते हैं, बहुत ही जैसे मैं अकेला नहीं, मेरे को लगता है कि पूरी इंडस्ट्री उस कदम का सराहना कर रही है, जिसके ना कि इंडस्ट्री को एक बहुत बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा, लेकिन जो एक जैसे बोलता है कि स्प्रेइंग टेक्नोलॉजी, जो जितने भी क्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन के केमिकल्स हैं उनको सही रूप से स्प्रे करना ताकि वो कंट्रोल करें। जो आप लोगों ने जो ड्रोन्स के लिए जो डी नोटिफिकेशन किया, ये एक बहुत ही बड़ा जो स्टेप होगा आने वाले दिनों में। मैं थोड़ा सा मक्का से बात थोड़ी इधर करूंगा क्योंकि मंत्री, सॉरी, क्योंकि आप उन क्षेत्र के नुमाइंदे हैं। यहाँ पे बाजरा और सरसों जो है बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट क्रॉप है उन लोगों के लिए। जो 2023 के लिए आपने जो 2023 को एक बाजरे का साल मनाने के लिए एक 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 जैसे बोलते पहल की है, और अभी आज आपने बात किया कि हम अन्य फसलों को कैसे बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं। ये भी एक बहुत ही जैसे बोलते हैं कि इम्पोर्टेंट steps in that direction. मैं चंद इस समय में थोड़ा आपको मैं कौटिवा के बारे में बताना चाहता हूँ। कौटिवा में हम मक्का के काफ़ी बीज हैं हमारे, बाजरा के हैं, और सरसों में भी मेरे को लगता है कि जो आज हम सरसों के तेल की आत्मनिर्भरता की बात करते हैं, तो कौटिवा ने पिछले सालों में भी बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया है, और आगे आने वाले सालों में भी जो है हम बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट रोल प्ले करेंगे। बट हमने मक्का बीज की जैसे अभी हमने बात किया है कि उत्पादन बढ़ाने के लिए हमने लगभग मध्य प्रदेश, तेलंगाना, महाराष्ट्र, यूपी, बिहार, पिछले 2 सालों में हमने 2000 से ज़्यादा अब मैकेनिकल प्लांटर जो है सब्सिडाइज्ड रेट पे किसानों में बांटे हैं, सो दैट कि अगर किसान एक अच्छा बीज लगा रहे हैं, बट उस अच्छे बीज से कैसे उत्पादन बढ़ा सकते हैं, क्योंकि मक्का में अगर उत्पादन बढ़ाना है पर एकड़, उसमें प्लांट पॉपुलेशन का बहुत ही माना होता है। तो हम उन्हीं किसानों के साथ मिलके ना सिर्फ बीज के बारे में बात करते हैं, बट उस बीज से कैसे ज्यादा से ज्यादा
Please switch on their videos.
Yeah, we are live now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to all of those joining us online. Thank you and welcome to the fourth and last panel session for today. We will be talking about the potential for value-added maize. My name is Alejandra Danielson Castillo. I'm the Regional Director for South Asia, currently based in Singapore, but about to move to Delhi, India in the next couple of months. And I'm really happy to be moderating and chairing this panel. With us, we have a great host of panelists ranging from academia to industry in both the US and in India. And today's topic will really emphasize 4 key points: the demand for value-added corn products or maize products, as well as the opportunities for innovative marketing, quality characteristics of corn and its value to the industry, and metabolizable energy of corn from different origins for feed use. We have a full panel today, so I'm going to go ahead and get started and introducing each panelist. Towards the end of the panel, we will be having a Q&A session, so please have your questions ready as they go. Our first speaker today is Dr. Vijay Singh. Dr. Vijay Singh is the founder professor at Granger College of Engineering, distinguished professor of bioprocessing in the College of ACES, executive director of Integrated Bioprocessing Research Laboratory, or IBRL, at University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, and deputy director of the Center for Advanced Bioenergy and Bioproducts Innovation. His research is on the development of bioprocessing technologies for corn or biomass to ethanol, advanced biofuels, food and industrial products. Dr. Singh's recent research activities are at the nexus of plant biotechnology and bioprocessing, and are leading the development of new technologies and renewable products in the industrial biotech space. In his role at IBRL, Dr. Singh provides leadership in developing industrial partnerships, bioprocess pilot scale, proof of concept activities, and techno-economic analysis to facilitate commercialization of innovation technologies. With that, Dr. Singh, please take it away. And a reminder to our other panelists to please go off camera.
Thank you, Alejandra, for the kind introduction. Greetings, everyone. As Alejandra said, my name is Vijay Singh, and it's my pleasure to talk about the maize quality for wet milling starch yields. Can everybody see my slides?
Yes, I can see them.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so first let's start about just maize wet milling process. Here is a very simple schematic of maize wet milling process. When we process maize, we primarily produce starch and sweeteners, but in addition to starch and sweeteners, we also get three co-products. We get corn gluten feed and corn gluten meal, which are primarily used as ingredients in animal diets, and corn oil that goes for human food consumption. A lot of corn is used by the maize wet milling industry. Corn use and starch use is increasing very rapidly in India. Now, if we look at the maize wet milling process, it's a very complicated process, but it can be simulated at a small scale. At University of Illinois, we have been researching corn wet milling process for past 30 years and developed a very precise laboratory procedure to simulate a maize wet milling process. This procedure has been published in a peer-reviewed journal, and consequently, we get a lot of samples from the maize wet milling industry, grain merchandising companies, as well as seed companies to evaluate corn for maize wet milling yields, primarily starch yields. Now, if you look at what are some of the factors that affect maize wet milling, these are the three major factors. And genetics is what plays the most critical role in influencing starch yields, maize starch yields. But environment and post-harvest practices are also very critical. In US, because of a very short harvest window, all the corn that is harvested is first artificially dried before it can be stored safely. And that drying causes stress cracks. These are cracks that are caused in the endosperm of the maize kernels. And when you move corn that has a lot of stress cracks through the grain merchandising channels, as that corn moves from the farm all the way to the international location, you create a lot of brokens and dust in that corn. So here is a picture that shows corn kernel with no stress cracks, maize kernel with only single stress crack, and then one that has multiple stress cracks. And here is a sample of corn that was received at an international location. You can see a lot of brokens and dust in this particular corn. If you look at corn that originates in other parts of the world where the endosperm is much harder, you don't see that stress cracks, you don't see the brokens or the dust. However, if you are in wet milling process, rather than looking at the dust or the brokens, you need to look at what is called extractable starch yields. Now, let me make a distinction between starch content and extractable starch. Starch content is what is present in the maize kernel, but extractable starch is how much starch can you actually recover from this maize kernel. It is possible that you can have maize kernels that have very high starch content, but very low starch extractability. US corn, particularly US corn, has been bred over several decades in order to give very high starch extractability. And the concept of starch extractability is not so well understood by many maize wet millers. So in 2020, we did a study to evaluate corn maize kernels or maize samples originating in different geographies and look at starch extractability. So these samples were recovered at 3 international locations. We picked up these samples in Colombia, in Tunisia, and in Taiwan. And then these samples were originating. So at these 3 locations, they were receiving these samples that were coming from US. They were receiving the samples coming from South America. and other places. So these samples were recovered and shipped back under APHIS permits back to University of Illinois for wet milling starch yields. And here is the overall average data. You can see that US corn on an average resulted in about 3.3 to 3.5% higher starch yield compared to samples that were originating in Brazil or in Argentina. And 1% increase in starch yield in 1,000 metric tons per day maize wet milling plant will result in approximately $1.1 million in additional revenue. So there's a lot of money to be made if you're using maize that has high extractable starch. And this work was very recently published in a peer-reviewed journal and is available if somebody wants to do a deep dive in this particular subject. Last year, we expanded the study to look at 6 international locations. In this case, we picked up samples from Colombia, from Egypt, from Taiwan, from Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and South Korea. And again, these samples were shipped back to University of Illinois for starch analysis. And you can see again, US corn on an average resulted in about 2% to about 4.2% higher extractable starch compared to samples that were coming from Brazil, Argentina, Indonesia, Serbia, and Ukraine. We also did a study in India where we got 4 samples. One was Rabi crop from Bihar and 3 from Kharif crop from Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Karnataka. And these samples were also shipped back to University of Illinois for doing wet milling studies. So here is the summary of that data. If you look at the starch content of all 4 samples was close to about 71.5%. But if you look at extractable starch, we were only able to get about 65 to 67% starch out from those corn kernels. When you compare this with US corn would result in anywhere from 0.7 to 2.7% higher starch yield, extractable starch, compared to these 4 samples from India. But in India, samples from Karnataka and Bihar had much higher starch extractability compared to samples that came from Madhya Pradesh or Maharashtra. Another thing to notice is that in Indian corn samples, there was a lot of BCFM. And BCFM stands for broken corn and foreign material. There was a lot of brokens, but there was also a lot of foreign material in these samples. So that's another something to keep in mind about these samples. Finally, I'll conclude that Indian maize samples are not ideal for maize wet milling process. The endosperm is very hard. The kernels are very small and round shaped. There's a great potential to improve this maize by just conventional breeding efforts. Indian maize wet milling industry can increase their starch yield by importing US maize. That will allow increasing their capacities, and processing of US maize will reduce steep time operating costs. This will also reduce the demand of Indian maize for starch industry and relieve the pressure on other sectors that use maize. Finally, I will like to thank the funding agencies. This work was funded by U.S. Grains Council and Illinois Corn Marketing Board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijay, and really exciting research. I'm sure that we'll be hearing more about it, and I look forward to the questions. Our next speaker is Dr. Alvaro Garcia. He's joining us from South Dakota University. Dr. Garcia works for DeLet as livestock nutritionist and management consultant. He led dairy extension and was director of agriculture and natural resources with South Dakota State University. He consulted with the USDA as member of the Agricultural Technology Advisory Committee. He's a member of the Honor Society for Agriculture and received several awards, such as the Gamma Sigma Delta Award, F.O. Butler Award, the U.S. Government Presidential Service Award, and the South Dakota State University Dean and Director's Award for exceptional leadership. With a Doctor of Veterinary Science or Medicine, he has worked with farmers on ruminant production systems throughout his career. He also obtained a Master of Science and a PhD, both from the University of Minnesota, funded through scholarships from the Partners of America, the Food and Ag Organization, and the World Development Bank. Dr. Garcia has extensive experience in dairy farm systems, management practices, feed preservation and quality, ration formulation, supplementation, feedstock economics, and applied research. Dr. Garcia, the floor is yours. You're on mute, sir. Still on mute. Maybe it's your headphones?
Is this okay now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I enjoyed very much the previous presentation. It really complements what we have done here. We are going to be talking about the country of origin and maize composition. This is some work we've done together with U.S. grains. Now, okay, so we know that, for example, for gasoline, we have differential prices depending on the performance of we expect from a car. However, with maize, we have been buying and selling maize only by weight without considering what's the performance of the animal that we feed it to. So we devised this maize quality project together with U.S. grains, where we had 3 countries of origin. Initially, we had a 4th one, but because of the reduced number of samples, we had to remove it. So Argentina, Brazil, and the United States maize, and the destination Mexico, Colombia, Japan, Vietnam, and Taiwan. We did the complete analysis at the Dairyland Labs in Wisconsin. So if we look at the microscopic picture or photograph of corn, we see that there are several starch granules that are surrounded by a protein matrix. And this protein matrix basically mainly form of zein in the case of corn. It's very hydrophobic, so it protects the starch from the degradation of enzymes, be it enzymes from the animal or enzymes from microorganisms. So one of the areas that we analyzed or we tested was the vitreousness of maize. And it is very important because it gives us an idea of how much of that maize would be degradable and also how much of that maize can be broken down. So vitreousness is reported as the ratio of vitreous to floury endosperm, and it's responsible for the hardness of the grain. If we have floury maize, it's a lot wider, that we probably saw in the previous picture, and it's non-translucent. And again, there's a discontinuous protein matrix in the floury that makes the kernels break easily, and that's what usually happens with U.S. corn. So vitreousness was highest for Brazil at 72.3, which means that it's very, vitreous means glass-like, so it's very hard and it's translucent, with Argentina and the US with 65.5 and 47.2% respectively. So there was more floury starch in US maize. So what this means is that it breaks more easily, but at the same time, it also means that it's more digestible compared to the other origins. Remember that in the vitreous starch, there is greater encapsulation with prolamine, and it's, as a result, less degradable. So the zein, or the protein, is practically insoluble, or very is little soluble compared to other proteins, and it represents 45 to 50% of all protein. It is hydrophobic, and that's the reason why it is protected from degradation by animal or microbial enzymes. There's cross-link bonds that protect from degradation. So the more insoluble protein we have in a grain, the harder it is to digest the stored starch in that grain. That insoluble protein is protecting the starch in those granules. And the US had the highest soluble protein percent with 20%, suggesting that basically the protein is not protecting as much the starch contained in the starch granules. So starch was by weight the largest constituent of the kernels, as shown by the previous presenter. The US had the most starch with a concentration of 72.7. Brazil had 70.8, and Argentina had 69.1. Non-fibrous carbohydrates and fibrous carbohydrates are important to consider because the non-fibrous fraction is correlated negatively with energy, and the fibrous carbohydrates are correlated negatively with energy, and the non-fibrous carbohydrates are represented by the carbohydrates that we can obtain energy from. So the NFC was highest with 79.5% from the US, Brazil and Argentina with 77.9 and 76.7%. ADF and NDF negatively correlate with energy, with the ADF showing a 3.2% and the NDF a 9.2% in Argentina. That means there was more fiber in Argentinian corn compared to Brazil and the US. Again, Argentinian and Brazilian maize had similar total fat, which was higher than in US maize. And what we have to understand that in the fat, for example, in corn, it is important from an energy perspective, but the concentration is very low. We are talking 3.5 to 4%, and NFC is much higher in concentration, which makes a greater impact in the total energy value of the grain. We calculated the energy for poultry, and we ended up with total digestible nutrients of 3,521 of apparent metabolizable energy in kcals per kilogram for the US versus 3,463 for Brazil, and 3,431 for Argentina. So the energy in the US corn showed a trend of higher energy content compared to Brazil and Argentina. Again, when talking about ruminants, we looked at different components of the energy value of the grain: TDN, ADF, NDF, net energy of lactation, net energy maintenance, and net energy gain. And in all instances, US was on top in the energy contribution for ruminants, with values lower for Brazil or for Argentina, depending on the country. And what is important also to see is the broken maize or broken corn and foreign material. We looked at this because there's complaints sometimes that US corn breaks more easily. Our contention is that, in fact, if it breaks more easily, is because it's more digestible, because it has more amylopectin compared to amylose, which is less digestible. If we look at the composition of the BCFM, however, it's 9.2% crude protein, 4.7% ADF, 11.4% NDF, 65 almost starch, 4.8 fat, and 2% ash. So what this is important is that once we calculate the energy of the maize compared to the BCFM, we see that basically the BCFM has, for digestible energy, almost 99% of the value of corn, for metabolizable energy, 96.5%, for net energy of lactation for ruminants, 97.5%. So it's very close to the full value of energy of the corn. Again, in summary, there was different nutrient composition between countries, and we also showed a high acid detergent insoluble crude protein, which suggests more extensive heating during drying. We saw less fat in the US maize, but more NFC, and that in turn resulted in more energy. Again, US and Argentina had higher total digestible nutrients and megacals of net energy of lactation per kilogram than Brazil. We have to determine if these differences are enough to elicit any differential performance, and we should do that by more comprehensive in vivo trials, which US Grains has done. Again, I would really like to thank US Grains for the opportunity to be involved with this experiment, and if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Alvaro, very much. That's a very interesting presentation, and I certainly could see some connections with digestibility and the starchability and the extractable starch content too. So thank you very much. Our next presenter is Mr. Sisir Pal. He is the head of production for Green Dot Health Foods. Business Tech in Food Technology and Biochemical Engineering from Jadavpur University in Kolkata and PGDM. Mr. Pal has worked with Hindustan Unilever Limited, AB Mauri India, a subsidiary of Associated British Foods, and currently is with Green Dot Health Foods since 2015. Green Dot Health Foods manufactures corn nacho chips, tacos, and other products catering mainly to India and exporting to more than 30 countries. The Cornitos brand owns popularity, customer satisfaction, and is acclaimed by several prestigious international awards. Mr. Pal leads the Cornitos manufacturing unit with his design, quality improvement efforts, new product development, and setting new benchmark for the products. Mr. Pal has ISO 22000 lead auditor certification and Six Sigma certification. He has joined other virtual technical forums as well. Mr. Pal, it's a pleasure to host you tonight. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Yeah. I am visible?
Yes, sir. We can hear you well.
Yeah. So, my topic I have taken potential of corn-based processed food in India. So, the processed food in India from maize. Before going to that, I want to tell some benefits about the corn. Corn is called the queen of the cereals because of its highest genetic yield and potential among cereals. And when in cultivation, its water consumption is less and power savings is there. So these are the advantages with corn than other staples. Every
Mr.
part
Pal,
of these plants, yeah.
sorry to interrupt you, sir. Do you have a presentation?
Yeah, I have my presentation with Divya.
It's not showing right now. Divya, perhaps you can help us with that?
Minutes, we are sharing your presentation.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Pal.
Okay, no problem. But I am seeing the blank screen.
Yeah, the presentation screen is still showing up. Alvaro, you might need to stop sharing.
So, can I see the my presentation? Is it?
Yeah, 1 second. Divya, can you help us?
Yes.
See it.
So,
thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I will tell when go to next. Okay. So corn has several benefits. So one thing is that first corn is called the queen of cereals because of its highest genetic yield potential among the cereals, and in cultivation side their water consumption is very less and compared to others, and power consumption also. And secondly, every part of these plants has economic value and most versatile crop corn. It is grown in around 166 countries across the globe within tropical, subtropical, and temperate zone from sea level to 3,000 meters above the sea level altitude, and it is cultivated in 197 million hectare with production of 1148 million metric tons, having the productivity of 5,823 kg per hectare, having a wider versatility, diversity of soil, climate, biodiversity, agriculture, and pest management practices. Corn contribute 37% of global grain production, and US produces 30% of the total world corn production, and India there contributes 2% only. Next. Can you go to next slide, please? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Divya?
Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, corn In wet condition, so nutrients compositions are follows: that carbohydrate 25%, protein 3%, fat 1.3%, fiber 2.8%, and it has contained many vitamins and inorganic substances which are has health benefits like folate, vitamin B9 46 milligram per 100 gram, iron 0.5 milligram, magnesium 37 milligram, niacin 1.5 milligram, phosphorus and potassiums are also 120 milligram and 270 milligram, vitamin A 10 milligram, vitamin B2 15 milligram, vitamin C 7 milligram, and the total energy per 100 gram is around 90 kilocalories, that is 360 kilojoule. Next. When you go for the health benefits from corn, it has a very high fiber content, which helps to control the cholesterol level and also reduces the risk of colon cancer. And in another way, it is common for digestive ailments like constipation and hemorrhoids. If corn is consumed at a moderate quantity, it may be helpful for that who are suffering from diabetes. It is rich in folate, so which helps in generation of new cells, especially important before and during pregnancy. And who are suffering from anemia, having constant corn consumption have some positive effects, and it contains pantothenic acid, helps in physiological functions of the body. It contains thiamine, which helps in metabolism of the carbohydrate, and it also helps in treating the kidney problems and including renal dysfunction. Regular consumption of corn in moderate quantities has been associated with better cardiovascular health. And beta cryptoxanthin, it helps in good health of lungs, and also it can prevent the lung cancer also. Next. If we go that percentage contribution of major corn producing countries in the world, the figures are like this: USA having the highest production of 30%, then China 23%, Brazil 9%, Argentina 5%, Ukraine 3%, Indonesia 3%, and then India, Mexico, and Romania 2% each, Canada 1%, and the rest others are 20%. Next. So corn consumption in India, the production what we are getting, the distribution into different consumption areas are like this: that poultry and cattle.
Mr. Powell, we lost your audio. Mr. Powell, can you hear us? We've lost your audio.
Shortage and moisture loss is 0.56 million metric tons. These figures roughly poultry and cattle corn production in a year. Next. Demand of corn in India. Okay. We have gone to next. Can you come back one slide behind? Okay. Oh, 1 minute, 1 minute. demand of corn in India. This is owing to few drivers in corn demand. For corn demand, number one is the growing demand from poultry sector, consuming more than half of the domestic production. Secondly, growing urbanization leading to increased demand of processed food like cornflakes, bakery products, etc. Growing organized dairy sector requiring more of fine cereals or maize-based concentrates. And the fourth one is raising international price due to diversion of maize towards biofuel production. Those are the things which are leading to more the corn production in our country. Now, the next corn is next. Can you go to next slide, please? Here, corn is used more than 4,000 products we see in our grocery or related items. But the major sectors is the whole grain products and the fractional products, and then starch products, related products, then sweetener, then fermentation for biofuel production, all these things. But our industry, or I am representing today here, that we use the alkali cooked product. Alkali cooked product, there are the corn chips, and in grits there are bakery snacks product, and in flour also there are snacks foods are there. In these three areas we are working. But the lot of scope are there where the industry can take opportunity to start and produce, help the country to explore the economy on based on processed product. Next. Now the coming, the strength of India, where it's come from, we have enough fertile land, we have economic labor, now we have improved industrial infrastructure, we have improved transportation facilities and network, improved R&D facilities also. Government is cooperative for industrial growth. We have standards, guidelines are available, say for example from FSSI, ISO, etc. And different forums are now available where from we can gather information and disseminate to utilize in our industry. Now market is open for good and consistent quality products all over the world, and it is open for everybody. Next. Now that with this strength, we are in Green Dot Health Foods, we are producing Cornitos brand Nacho and other products, and our main focus that has to be on quality. That is our basic motto and thinking, and all industry in India should focus on that. And for this, we need more standardization in our raw material, in our packing material, in our finished good, and we are working on these mainly to enforce and enhance our quality benchmarking. And for this work, we have got in Green Dot the certification from FSSI, we have certification from US FDA, you have halal certification, we have the ISO 22000 certification, we have BRC certification also, and now we have reached to an extent that where we are able to export product to Israel also. So kosher trained professionals came to our factory and spent time, they understood our process, and we also very much open to share these things so that they can understand the hygienic level, the quality practices, the food safety management system we have adopted here through this certification and standardization, where from we can deliver the best quality product in the global scenario. Next.
Mr. Pal,
Hello?
just to let you know, we have 1 more minute before we have to move on, sir.
Yeah. Okay, I will try to finish right now. So now Green Dot Health Foods in this endeavor has got several awards. In China, Seoul, we have got awards from corn product, the spinach product, beetroot product. These are vegetable added corn products which have added value. And we have beans also, the fried beans, and we have got awards, CMO awards also. And we have got CMA awards for snacks and ready to eat food category. We have got Golden Spoon Award in 2020. We have got Quinoa Nacho in Thai Flex Innovation. And we have got Food and Grocery Specification Silver Spoon. And we have got Innovative Education Award to Cornitos in 2017. So these things always inspire us and to find out to put more innovations to make the corn products more attractive and more customer attractive. So this is our effort, and we are achieving in this way. We are now exporting more than 30 countries worldwide. Okay, thank you everybody, and thank you the organizing committee giving me the opportunity to share my experience and our introduction about our company as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Next, we're going to hear from Mr. Aramal Jakoshi. He is the head of raw material purchase for Roquette India Private Limited. And just a kind reminder, we are running a little short on time, so please keep your presentations to the time allotted.
Thank you, Alejandro. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just a short introduction of Rocket for the audience. We in India, we run 5 plants. And out of that 5 plants, 3 are directly involved in the manufacturing of starch. At an all India level, we processes close to 800,000 tons of corn on an annual basis. And that makes us one of the key participants in the key players in the value chain of maize in the country. What we do is we basically processes this corn and makes food and makes ingredients that go into the food, pharma, and the feed industries. And this makes quality of corn very important for our manufacturing process, and not only for us, but for the entire industry. Thank you, Mr. Professor Vijay and Dr. Alvaro for setting the stage today evening. I think both of you talked very detailed about the importance of corn, and you also demonstrated to the audience that the quality of corn is the topic of the quality of corn is much more advanced than what we talk about in India. In India, what we essentially do is many times we just go to the mandi, pick up a fistful of corn, and we look at it and say, oh, this is a good quality corn or this is a bad quality corn. But the actual reality is much more different. And Professor Vijay and Dr. Alvaro, you explained the intricacies very nice in the beginning of this presentation. As we are in the starch industry, I completely agree with Dr. Vijay that the percentage of the starch content is the most important characteristic that affects us, because the throughput that we do, the output that we do, it directly comes out of how much corn we are able to move and what is the yield that comes out of that. And again, what that depends on is basically what is the input corn that basically goes into the manufacturing process. If you don't put the right quality of corn, I mean, it can definitely affect the steeping time. That again is going to have a direct impact on the throughput, and also a lot of corn starch will get lost in the steeping process, which will also affect the yields. And it is, I just wanted to add that it is not only the starch content, but there are other parameters also that is important, because in the manufacturing process, we also make fiber, we also make germ, and we also make gluten, and which also goes into the feed, and which basically goes into the feed industry. And high things stuff like high water damage corn, high moldy corn, high broken corns, etc. It will also have an impact on the byproducts that we produce, and from that perspective, in addition to the starch content, the other physical parameters are also very important in the manufacturing process. Professor Vijay talked about the millability of corn and the starch content, and he mentioned about some experiments that was done by USGC and ISMA along with the University of Illinois. That is a step in the right direction, but we need to move further because I mean, if you really ask me, the industry knows very little about which corn is best suited for the manufacturing process. Of course, we all have our thumb rules, but more samples need to be tested, and more data need to be collected about the millability of corn that comes from Karnataka, that comes from AP, Telangana, Maharashtra, MP, Bihar, and that is going to be a very good value add for the industry going forward. In addition to these things, I also want to touch upon, when you talk about the quality, also want to touch upon the importance of being back to basics. Back to basics includes starting from the beginning, that is from the seed quality, the post-harvest handling, the management of the physical parameters, the management of rodent and pests and stuff like that, which goes more than starch content and starch yield and all. And yes, from the food safety point of view, because our products go into the food industry and the pharmaceutical industry, all these things are very important. And again, aflatoxins, Mr. Mariano talked about in the last session from the US Department of Agriculture that aflatoxin is a very important problem that not only the starch industry, but also the poultry industry faces in India. And India has got the perfect cocktail of all the environmental factors, like we have got a warm climate, high humidity, drought and stress and stuff like that, poor post-handling practices. So it is important that a lot of efforts need to be put from that perspective also, because in the food industry, there are regulations saying that, okay, your final end product has to meet certain aflatoxin parameters. And now the feed industry is also moving in that direction, saying that the raw material, that is the germ, the fiber and the gluten that basically goes as raw material into the feed industry, also need to meet certain parameters. I mean, that is the way Indian regulation is going. So a lot of research need to be done how aflatoxin can be controlled. Can it be done with the regular hybrid corn that we generally produce in India, or do we need to move a step further and try to see whether we need to depend on GM technology to control the aflatoxin? Time will tell. It is a very sensitive topic, and we have to balance the interest of not only the farmers, but also the industry, the food safety, everything. I mean, the entire spectrum of the corn value chain. And
Mr. Yatoshi, I'm so sorry. Would you give us your wrapping comments, sir? We're brushing up against our time. I'm so sorry.
Yes, just as my concluding statement, I just wanted to add one more thing. Again, talking about value-added corn, let's also think in the direction of what can we do about waxy corn in India. Again, very important for the starch industry. My closing comments is very simple. The quality of corn is not as simple as what the traders in India believe it is. I mean, it is a much more complex subject, and it will have a direct impact on the manufacturing process. It also has a direct impact on the food safety, and so we all need to work together as a team to make sure that the right corn is used for the manufacturing process. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aramal, and we couldn't agree more. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Sohit Sachawali. He is the Associate Director for SC Agro for PepsiCo. Mr. Sohit, the floor is yours.
you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
So very good evening, everyone. I'm sure you are able to hear me as well. I lead agro supply chain for PepsiCo, and in specific reference to the corn. And today in the topic, I think the speaker before me has rightly put in the perspective of how we see corn from the lens of Indian companies, processors, manufacturers, and what are the the issues with the corn. So before I kind of put my perspective to the value addition and the opportunities. PepsiCo in India is deeply invested in building corn produce. I mean, products which are made from corn to bring it to the masses. PepsiCo in India is like there since 1989. We have got four large manufacturing plants, which is largely kind of processing potato chips. But at the same time, here in Calcutta, we have the national line for Doritos. We are not only producing Doritos, but we are also making different extruded products out of the corn. One of them is kurkure. Yeah, I mean, it's a very bold category for us in India, and we are fully invested to make Doritos a leading brand in India. The speakers before me were talking about the share of overall corn. So from what I know as of now, only 7% of the corn which is produced in India goes for F&B processing. While 20% is largely, it's a direct consumption, but most of it, close to 50%, is going to the poultry. There is another 15 to 14% going for the cattle feed, and then rest of it in the starch. So the whole point is only 7 to 8% as of now of what India produces is used by the food processors. Now the question is why we are not able to get that kind of corn? Why India in itself, cannot have that quality of corn? So I'll kind of speak on that topic largely today. But before I get into that topic, how we see corn, from a corn types, there is flint, there is flour, there is dent, there is sweet, there is waxy. For us as processors, we would like to kind of have more of the dent corn versus the flint. The dent is a kind of a cross between the flint and flour. And I'll quickly, in the interest of time, I'll quickly kind of go ahead to the topic. So for us, in terms of the value addition opportunities, PepsiCo globally is producing largely Doritos from 100% yellow corn. We are also making Sun Chips, Dinamitas. These are all global brands. From the white, we make Tostitos, also the Scoops. From the blend of white and yellow, we do the Fritos, we do the Tostitos again. Again, from the blend of the white and waxy, we also make Tostitos. So these are the product portfolio which we are having, which we make across the globe. But here in India, we largely make the tortilla chips, which are largely made from the dent corn. Now, I mean, I wanted to give you another perspective of how we select a variety. What kind of corn is, for me, would be suitable? When we go to our growers, when we try to buy from the market, what are the characteristics of the variety which we look into? And the reason I'm putting it there is because there is less process grade corn varieties available in India. When we pick up a corn variety, any variety across, whether it's a rabi variety, whether it is a summer or a winter season corn, we look for crown ratings, we look for the dent ratings, we look for the horny endosperm. We also definitely look for color, the red streakness, the weight index, the kernel size, the density, and also the pericarp removal. Now, why I'm telling you this is because this is where, as of now in India, we don't have sufficient availability of varieties. Every time we are selecting different varieties of leading companies, we find that they fail in one or the other parameters. What is an ideal variety for a food processor is basically a rating of 6 on whether it is crown or on the dent or on the horny endosperm, and likewise. So there is huge vacuum of new varieties or processable corn varieties for which from which we can make different products of the corn. For instance, if I give you in India, when we go from a kernel analysis, if I do the kernel analysis, what I find is largely there is thicker corn. There is higher breakage as of now, and which actually impacts the moisture variability and oil absorption when we are trying to process. From a kernel dent perspective, the deeper and the more wrinkled crown will break more easily. Corn with higher breakages has a greater moisture variability and oil absorption once again. From a soft versus hard corn, the harder the grain is, the hard grain will have a protection at the upper corner of the grain, and again it is harder to break. Therefore, it will again differently absorb the moisture. So why I'm showing you all this? The point I want to make here is that corn in itself impacts are finished tortilla chips. From the time of its cooking process to actually, the soaking period, to its nixtamalization, to actually, in all aspects. So from, the key consideration for us when we choose a variety is, one is the hydration difference of the soft versus hard endosperm, the starch gelatinization differences, the pericarp retention differences. So for us, as of now, in India, what we find is definitely there is a huge opportunity, but then for now, there's limited varieties which can be used to process further. If I give you a quick overview of what is the value chain for PepsiCo in terms of the corn value chain, we are sourcing the corn from farmers, those who kind of largely grow certain varieties. As I said, there are very few varieties which qualify our standards. They do the primary cleaning, and then there is a secondary cleaning by a local agent, and then we are kind of bringing these lots for fumigation at a strategic point, which is again not a PepsiCo facility, but then we kind of use those facilities to fumigate, clean, standardize those lots, and then these are kind of stored in silos. We have hugely invested in Indian conditions in different silos storages. Before it goes to the silo, there is a fumigation, there is cleaning, aspiration, drying, and then it is from that silo, again, then we are processing it in the plants. And then the finished goods is not only used in India, but it is actually being exported to different countries. So it's like a vocal for local. We have and 100% dependency on Indian raw material, but at the same time, there are few challenges which we find as of now, and we as an industry, we're looking for a good solution for it. As I said, limited varieties is one challenge. The second is insect occurrence. I think we've not found a clean breakthrough except the fumigation as of now. Because of the current post-harvest management practices, there is a lot of contamination happening in the corn in terms of the stored grain pressed, the drying, threshing, and the handling operations at those, the typical traditional farmyards is causing a lot of contamination. And there is indeed, because largely the corn is going to different industries which are not food. So still the compliance from the growers on the quality is way beyond what is required for us as food processors. Just to give you an example of, the kind of toxins, the aflatoxins, mycotoxins, and specifically the fumonisin concentrations. It's a large issue for us in India. Our standards are very high, even stringent than the FSSR regime. For instance, we need a yeast and mold. We only accept 100 CFU of yeast and mold. We accept 15 parts per billion of the mycotoxins. So it's a very, very stringent, check at our end when we select a variety. And in Indian conditions, as the speaker before me also pointed out, it's a perfect recipe for all these, viruses and toxins and bacteria to flourish. So it still remains a challenge for us as an industry. Thank you so much for having me here in the call, and I'm open to any questions at the end of session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sohit, and I appreciate you staying on time. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Umesh Joshi. He's the Director of Supply Chain for McDonald's India, PVT. Mr. Umesh, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Alexandra. Good evening, all. So I'm Umesh Joshi, Director Supply Chain, McDonald India South and West. So can you see my presentation?
Yes.
So I'll be more talking about the value-added products of maize relevant to our industry. And previously, I have worked in confectionery industry also. So I'll be covering those aspects. Okay. So key drivers for value-added products is ease availability of the maize and low cost compared to other products, and long shelf life and nutritional balance. So in pharma, as my speakers previous to me covered applications. So by and large, the applications of the maize is in pharma for dusting media, for coatings, and binder and fillers for capsules, and it's used as a dry blender also for dry granular techniques. And in textile industry, it is used for to add the more stiffness and to add the weight to the cloths. And it's used as a thermoplastic also in thermoplastic settings for resins to give the permanent finish. And in paper industry, it's used as a giving more strengthening agent to the paper, and it is used as a adhesive in terms of pigmented coating for papers and paper boards to enhance the printability and give the good appearance to the paper. In food industry, it's used as a thickening agent in sauces, gravies, and puddings and pie fillings. And there are many applications in our industry. So like earlier, I used that glucose byproduct in candies. And it is used in ice creams, and in fact, so it is used in lot of in patties, like we have cheese and corn patty where it is used. So because the nutritional values are better in terms of protein content, and it's fiber and balanced diet, it has rich iron and calcium, so that's why it is used. Baby corns are used for canning purpose, and dehydrated products are used, and baby corns are freezed also. And as a sweet corn, also as a part of Happy Meal, we have launched in our market, and it is doing well. And popcorn is another product, and as I told, in patties also it is used. And in fact, it is a one of the input material for our industry for the broilers. And in broilers, if you see, the 60% of the feed is coming from the corn, so this is a very, very key input driver, so where we need to take care of the feed quality. And so there is a lot of awareness in terms of storage of the corn, so where you develop aflatoxins, as my previous speakers has spoken about how the food contamination happens, and bird eats such a feed, and it does not gains the weight. Basically, it's just gives very less ROI to the farmers. So very, very crucial to take care of the quality of the feed. And Indian scientists and one foreign scientist had developed a quality protein maize, which has much better in terms of overall proteins, which is in the form of lysine. And so this this maize is grown in around Karnataka and other parts of the country. And Central one maize institute in Madhya has developed the different products of quality protein maize, like noodles and papads, and ready to cook idli mix, and bada mix, and nutri mix. So there are a lot of value add products are coming into the market, and there are it's used in mueslis. And previous before me, the speaker from PepsiCo covered how it is a crucial input for them. And in fact, in my previous organization, who was a large candy maker throughout the world, so glucose is one of the key ingredients. So maize is a very, very important crop. And so QPM, quality protein maize, is a very, very good in terms of giving nutritious food for children and females, and it helps to gain faster weight to in fact to the broilers also. So in terms of opportunities for India, so India as of now, high quality maize is not produced, but there is steps required to emphasis on this crop, since this crop can be more biofortified, and which where you can add vitamin A and vitamin E, and the prior products can be sold at 20 to 70% of the premium. And in fact, my parents was one of the farmers, And I have seen the efforts required to grow this crop is much lower compared to rice and wheat, and it's a low water crop, and so it grows in large area in India, and it's a two-time crop in many of the states, which helps basically in terms of managing demand and supply. And it's a gluten free food, and it's you can do a lot of branding of the products, and you can do the value added products. And in fact, many of the companies doing contract farming also in terms of quality protein maize, as I covered earlier. And this shelf life of these products can be enhanced by means of the doing the lime treatment, and which will be giving much more stability in terms of demand. And so as of now in India, the wheat and rice is much more grown, and the MSPs are more biased is if the government gives much more thrust in terms of growing of maize. So there will be much more balance, and there will be de-risking of the crops. So if the farmers adopt this crop also, so they will have the 2-3 crops. And since, as I have told, that this is low effort and low water crop, so in terms of ROI, it will definitely much more beneficial, and it will be de-risking overall all their portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Umesh. And our last presenter, Mr. Harendra Kumar from Dehat. He is the Vice President and National Head of Procurement for the Agri Output for Dehat. Mr. Kumar, if you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. How much time do I have?
No more than 5 minutes, sir.
I'll make it within 5 minutes. Thanks, and thanks, Vicky, for organizing this. And hello, everyone. I'll try to wrap it up as quickly as possible. And within 5 minutes, I will try to add my bit to the discussion around that we are having. Previous speakers have highlighted their challenges in procuring the right quality, their challenges in having the right varieties available in India for their usage. We at Dehat are a platform, a full stack platform where we intervene at multiple steps in the value chain. So we work with more than 10 lakh farmers currently, and we are planning to scale it to 30 lakh farmers by the end
Sir,
of this financial year.
sorry to interrupt, sir. Umesh, sir, can you please stop this screen share?
I'm unable to do that. So 1 minute. I think I have to move out, then only it will be possible. Just give me 1 minute. Been trying it. Yes, I will be.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me reconnect again. So I was speaking about working with farmers, right? And as we have seen throughout this session, that there were challenges, around procuring the quality of that the industry requires. So we work on the multiple steps in the value chain, starting from addressing the challenges of low yield, especially in the maize. Then there is a challenge of growing demand on the industry side, and on the other hand, we are not seeing that much growth in the supply side, and that is largely being restricted by the low yields that we have. So just for the context, Indian yields are half of the world average, right? So what we do is that we have a network of micro entrepreneurs through which we supply quality seeds, quality agri inputs to our farmers. We provide them access to right advisory, right package of practices, and we have through our extension platform, and that is completely backed by agronomy earth observations, where we can monitor crops remotely, where we can provide precision advisory, and that's how we can add value not only to the production but post harvest management also. So there are other problems as well in the value chain, like the accessibility to credit for farmers and other value chain partners. And the industry has a problem of procuring the right quality, procuring the right quantity. Industry has a problem of discovering the price and supply. So we provide a complete procurement solution to the industry, wherein we buy from farmers on behalf of our buyers directly. We arrange for proper storage, proper post-harvest management. We help our buyers access finance, and whenever they require that material to be shipped to their factories or processing locations, we provide that facility as well. But most important and relevant for this discussion is the uh, possibility of backward integration, right? And since you all can agree that acceptability of maize among Indian farmer as a crop is growing. On top of that, acceptability of winter maize is also growing. So if you see the example of UP maize, which is sown in the Feb and March and is harvested in June and July, that crop has grown significantly. It was not there 5 years, 10 years back. And maize also has a potential to defy the seasonality because it is being already grown in multiple seasons throughout the India. Given these characteristics, given the kind of reach we have with farmers, the kind of micro entrepreneurial driven network we have, we kind of provide the right backend integration, backward integration for the industry, where we can help you select the right cluster for production. We can help you identify the right set of inputs, right set of advisory for your desired outcome in terms of quality. We can help you monitor the crop. We can help you have any additional service that you want farmers to perform on the crop, so that the desired you get the desired output, right? So that's all from my side. In the paucity of time, I'll like to wrap it up here only.
Thank you,
If
Mr.
anybody had no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, and thank you for joining us. I'm glad that you were able to join us this evening. Thank you to all of our speakers. I realized that we are well over the allotted time, and I just wanted to see if we had time. We have time for a couple of questions. I don't see much in the queue, but we do have one question regarding to quality. I think all of our speakers today, especially from the industry, touched on how much importance is placed on quality. But it's also one of their biggest challenges. So what is the solution? If I can have just a quick comment from all of the industry speakers, that would be really great.
Andrew, sorry, I had a bad connection. Can you repeat your question?
As quality is both a big opportunity and a big challenge in India, basis everything that we heard today, what are some of the solutions that can be brought to the forefront in regards to dealing with quality?
If I have to kind of answer this question, I think from a food processor's perspective, quality is largely, first of all, starts with the growing conditions, the growing environments. So I think more and more processors need to go directly to the customers, sorry, to the farmers, uh, kind of handhold them on the right agronomic practices, choose the right varieties, and then once the corn is harvested, the post-harvest management is something which is, as I said, the drying conditions, the way it's handled is a place where we need to kind of work hand in hand with whether the vendors or the growers. And then we're still finding a better solution as far as the insect is concerned. There is no such, as of now, formula to kind of control the insect, which becomes a larger issue. And the however, also the FSSR guidelines are also pretty stringent on the aflatoxins and mycotoxins that could be potentially, marginally subsidized. Would be one way of kind of looking at having the quality in place. So one is to play with the specifications, the other is actually to improve the growing conditions, the post harvest management, and also the storage of the corn, the infrastructure in that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sohit.
Hi. Adding to what Sohit talked about, I think whatever solution that we make, it has to basically work on an industrial scale. I mean, then only it can be implemented practically on the ground. Uh, I think what India is lacking is probably something like in US where there is a standardization of corn or the grading of corn. We don't have something like a US number one, number two, number three, and that is the direction in which India has to move. That removes the uncertainty from the system. Like if somebody wants to buy number one, I mean everybody will know what exactly quality we are talking about. If somebody is happy with number three, no problem. I mean, there is a number three is also available. I mean, that is the direction in which we have to move. But yes, I also agree with Sohit that a lot of work need to be done on the post-harvest handling practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aramal. I was actually going to follow up on that.
I think just to add, so there is a lot of work to be done on agronomy side, and scientists need to work with the farmers and develop a variety which is suitable for India, and teach and train to the ground people in terms of growing good practices and post-harvesting processes. This will really help to improve the quality of the corn which is produced in India. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. So my what I want to add to this that quality is produced in corn in the farming stage, and after post harvesting phase the quality deteriorates only. So scope, we have the only scope that how we can preserve the corns for our later phase production. That post harvesting preservation and way to clean it, screen it, remove the junks from the corn, and do drying. Sometimes corns are with much moisture than expected. It comes to our storage, then we have to dry it and then do fumigation and keep it stored for the latter phase of the production. Those things are crucial. At the same time, at every stages of production also we have to take care so that the quality of the corn does not get deteriorated. So process control parts also will be there, to protect the best quality from our corn products. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pal. One last question, and I'd like to direct this to both Dr. Singh and Dr. Garcia. We hearing our panelists today on the industrial side, the conversation around the technology in corn is a lot more profound, and both of you are working in producing more ag economics and more technology around corn. What are some of your last thoughts on how we can help address this issue of quality and technology of corn or corn technology in India, Dr. Vijay and Alvaro?
Sure. I can. So some really good points have already been made that, Indian corn needs to improve in terms of just breeding efforts, so I think that's where policy comes in, maybe investment from the federal or central government to academic institutions to just improve the quality of the maize that's there. Because based on our assessment, it was not very good corn for wet milling. So that's one. Second point I'd like to make, in addition to all the points that have already been made, is that one thing which is very important is that corn use is going up in India. Okay, and the total land that's going to come under cultivation is not there. There might be some that can be brought under cultivation. So I think one other option to improve the quality is also to bring in better quality corn from outside, imports of corn. And that's where it takes away pressure from some of the food industries. So industrial starch can be used for corn that comes from other international locations. I think that's one I like to add. Another thing is that when we evaluated some of the samples that we got from India, especially from Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Karnataka, we saw a lot of BCFM and depressed grains. And that's where these aflatoxins and mycotoxin issues is starting to come in, is that if you don't take care of your corn after harvest, you will run into those kind of issues. So yes, that's all I'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. Alvaro, any parting thoughts?
I think that I agree with what the previous researchers said. I think that the best way to deal with this is not to think that India is just a huge homogeneous country, but there are different areas and regions, and I think that corn will be very suitable for some areas, but then in other areas you might as well try with some of the GMO sorghum we have in the U.S. right now, particularly in the drier areas of the country, and not try to modify the environment to make it suitable for corn. Again, there will be a huge jump in the quality of corn just by changing genetics, corn genetics, and go for germplasm that has been developed and selected in the U.S. for decades. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You just need to get better genetics. As far as the previous presenter also mentioned the BCFM and the mycotoxins, I agree. From the point of view of quality, BCFM are excellent in nutrient content, but again, very prone to mycotoxin or fungal growth because it's basically dead corn and just particles of dead corn that will be very prone to fungal infestation. That's my parting thought, Alejandro.
Thank you, Alvaro. Thank you, Dr. Vijay. And thank you to all of our industry panelists. We're really happy and excited that this conversation continues to happen. And I like to just continue to have this conversation. The U.S. Grains Council is supporting, continues to support research in this area, and we will be really happy to put the news out there and continue to show these results. So with that, I want to thank you all for a great panel. Thank you, Vicky, for inviting us to participate. We will have another panel on a similar topic tomorrow. And I wish all the participants in the in-person program tomorrow the best day. And feel free to email us or call us as needed. We're here to support you. Have a good night, everyone. Good morning.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Good night.
Bye-bye.